let me bring up my notes. So page by page, let me do overall, right? We can. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Should I do it? Should I intro? Should I? Unique New York. Unique. All right. Welcome to another episode. Southbird and Hard Boiled. 2 episodes 1 week. Lucky you guys. All 23 of you that watched the first video. Thank you. Appreciate it. Genuinely though. Genuinely appreciate it. You know, hey, if you watch the video, throw us a comment. You know, give us something. I appreciate hearing other people's takes. Agree, disagree, whatever. So yeah, let's get right into it. Chapter 969.
Yeah, and anime. Are we going to anime first?
Oh well, yeah, we could do anime first. I mean, the chapter.
I feel like once we start talking about the chapter, the anime completely goes down under.
That's true. I mean, this is a very controversial chapter, and like always, like I said in the last video, we disagree on almost everything naturally, which is I don't even understand it, but we disagree on so many things in this chapter.
This one's special.
Yeah,
this one is special.
So I didn't actually watch the anime. I don't watch the anime.
Oh, so the anime.
But Tyler watched it, so he can.
Episode 919. Actually, it's pretty good. It's actually pretty funny this time.
Yeah.
You get into Kid, like we are talking about. Obviously, Kid and Luffy are gonna start running. That's pretty good. But the biggest things that happen.
Oh yeah, did that happen?
Yeah, it's like the first thing that happened.
It's exactly
they're sprinting right next to each other. But the biggest thing that happened was you get the whole Shinobu stuff, and this kind of goes with the anime. Is they remind you the Shinobu has a deep fear of sharp objects. Now, for the people who read the chapter.
I do remember saying that now, but it just makes no sense. Like in a country full of people, swordsmen.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Now it kind of makes sense because from what we see from this chapter in the recent manga with the sharp objects and the arrows. So maybe what actually is making her so afraid is exactly what she sees in this chapter. Which is kind of funny because I always think Toei and them kind of do these things head to head. Where they like kind of match up episodes with chapters a little bit, just so they kind of like hide a reveal before something else or reaffirm something. The other thing that was very interesting was, especially in the manga community, when they're predicting who Denjiro is, they use a panel in this chapter of this guy in the shadow saying they don't know who runs the city. And people theorize, is that Denjiro disproving Kirishiro, or is it just Kirishiro's men?
Oh, which city?
It's in Udon. It's like when that's when Sanji's cutting shit up. And then in the anime today, it shows it's Kirishiro's men. So the whole, like, that's Denjiro thing completely gets thrown out the window.
Oh, interesting.
Which is kind of cool, though, too. But besides that, it's just funny. You see Fat Man Luffy.
I will say, though, in this chapter, like, at the very end, when you see Denjiro, he's starting, to me at least, look a little bit like Kyoshiro.
Kirishiro?
Yeah.
Oh, big
time. It seems like his eyes are getting slantier and like his, you know, it just seems a little bit like he's looking like Kyoshiro, which I just don't want to believe because I just would not like that. So. Yeah. But yeah, okay, you get Fat Luffy.
Fat Luffy. You also get introduced to Hio finally. He has a pretty cool design. Blue. He has pretty cool tattoos right here. But it's also cool just seeing him because I love Hio.
Hio's probably the coolest Wano character, I think.
And that also goes back to what I'm saying with this chapter is he gets reintroduced in kind of an important way. Which
we saw him in another chapter, right?
We saw him jacked in the beginning.
Yeah, in the beginning he's absolutely
just looks so cool.
It gets fodderized by Odin.
Well, a
16-year-old Odin.
He gets broken. He gets fucking broken. Oh, you mean by that? Well, it's Odin. It's Odin. All right. Well, that's basically what I gotta mostly say for the anime.
Yeah, it's Odin. He was supposed to be strong.
Kirishiro, Denjiro, and Tsuchado from the Mato. That's from the manga. That's debunked. So that's kind of.
What is it?
The whole thing. People were saying that that was the Witch and Arrow boy in the shadow, but the anime kind of shows that it wasn't the case. Oh. And it's what's his name, and then Shinobu and shit like that. But anime still
worthless character Shinobu.
But she's going to have importance now.
I think, well, okay, we can get into it when we get to it, but it seems like let's just get into the chapter. I'll talk about it when I get there.
That's basically all I got to say about the anime. It was better than last showing. It was pretty funny. Fat Man Luffy's pretty funny. Him and Kid have a cool dynamic they're showing right now. Yeah, I liked it.
Fat Luffy's always funny.
It's hilarious, dude. When
Luffy
he comes
makes
up,
me laugh.
And they show him go from fat to skinny, which is a pretty cool transition.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like, yo, what's up with these people's bodies? Which also brings up the whole Blackbeard thing where people think he can like have 3 bodies. I think it's just a thing with the D's. They just have these weird bodies that can process a lot of food in a lot of time.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of weird thing about Blackbeard. He can have 2 devil fruits. There's definitely something there. Marcos at Marineford says something. There's something weird with his body.
They're saying they have weird bodies at Udon too.
We just randomly get this information in an SBS that he had 2 sisters, or Vivarikai that he had 2 sisters.
Yeah.
There's something going on there. Like he absorbed them in the womb or something.
No, they had to be alive.
I kind of think that might be.
Well, it wasn't in the womb thing.
Right.
Well, you heard my first theory about it.
Maybe he ate them.
Yeah, that was my big thing. And he doesn't sleep at night.
Like Big Mom.
He doesn't sleep at all anymore at night because he's afraid. That's when he like ate them. He's like afraid of someone coming after him.
Because when Big Mom ate, what's her name? The
whole thing.
Mother Carmel.
And she got the
She
fruit.
got Mother Carmel's fruit.
So needs explaining.
Which needs explaining. So maybe with the Blackbeard thing, when you eat someone else, you like kind of get their life force.
But he didn't eat
his sisters.
He didn't eat Whitebeard. Did he eat his heart?
Yeah, I don't know what happened with Whitebeard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing's weird.
Maybe he took a big bite out of Whitebeard.
I'm so confused. Actually, this is actually a perfect transition into how this chapter kind of starts by itself.
Okay, why?
Because we're talking about devil fruits and how they get to one place to another. Because there's another devil fruit reintroduced this chapter that we know a character has.
Right.
And I don't know how these things are getting around. And
are we just supposed to like?
How Oda explains it.
Whatever. We'll get there when we get there. Let's start. Okay, so cover page. We got Gotti of the Capone Pirates getting absolutely fodderized by this Marine. I feel like we've seen this Marine somewhere before, the sideways cap guy, right?
Maybe.
I feel like we've seen him somewhere before.
I don't know, but it says versus Nate. Yeah, I don't know who. Maybe he's Green Bull. Who knows?
I don't think he's.
I don't think he's Green Bull.
No, I don't know actually. Maybe he is Green Bull.
No, he's not. It's weird, but he kind of has like a Doflamingo swag going for him too.
He does.
Because he has like a feather jacket. I mean, the whole thing's weird. Like we were talking about last time. Really not a big fan of these. I don't know what's going on. Never really liked Lola that much as a character.
There's got to be like some like something gonna happen in this eventually that like makes it worth.
It's gotta
go
to somebody.
Right? Like something has to happen. If this is all it is, it's just like there's a work. Like who cares? Then it's.
I think it may point to the fleet. It could do a bunch of different things.
All right. Either way, page
roommate's
1.
taking a shower right now.
Yeah, roommate's taking a shower right now.
I can do it.
Can we?
No, you just gotta let people know what's happening. So like, what's the background noise?
Oh, okay, yeah. How do I make this one page?
I'm like, you can. Up here maybe. Yeah, there you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, you kind of go from page to page.
Okay.
It's kind of like revealing.
Should I read it?
Yeah, because I read it last time, right? We're gonna do the back and forth.
Okay, so every time I'll do it differently. So it's Kaido's coming in. I mean, not Kaido. Odin's coming in with his two-sword style, about to slash Orochi. Orochi's like, he's wait, no, Odin, don't do it. And then we get a panel of Toki, like flashback panel. It's like, if you get angry over something trivial like this, the enemy will strike back again. And so that goes back to what I was saying last week, or not last week, on the last episode, that I thought Toki was going to be the one to stop Odin.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And when I see this panel, I was like, oh, okay, that's what's gonna happen. And then immediately next panel, Odin's like, Orochi, and then Orochi's like, and he's and then so Odin like slashes anyways.
Yeah.
So to me, what I'm thinking is like, what is the point of that Toki panel?
He's not listening to her. He's so full of rage.
So
right
this
now.
is supposed to be like a thing where it's like, is this like alluding to character development?
This is who Odin is. Odin's a guy that always ran in. You've seen this with Roger. You've seen this with everything. You've seen with Whitebeard. He's the kind of guy that like he hears something, it's fucked up. No way. I'm gonna go fucking kick this guy's ass. Now, what I thought was gonna happen my prediction was he was gonna go kill him. Orochi was going to get on his knees to beg.
Right.
The slash was going to miss. And then the character progression was like Toki's going to be saying these things after the long journey. He grew up and he knows the importance now of like, listen to Toki, whatever the crap it is. And then Orochi gets banned. But it's just trying to show him like this is the Odin we know. He murks people.
Right. Okay.
He doesn't care.
So you don't think this is an allusion to like future character development that's about to happen? You think this is just like he's ignoring what Toki said?
Yeah, he's clearly ignoring what Toki's saying. Because look, he's fucking does the slash.
Right. In this immediate thing, but I think it's like alluding to like later on, like when he gets the deal, is it because he has Toki in his head?
Yeah.
Is that the illusion that we're
that's what I
supposed
think
to
they're trying to point to it. Yeah.
Okay. I don't like that. I think that's kind of dumb.
Why is that dumb?
Just show one panel of like Toki saying something, and then we're supposed to believe that this guy.
What do we know? What
do
we know what's going to happen? We know there's going to be things. So she probably even knows about the counter strike the enemy's talking about. The enemy will strike back again. What?
Why would she know that?
she's a pretty smart girl.
What?
Yeah, I said that and I didn't even believe it myself.
Okay. And you said before, like, the Odin that we've always known this entire flashback is a guy that doesn't care about what's going on around. He doesn't care about anything. He goes after what he wants. He fights. He runs toward it, okay? And then in a couple pages, we'll see something very different that is just not make sense with his character. But I'll also say about this first page, in the fan, like, scanlation, there's a little, like, because we got French translations.
French, yeah. Korean then to the French, and then the French came thing. Viva la France.
But the translation was pretty good this week.
It was pretty close. Well, that's what I was saying too. Is like wait for the translation. But then when I heard your complaints, like the translations won't change a single thing. You don't like the whole setup, anything about it.
Yeah.
All right, but like go on. So
so in the corner it says L'étrange Mall, but in the Viz it doesn't say anything. I thought they were gonna show us.
I think that's just like a stamp. Like that's who did the translation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. All right. So page 2, we see that the slash that Orochi did, like it didn't affect Orochi. He's like, and then we see.
Well, it's bigger than that. That's not what happened. He strikes. He says, and then you see a guy playing the guitar.
Well, yeah, I didn't get to that yet.
That was the next thing I was gonna say. You don't know they missed yet. You just see the thing.
Well, you see that like he slashed and like Orochi's still like alive, so I assume that.
Yeah, it's kind of
whatever. So then we see this old guy who with the crossed fingers playing the biwa. And you see this guy in 965 a lot. You said
you see him early. Like, well, that's
when
the
you
thing
get introduced to the old hag, the witch,
which I thought was really weird. I was like, why is this old guy playing guitar while they're fucking having this very deep speech? I was like, did Oda just throw this guy? It actually was making me upset.
Yeah, you're getting angry.
I kind of just passed it off as like, why?
It's like a Wano thing. Like,
yeah, it was actually one of my.
Like the guy,
I wasn't that big of that chapter first, and that was one of my complaints. Like, why is this guy just chilling here, playing guitar while these guys are planning to kill? I thought he was like a senile old man that like kind of gave him food.
He's just chilling.
And now you find out the guy has the barrier fruit.
Right. Then so his fingers are crossed
by his side.
You see this Odin slash. He like goes to the right of Orochi, and Orochi's like huff huff wheeze wheeze. Odin's like, what was that? And he says, what is this? Yeah, yeah. You see like a kind of like a barrier around Orochi and the old biwa player, denoting barrier fruit. Back to Bartolomeo.
Yeah. You know, so what does he say? Like, I can't.
Is it glass? Doesn't seem to be. Get out of there, Orochi. And Orochi's like, eek. He's like, then the old guy who's doing the Bardo pose, I guess. There's nothing to worry about, Master Orochi. Have faith in the barrier arts. And I guess in the nameplate, Biwa playing priest Kurozumi Semimaru. So we find out that he's related to Orochi. He's a Kurozumi. I assume he's like his great-grandparent.
He's got to be a part of that, like the whole thing. I don't know. We really got to learn a little bit more about the Kurozumi.
I guess he doesn't need to be a great-grandparent. He could be like his grandpa's brother.
Or someone with the uncle.
Something like that, yeah.
Does he know about the beginning? My first question.
He definitely knows, because the old hag knows about what happened.
The other thing that I find weird too, so like.
And he was there the whole time.
Did the old hag leave the island for strong allies? Because we don't. It very looks like Shiki's face. So she had to touch Shiki's face eventually.
Right.
The old hag. And she said she left. So you said she left the island. So was this guy kind of always there as like the protector of Orochi, like kind of just like always be by his side, never really leave him if he ever gets in trouble, do the barrier thing.
Yeah.
Is that kind of like the feel we're kind of getting?
Kind of like what I was feeling was that
this old hag is playing a weird role.
Weird role.
Weird role.
What I kind of feel like is what happened is the Kurozumi clan did like their thing where they tried to kill all the other daimyos and become the next rightful heirs to the shogun.
Yeah, they want to become shogun.
And when they got like, shown to be like doing that, shogun, this Kazuki guy at that time was like put them to death. And I'm assuming like this old hag and this Semimaru, this old priest guy, they like fled the island to like not get killed or something. And that's why they were out at sea for a while. Because the old hag says in 965 that she was like out to sea for a long time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you think she left and he stayed?
Well, I think I only think this because he has a devil fruit that either he left and found the devil fruit somewhere outside of Wano.
Because Kinema and Kanjuro has devil fruits. And Shinobu has a devil fruit in Wano. I'm thinking Wano may actually be the secret ingredient to where the devil fruit's kind of started.
Maybe.
Because it kind of has a weird thing, but The other thing I want to talk about this.
Also, because Kinnaman's devil fruit is the weird as hell.
The dumbest. Kanjuro's could be useful.
Could be amazing, but Kanjuro sucks.
So bad.
Raizo.
He doesn't have. Does he?
I don't think he has one.
I don't think he has one. Shinobu has one. It's a pretty good fruit.
Shinobu has one.
The
for
fruit.
Ninja. Yeah, you're right. There's an odd amount of
and now you have the barrier thing. Okay, so now let's get to my second part. How do you feel about Oda reusing devil fruits from the past?
I don't hate it. I mean, I don't really have a big opinion on it, to be honest. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like,
I'm going back and forth on it because at first, when I first saw Mr. 2, I was like, he's basically reusing the Alabasta arc where they disguise the leader.
Right, yeah.
Like, this is kind of like we've seen this before.
Right, but he's known to like match storylines throughout.
He has, but this one's like fuck. I mean, like literally. I mean, it's the same devil fruit. Like, it's not even like, oh, that's kind of similar. This was like the same devil fruit. But then I kind of got around to it, was like, maybe this explains like where Bon Clay's fruit comes from. So now that when I see him use it twice, I'm like, okay, this is kind of becoming a common theme.
Yeah. Where
it's kind of like, I think he's gonna use these fruits to lead us to like how devil fruits get like
but
reborn.
It can't be like
because
devil fruits get reborn in Wano.
That's what I'm saying.
We already know that the Blackbeard pirates are killing devil fruits with like sack of fruits behind them. Then one of the fruits will change into a devil fruit.
So this is my whole thing though. So like, what if it's not? It needs to go to a particular fruit. So like Kaku's fruit, the giraffe fruit. It needs to go to a banana. So wherever the nearest banana is, that's where it travels.
Sure,
so I'm thinking like maybe this is how either Vegapunk gets involved and he kind of starts explaining the origins of devil fruits, because it's one of the biggest mysteries. Or is it simply as
where they come from? Like,
these people need to die. So I'm assuming they're gonna die in next chapter, or they maybe flee on the boat and it goes out somewhere. But you can't just introduce these fruits to two big time allies with Luffy and Mr. 2 and Bartholomew, like two of his biggest fans, and not explain how like they just happen to get into these people's things. Like, you're supposed to just like understand these guys died of old age and they magically traveled.
Well, also like you got to think about Bartolomeo like grew up in Loguetown.
Yeah.
So that is far away from Wano.
Whoa. So now this gets back even crazier. A lot of people have been theorizing that Zoro is from Wano, right? So what if the ship...
Like Zoro was born in Wano?
Or we know there's things about boats. We're going to get to them later.
So we know there's things from Wano to the East Blue.
So we know maybe the old lady and them are on that. Yeah. So like this is kind of where I'm getting into it. It's like is this going to explain how these guys? Because they're both. Well, from
that
there.
Actually is Bon Clay from the East Blue?
I gotta look that up. Look it up.
That's interesting because we know that Bartolomeo is from the East Blue, so that's actually interesting. We actually don't know where Bon Clay's from. Actually, I don't know why I'm looking. I don't think we know where he's from.
I'm still saying it could be the old lady. You remember when I said that?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Well, Bon Clay's fruit allows so many possibilities. It's
wow. The wiki says Bon Clay alive. Do we know that? I don't think we know that.
He's in Impel Down. He's shown up to Wano. This also kind of points to the Grand Fleet's coming to Wano.
So I do think that the barrier fruit being shown here like absolutely confirms.
Absolutely confirms.
I mean, I already thought that was going to happen before, but like this absolutely confirms Bartolomeo and the Grand Fleet coming to Wano.
The whole fate thing that like the two fruits that were used to destroy Wano are now going to be used to repurpose
exactly. It's going to be
the big question
like
is,
awesome.
How does Bon Clay get to Wano?
I don't.
Jailbreak with Doflamingo and Doflamingo shows up too. Does Doflamingo come to Wano?
Why does Doflamingo come to Wano though?
Smiles, Kaido ally.
Right.
He wants to be a part of the biggest war. He loves shit like this.
Right.
And I've been saying, expect anybody and everybody to show up.
So maybe like Celestial Dragons get out Doflamingo.
Maybe.
Jailbreak Doflamingo because he knows the secret. They try to kill him. I mean, we see him in prison back in whenever.
Maybe it's Dragon in the Revolutionary Army. Dragon
in the Revolutionary Army. Why? What do they?
Maybe Doflamingo. I don't know. This is complete. I'm just saying. I don't believe anything I'm saying right now. I'm just throwing out these things.
We're kind of coming up with a theory as well. But I do think he said something interesting with the Revolutionary Army because it could be Ivankov being like, we got to get this guy Bon Clay out of Impel Down. He was amazing.
Saw the sacrifice.
Yeah, he saw it and he loved it.
Luffy owes Bon Clay. He says it. Bon Clay saves his life twice. Once after Alabasta and again in Impel Down. And Luffy keeps saying, you're the one who keeps saving me. So, I don't know. I definitely think it's interesting he chose these two fruits to reuse. And I think there's definitely going to be something in there that goes on farther. But,
okay.
What's going on? You got your notes? You want to say any more notes on this part? Why are you doing? Wait, lean in. I want to make sure you're still in focus. I'm having like PTSD right now. When like we lean in, we're not in.
Oh, yeah. So like, no, we can keep going.
No, keep going.
I think, yeah. So then the old guy says, "This barrier will resist any attempt to breach it. Your strength means nothing here, Odin." Okay, so I wanted to say something about this.
Yeah.
Like, how broken is this barrier fruit?
It's broken. We know it's broken.
But like, so like, is it like Yonko level? Can like emperors
didn't
get
it
through
stop
this barrier?
Didn't it stop Pazzo's attack? And that says that can take down an emperor.
Who is it? Oh, the king punch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could a king punch. It was stopped. It stopped a king's punch.
Lean back a little bit. All right. Yeah. So
what's going on with the camera?
No, it's fine. I just had to focus in a little bit more, so we're staying focused when we lean in. I had a couple PTSDs about it. We lost our intern, so.
Oh yeah, we got no camera operator.
We got no camera operator today. You know, it was too tough.
We're very fidgety. We got like moving around. This chapter's like making me go crazy.
Well, the thing is, I was nervous. I was going to check it before, but then I was like, I don't want us to go for like the top 10 or 15 because we're going to do top 15 arcs as well.
Oh, we should say that at the top.
Yeah, we should probably say
Yeah, we're doing top 15 arcs today. I saw a stream with I think King of Lightning was hosting it. He had a bunch of cool YouTubers on there. Dritz, Morge was in for a little bit, Brago. And they did top 15 arcs. So I was like, that's a great idea. Let's do top 15 arcs.
Can I say something about that? Because I watched a little bit of it. I was like, how does this thing last 4 hours?
Yeah.
Because they're zooming through. They're through the top. They got 10 through already, and Taekwon is charging up his hockey.
Yeah, exactly.
It's taking forever.
Right?
And then as soon as they allow him to start speaking,
yeah,
the stream just goes
off the rails.
2 hours longer.
Well, that's because everything he says makes no sense. But
like
he
Brago
will,
comes in
to
late.
the death.
Brago comes in late. He's like, "Alright, let me give you my 15. Like, here's this." Taekwon's like, "This is why I'm doing this."
And he's literally got to have like a 15-minute story for every.
Soliloquy. Like, and you see people just like, I was like,
people are really starting to lose their patience.
I'm like, this is why it's taking 2 more hours.
It's funny though.
But that's all I wanted to say.
And King of Lightning knows, but he also knows that like Taekwon gets the subs.
That's why he brings him in.
That's why he brings him in because people think he's funny and like he makes ridiculous points.
He is pretty funny.
He's funny. He's funny. Whatever.
But he was saying some nonsense.
I respect it. So I'm thinking like, is anyone that has this barrier fruit just like automatically Yonko level?
Well, you already know it has limitations. Like you can only do like a sort of small amount of field. But yeah, dude, when you first meet Bartholomew, he's busted.
So is Luffy just gonna like be fighting Kaido and then you just see this out of nowhere? Kaido's gonna punch and just get blocked by this barrier. That's kind of ridiculous.
What did I tell you 2 months ago or months ago on how the Grand Fleet's gonna show up?
Something like
the whole alliance is gonna be fucked, right? Kaido's gonna come out with dragon breath, right? That crazy shit that almost killed everybody else. Yeah. Big old face, Toy Story 3, you know, everyone's kind of dead, shadows on their face, the breath comes, maybe even chapter ends. Next chapter, how do they get out? You're gonna see a barrier in front of it. Luffy's gonna turn around and start crying, right? Bartholomew is gonna cry too, thinking it's for him. Then next page is just Jinbei at the helm. And Luffy's crying for Jinbei. Yeah. And Bartholomew doesn't care because it's Luffy, so he's all in on it.
He's pumped.
So that's what I think is going to happen.
We didn't even finish our thought from before that. So Oda confirmed in in some interview or something, I don't remember where it was exactly, but that there was a ship going from Wano to the East Blue.
Yeah, and then we're hearing about ship. Well, we were kind of holding off onto it because there's a thing about ships later. Kind of explains.
Sure. Yes.
But do you want to go into? We do know.
No, I just want to say that that's very interesting because maybe these grandparents, the Kurzumis, like escaped during the fight on a ship or hid and then escaped to East Blue on this ship.
Yeah. So that's what I find. That's one of the parts I like about this chapter is I like how these old guys are kind of in it and these fruits and it's kind of can lead two directions. Maybe Oda just completely skips over it. I hope he doesn't. But I think it's very interesting that happens. I mean, I think it's very interesting to hear about Zoro. But we also know another ship went back because, what's his name, Fleed, the sword maker, who is...
Hitatsu?
Yeah, in theory, he left like 50 years ago. So I wasn't sure if that was the boat.
I thought he died.
Oda was talking about. He's dead, but he's in the East Blue, and that's where the dojo comes from. And that explains how the shipment...
I thought Enma, or whatever the last Katetsu that he made, he gave the rest of his life force to. Which is, they say something about this in this chapter at the end. It's interesting.
Yeah, they do, but I think there's something that leaves anyways. I'm just saying, there's been boats that go to East Blue, but I think it's very interesting.
Yeah.
now with Disease Blue, and the whole theory is about Zoro, who doesn't have a parent. He's an orphan. How did he end up in Wano?
He's a Kurozumi.
Maybe he's even Hio's child.
Well, no, I think they're alluding to him being the Shumotsuki.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
Line. I mean,
the
town that he grew up in,
and the guy that's fighting him is the fox that protected the valley.
And it's probably like his grandpa's fox.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be something like
that.
They
have the same kind of hairdo. It's definitely pointing to it.
It's definitely pointing to it, and I think Zoro. The town that Zoro grew up in the East Blue is called Shumotsuki.
Yeah.
Same
a lot of points.
And Yasui's Shumotsuki. All right.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of points. So like, you know.
Okay.
Patience, dear players.
This barrier will resist any attempts to breach it. Your strength means nothing here, Odin.
Okay.
Kyo. That's right. If you are a pirate, you should be quite aware of the supernatural powers covered by a devil fruit. And it gives her nameplate, and it just says Old Hag, Kurozumi Higurashi. Old Hag. Pretty brutal name. Pretty brutal title.
I love it. Well, this is, okay, so I want to say a couple things, too, about this.
The other Kurozumis are Biwa playing priest. She's Old Hag. That's hilarious.
This is a couple of things I like about, first of all, everyone's mad at Orochi for doing all this shit. Like, he's obviously being manipulated by this old hag.
Orochi's just a big scumbag. Like, he doesn't care, you know?
I know that, but, like, no one's, like, pissed at this old hag. The old hag's kind of been masterminding.
I don't know why, because people hate Orochi for being just blind, evil rage. Yeah. But, like, old hag seems like she's got some schemes. She's intelligent.
Cool. She's like, yo, build up some strength.
Oh, you said something else that I wanted to finish a thought on. What? When you were like, you saw one of the faces that the old hag had in 965. It kind of looks like Shiki.
Is that the chapter 965?
I think 965, yeah. So it's interesting when you see these like, she says she was traveling for a long time. She has this plan. We get zero Kaido Orochi context why they're in this deal together, which I absolutely hate. I mean, I think we need to get something about that.
That's going to come in with the Kaido.
I think maybe, but I also think maybe we won't learn anything about it.
You're going to learn something about it.
If we learn something about it, then like
learn something about it.
Whatever, but as of right now, like it makes no sense. I'm like, what's going on? Why did it happen? I would like to see that.
But she alludes to it. She alludes to it when she says you got to get money and you got to get powerful allies. And she has the Shiki's face.
So I think the Shiki face kind of says that she set that up.
Yeah, so when she leaves Wano, she might have been a part of the rocks a little bit, and she's the connection between Kaido and Orochi.
On the rocks.
Not on the rocks, but like a part of like just kind of like in that area.
Yeah. I think she might have seen like. Yeah, maybe she's the reason that the Rocks pirates split up. She was impersonating Shiki.
Well, she's like towards the end of the chapter, I have something to say. I have something to say about the old lady. I think the old lady may be responsible for why Cat Viper and Dogstorm don't like each other.
Oh, that's a good point, probably.
You know, like they both pretended to be each
other. Didn't
it
say they left? They got in a fight on the boat back to Zoe.
That might be like, why'd you leave? I saw you at that door. He's like, that wasn't me. Like I saw it. Like they can do something where they both.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? I think she's the missing piece between Dogstorm and Cat Viper.
Okay, that's interesting.
What else was I gonna say about this guy? I was gonna say one more thing. My first complaint about this. So look, I read the spoilers. I guess we gotta give you the pace to overstay. I read the spoilers.
I don't read the spoilers.
He does not read the spoilers. Okay. So when I first saw these spoilers, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Right? And I see the barrier fruit, I freak out. And my first complaint when I see it is why can't Odin go underneath the barrier?
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Why, like, we've seen Luffy do it against Moria in Thriller Bark. Like, why can't Odin just, like,
when he came under and, like
dig down and did, like, a kick up? And I think it has to go on with the deal getting made. But, like, I was, like, first thought, it was like, yo, this is all we're going to see from you. Yeah. Like, break up the barrier.
It's just crazy, like, second commander in strength, and he's getting negatived by this old man.
He's admiral level.
I don't think so, especially based on this panel.
I think so. It's the barrier fruit. It's a busted fruit.
It's a busted fruit,
we've seen him before.
Still, even Law's fruit is busted, and he can't take down Doflamingo.
He got his ass kicked. That's what I'm saying.
Can Bartolomeo beat Doflamingo?
I
don't think so.
Maybe.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Dude, I've always loved the barrier fruit. This puts a lot more.
You know, this chapter completely changes my top 30. Bartolomeo's top 5.
What if he cramps up? Like, what is the guy?
That's what I said to you. That's what I said to you. I was like, why doesn't Odin just chill there and wait for the old guy to fall asleep or something?
That comes with the deal, though.
Yeah, we'll get the deal. But
you're also on an island full of craftsmen. Like, you can't shoot this guy. Is this more Kobe updates? Yeah. Kobe Bryant also just died. It's very very sad. But also, this whole thing is like, it's a sea stone island. You can't shoot a fucking sea stone in this guy. Like, take out his barrier fruits.
I just don't understand the hockey thing. Why can't you just hockey up and get through it?
It's just, I don't know. It's weird, the name tag thing. But Oda covers his tracks. There's a reason why he doesn't even try to keep it up. There's something going on. So go on.
Okay, there's something going on. You say.
I mean, we know.
We know. Okay, fine. Okay. We know.
But I think it's interesting he reintroduced Berry Fruit. I like this a lot more than like Kaido coming in and stopping the attack.
Yeah, I agree. This is more interesting. So then Odin says, "You have powers then." That's right. As they say here, we are sorcery users. Mwah, mwah, ha, ha, ha. If this was a problem, anger and... Oh, this is Orochi. Mwah, mwah, ha, ha. If this was a problem anger and violence could solve, Odin, then all of the daimyos of Wano would have done it already. But nobody can kill me. So that's what Orochi says. Odin then does this like glare. He's angry.
So I think we don't know when Kaido meets up with them.
Yeah.
But I think that's the reason why he teams up with Kaido. Because I think the daimyos try to take him out. And he has these guys protecting him, and then like that's when he's like, I need Kaido to help my ass out, kind of thing.
I don't think that at all.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Lord Odin rushed the castle. These are like standerbys that like saw Odin running towards the castle. I guess the rightful heir of the Kazuki clan has returned. Yippee! We'll have a new shogun at last. I'm sure he'll drive out Kaido too. He'll kick out Orochi. Lord Odin, Lord Odin. And then it's back to Orochi and Odin in the castle. Orochi says, I don't know why it happened, but I hear... Oh, this is Odin. I don't know why it happened, but I hear that my father pushed for you to be the Shogun's proxy, but only until I came back. So give up the Shogun's seat to me right now. I had no intention of being the man in charge, but I know that I can do better for this country than you. All right, so
that's my boy.
Yeah, I mean,
finally taking responsibility out here.
I guess. I mean, he literally says he wasn't gonna become.
He didn't want. The guy wants to be free. If you become king, you're not free.
He's Kazuki Odin.
What?
That's his purpose on this planet.
Well, that's one of the points that like that's his whole character in itself. The whole point why like it goes against who he is. Like he knows what his role is, but he doesn't want that fucking role. He wants to be free. He wants to explore the world.
He doesn't care about Wano.
Now he does, but you're seeing him care about Wano. This is what I'm trying to say.
I think
he thought like it was whatever. Wano be Wano.
It's a pride thing. Like he doesn't want Orochi like screwing up the seat of
he's supposed to have. Yeah, he's seeing people get hurt. He's seeing this thing turn to factories. He's seeing the pollution. He's seeing the way it's going.
I think he cares that like Orochi tried to kill his kids.
No, I think it's more than that. I think
it's more than that too.
I agree. Straw. I mean, you can't do like come on. I think he's starting to realize now like what his purpose is, and I think it goes back to his point of knowing what the One Piece is and Wano's purpose in the One Piece. I think his journey with Roger and Whitebeard really changed him as a character.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, he's matured a lot since we last saw him.
Because if this was old Odin, he could have been just like, you want to know what, Orochi? Fucking take Wano. I'm taking my wife. Right. I'm gonna deuce out. But he doesn't do that. Now he's saying, this is what your vision is. I can do way better than this. And, like, yeah, I don't want to be that person. I never wanted to be that person.
Well, I think he says, I know I can do better for this country than you. He's setting a low bar for himself, but sure.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the bar that needs to get set, though.
Right. Anything's better than Orochi, basically.
Orochi's bad. Spandam? Celestial Dragons?
Celestial Dragons. Oh, he's like Celestial Dragon level bad idiot
I don't know. Celestial Dragons
like Saint Charlos kind of deal?
Saint Charlos is bad. He's...
I don't know. I would agree. Okay, and then he goes, wah ha ha ha, but there's a twist.
How much did you love that?
What?
When he said there's a twist.
Yeah, I was like, what? But that statement did not actually contain the Shogun's authority. Kyokyo. And then you see Sukiyaki Kazuki, Odin's father, says, it is good to see you back, Odin. And Odin's like, what, father? How are you alive? Kyo, 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 kyo. The old tag transforms back into herself. We know that like she can transform into
Mr. Two's fruit.
Sukiyaki with Mr. Two's fruit, Bon Clay's fruit. Does that confirm Bon Clay and Wano?
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make a ton of sense, but I think it could. I
really need to make the tin hat. One of these days I gotta make the tin hat.
I think it's gonna happen. And you know what? I'm getting on board your Revolutionary Army theory. I love it.
Breaking them out?
Yeah.
And I told you the Revolutionaries are going to show up in Wano.
But we see Doflamingo in the prison back a while ago, and he's like, oh, did the Celestial Dragons bring someone here to shut me up? Because I know the secrets of the world. Like,
so maybe Dragon wants
secret weapon, so maybe, yeah.
And they can get in and out whenever
There's something there. Something's going to get resolved there. Something's more going to happen. They didn't just put that panel in for no reason.
Well, my tin hat, I need to get a tin fit.
Yeah. We got tin foil in there if you want to fashion one right now on stream.
When we make it, do we make it in the shape of the straw hat, or is it just... Right? It's just a
That's
cone.
so smart. I was imagining like a sailor's hat.
Yeah, I was thinking like really bad. I was thinking about literally just like a dunce hat.
But maybe we literally make it like an orb with like a hole in the center, like celestial dragons. You know, you put it on over like your whole thing.
Everything gets muffled.
Yeah.
But,
you can't hear anything.
I just thought it was cool because with Mr. Two's fruit, he could be the old hag right now. Like I don't. It kind of, you gotta.
Yeah.
But
sorry. I'm trying to charge my phone. I got notes on here.
Mr. Two Fruit allows it that it could technically be this old hag. Do I think it's unlikely? Yes. But
you think Bon Clay's already in one? He's the old hag.
Unlikely, yes. I'm just saying, Mr. Two's fruit.
I don't think so, but I love it. I mean, that would be hysterical.
We just had a whole discussion about tin hats.
Yeah.
Okay, and now you know why I brought up the tin hats.
Yeah. Now I get it. Okay. So then Orochi, what the daimyos and all those fools believed in was a person in disguise with the power of the clone fruit. Me, the old hag says from the back. Great, cool. Good job, Steve. Helpful. This hag, I love that Orochi calls her hag to her face.
I'm thinking it could just be, that's what I'm saying, it could be like a guy or something.
This hag, yes, it was all lies, mwahaha. The entire country believed it and they all arranged for me to take the shogun's throne. In other words, I'm under no obligation to cede control to you. At this point, nobody can possibly know what the real Sukiyaki was thinking. So this is what I'm kind of unclear on at this point.
So am I.
Why is Orochi explaining his entire plan to Odin?
This is the classic antagonist tells protagonist what's going on.
Why? Just because?
What?
Just because?
Because there's about to be a deal. Odin needs to know that he's hopeless right now. He's in no position to win.
Right, fair,
and right
fine.
now there's
That's
kind of points that they don't have an option. So I got, like, if Orochi wanted to, he could probably have Odin go out there, fucking go kill his wife and family. So he's probably saying, like, you want to go that way? I'll put you in the barrier for right now. I'll trap you for all of eternity. So, I mean, this is kind of just like explaining, like, yo, Odin.
So that's one of the things I thought could have redeemed this chapter, but
it's the old hag.
It doesn't make sense.
It's the old hag dancing?
Yeah.
I hated that.
Well, it can't be that.
Because,
anymore.
like, how does Toki and them not realize who it is?
Yeah, for 5 years, it can't
so,
be
like,
that.
That's what I'm saying.
So
when I read the spoilers,
it's not possible.
When I read the spoilers, I was like, if this is the old hag, this is. That's what I'm saying. When I first read the spoilers, I was furious. But then when I saw the way Odin, Odin laid out the chapter, I think he did enough justice to explain.
I'll wait till the end to say it. But I think reading the spoilers really changed your opinion on this chapter by like a lot in a big way.
Well, yeah, I hated it at first.
What?
I think everyone had a knee-jerk reaction to this chapter, and I had one too. Yeah, and then
you read a different version of it, and you were like, oh, so this means this, this means this, this means this. So you didn't hate it because it was explaining some of the questions you had before. Yeah. You were reading it because you had questions about the spoilers. I read it for the first time just like this, so I was like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, and then immediately you were angry, but it all makes sense.
Okay, it doesn't.
Let's all makes sense.
Odin says,
overreaction from the
what did you do to my father? Did he actually die of illness? So then Odin realizes that Orochi actually killed his father.
Well, does this imply that he's still alive?
No, I think he's dead. I mean, they was shown to be dying before Orochi got involved.
I think, but some people are asking this. Some people are saying, like, is there a chance he's still alive? I don't think so, because it says this is the last.
Yes, there's a chance, but very unlikely.
Oda tells you in the montage that this is the last time Odin sees him alive.
Right. Well, that doesn't mean. Well, we know that next chapter Odin's gonna die. So, I mean, Sukiyaki could still be alive, but I don't. I think that's very unlikely.
I think he's dead too.
Highly unlikely.
I think he's dead too. Evil face. Evil face.
Oh, evil face from Orochi. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah. No, it's good. As the crowds looked up at the castle, I just want to make sure I don't have any notes.
How do you type up notes? I struggle with it. I gotta write them down. It needs to be like my brain, just like throwing points out there.
Okay. As the crowds looked up at the castle, cheering the return of the Kazuki clan, poisoned arrows struck here and there as though from nowhere. Lord Odin, ah! 2 people collapsed, spitting up blood. They both fell blind. Eek, doctor, doctor! As the townspeople fled indoors in a state of panic, they witnessed, amid the clouds rolling in, the sight of an enormous dragon floating over the capital. Pretty sick panel.
Sick panel.
Panel's awesome.
Sick panel. And I don't mind the narration. I kind of like this whole setting of the scene.
I don't mind the narration.
I like this.
I don't mind the narration. He grew from wild child to daimyo of Curry, then went to sea and traveled among the world's greatest pirates.
Odin.
And in those 2 panels, you see what looks like a young Shinobu.
It is Shinobu.
I definitely think it's Shinobu.
It's Shinobu. It's 100% Shinobu.
It's Shinobu.
It's Shinobu.
It's Shinobu.
Okay.
He grew from wild child to daimyo of Curry, then went to sea and traveled among the world's greatest pirates, returning many times stronger than when he'd left. Kazuki Odin returned, invincible and triumphant. In him, the people saw a savior who would rescue them from a cruel tyrant.
Don't change next page. See, now I love this page. Absolutely love this page for numerous reasons. It explains the next page within itself. Okay, so right now we have the arrows coming out. 2 people die. Yeah. Okay, Kaido has it. What does that point to? Queen. Instantly.
Right.
Queen the Plague.
Or Batman, I guess. But
no. I'm saying with the poison. That's Queen the Plague. That's
Queen.
One of her concoctions. We've already seen her do something to take out Luffy in the Udon prison. So we know she has the capability.
I think that confirms Queen is here. Yeah.
Queen is here. Well, also there's another wing with like King. Yeah, but then Kaido shows up later. The townspeople fled into a state of panic, sick, kind of thing. Also confirms he had it back then. His fruit. So it's very
Queen.
important. No. Kaido has the dragon.
Yes.
So we get that. And now this is the most important one. Is this is Shinobu seeing it. Now I've always wondered what Shinobu's connection, like why she likes the scabbard so much. I think this goes into it.
Sure.
So this whole time, Oda's setting up who this man is.
Yeah.
Who is Kazuki Odin?
Yeah.
And he's this great man.
Yeah.
This man the viewers watch. The person that we all, not you don't like him anyways. You know what I'm saying? But it's also like,
I don't like him. I don't love him as a character.
He's meant to be this great person. And what do we get next page? What do we get next page?
Next page is a full page spread. Full page. Huge. Odin, ass naked, loincloth over his...
Big loincloth, by the way.
Big loincloth.
Like I said.
The loincloth says chicken wing stick
so
on
funny.
it.
So funny.
And then the narration says, but within just... So I want to get it in order because it's pretty jarring, honestly.
It really is.
Odin returned, invincible and triumphant. In him, the people saw a savior who would rescue them from a cruel tyrant.
Pop.
But within just a few hours, Kazuki Odin was seen stripped to his loincloth outside of Shogun Orochi's palace and dancing like a fool. And he looks like a fool.
He looks like a fool.
Big fool.
Right away, the first instance, you're saying this can't be him. This is the old lady.
You're confused at first, for sure.
That's the whole point. You're like, what? You are the townspeople.
Yeah.
In this place, Oda has put you into the townspeople's thing.
Yeah.
And what you see, what you expected.
I mean, my immediate reaction was that's the old hag.
Yeah, had to be. Yeah. You're just thinking this can't be true. This is not the
He's
Odin
captured and that's the old hag.
This isn't Roger's Odin. This isn't Whitebeard's Odin. This isn't the Odin we've come to love and know as a boss.
Never seen him do anything even remotely close to this ever before.
Ever. And you seen him dancing, and you're like, what's going on?
What's going on?
What is going on? And this is why everyone's so mad. So now I'll go on. So now
and then so
you're just confused right now.
Right after
so I thought Oda did a great job setting up. This is who we think he is.
Yeah.
And this is like.
Well, so here's like my where my problems start. It's like, so yes, this is the Oda we know, and then complete tonal shift.
Amazing.
And now
Amazing
Oda's
drawing
dancing.
transition.
So first is old hag, and then like when you get to the next page, you kind of see that it's building out something bigger.
Well, we go to the next.
And
page.
I think.
Do you want to talk about this thing?
Well, I just think this is the page where it's like you get these 2 pages together, and then you realize like, okay, so the poison arrows have something to do with the Beast Pirates, with Queen, and
this is a double page, isn't it? Right now, I'm sorry, Kill.
And this is Odin. I mean, sure, we can.
No, it's fine. Just go on. I think this is a double page, so like it's there on the right, and then on the left is the whole. Go on. I'm sorry.
Okay, narration continues from. Dancing like a fool, Orochi and Kaido's underlings laughed and laughed. He danced and begged for spare change, and finally walked away. The return of Kazuki Odin, the rightful heir of Wano, had been the country's final hope, in a manner of speaking. But the people's hopes were betrayed, and their great disappointment eventually turned to anger. What's wrong with him? It's the few, and then it's like, this is like a song. It's the foolish lord of Curry, that's Kazuki Odin. His fear of snakes gives him the blues. And then this is actually a sick panel, I think.
Dude, it hurt me. It hurt me. Dude.
Orochi's like dragons, 8-headed dragon coming in.
Kaido.
And one of them's Kaido and Orochi's dragon, and they're like, and oh my god, Odin is straight up on his back, fetal position, ass naked, like laughing.
That one hurt. That one hurt more so than the dancing when I saw.
Looking bad.
Looking real bad. So this is just me hoping more than anything else. I'm hoping that's just like what the people thought happened with the dancing.
Well, it's it's going with the song that they made about him.
So like people like that's the way they see him. I'm hoping that's the case, because that's a big one. That's a big L.
So I think so it's like the song is.
When I saw that one hurt. I wanted to send that to you so fast.
It looks like a little baby. But I will say that Orochi's dragon looks very cool.
Well, we've already seen it.
I know. I really like it a lot. I like that each head of the dragons is different, and it looks like they each have like different personalities.
Sick. No,
which would
I'm
be really
very
cool.
excited. People think Orochi's gonna be a bum because we see him always flinch, but I think
big time gonna be a bum.
I think he's gonna be pretty good.
Well, I think that's Usopp's fight.
No. The one that makes the most sense.
They're both lying tricksters. They're both cowards. I think it makes sense. Yeah.
No, but Usopp set up perfectly for the numbers.
He is set up good.
And Tamo with just shooting.
Just shooting Thomas.
Also, he's very close with giants. We've seen him take over at Enies Lobby. I can definitely see Usopp being that. The other one that makes the most sense, but it goes against my King Zoro thing, is Zoro fighting him, because he has a big time gripe.
Zoro fighting Orochi.
More like just one shot and killing him.
Well, I could actually see maybe Usopp taking out the numbers who are guarding Orochi, and then like Komurasaki and Momo take out.
I would love
Komurasaki or Hiyori and Momo take out.
The way she slapped him is still one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But also you have Zoro and the 9 heads, so he creates 9 swords to kind of match it up perfectly.
That sucks.
And we haven't seen it in a while.
That was if Zoro's fight is Orochi.
But no, I don't think it's gonna be a fight. I think it's gonna be like a one shot.
Well, all of his fights are one shots.
But like like not even like close. Like remember him versus Monet? Like thinking something very similar.
No, I don't remember. Okay, so unbelievable. You've never met a Zoro fanboy like me.
So that's what I'm saying. So this is a great. People were like so mad because they have a vision of Odin. So then you're asking.
That's not why I'm mad.
Why is Odin dancing? Well, you never liked Odin though.
Yeah.
I liked Odin from the beginning.
But his one redeeming quality is his strength. Like that's cool. How strong.
So that's what I'm saying. But you're seeing him sacrifice that. You've never seen him.
He's
like
giving
this.
up, yeah, and I'm wondering
why.
He's
not giving up.
Well, he's surrendering to the Beast Pirates.
He is fighting right now.
Orochi.
He is fighting right now.
But allowing Orochi to be king for 5 years, to keep the slavery,
to
kill all these people with no
punishment.
Keep going. With no punishment, and accepting a deal that he made.
You don't know what
is him giving it
to
the Beast Pirates.
Okay, dude, Nami has done the same thing.
But it's different.
No, Nami's done the same thing.
Because
Zoro did the same thing too when he waited for a month, okay, and he trusted Helmut. But why did he trust him? Because he thought if I could just get through this, no one needs to die. That's the whole thing. If I could just get through this. Robin, the whole time, I'm furious at Robin. Why is Robin not fighting back? Why is Robin not coming to Straw Hats? Why is she not asking for Luffy's help? The whole time you're asking this, you're getting mad at Robin. Usopp gets on the train with her. Come with us. We can save you. No. Then you find out. What do you find out later? Her whole fucking place.
She's saving the Straw Hats.
She's saving the Straw Hats. Odin is saving people.
Right. So with the Nami thing, Nami did it because she saw Arlong, who she knew was a bad guy, but who was very greedy, was all about money. She thought the money would be able to let her have her town back. Makes sense. Zoro, he saw this guy for 30 seconds, and he gave him a challenge, and he was like, yeah, he likes a challenge, so he was like down to do it. So he took it, and he was like a pride. It was like a man thing, a pride thing. Robin. So he took it. Robin was doing it to save the Straw Hats. She didn't want any of them to get hurt, so she did this to save the Straw Hats.
They couldn't fight.
Okay, what's different here is that, and she knows like the full power of the Marines, and she was like, I'll die for the sake of the Straw Hats. Okay,
Odin
so what's different here?
Power of the Kaido and the poison arrows that you clearly see.
That's what's different, is that Odin knows how big of a scumbag Orochi is. He knows that he's killed people, that he's doing all these things, that he's forcing people into slavery, and instead of fighting, because he knows that he's like this big scumbag, and he's like, he just found out he's like lied his way to the throne and like tricked everyone, and he's gonna take a deal from someone who's a liar and a thief and a murderer and a trickster.
Who else? Who else have we seen this?
So why does he think that Orochi would ever stick up for that deal after knowing all of these things about him? Nami doesn't know that much about Arlong. Zoro doesn't know that much about Helmeppo.
Who else do we know that made a deal that makes no sense with an obvious trickster that have murdered and killed people?
Sanji?
No. Sanji did too.
Robin?
Kuma. Hates the Celestial Dragons.
Right, but we don't know the full extent
We don't know the full story here. This is my whole
but
point I'm trying to make. We don't know the full story. For our guy Odin,
but we do know a lot more than we know about Kuma. We know a lot more than we know about Kuma.
Kuma was an executive for the Revolutionary Army.
Right.
So he hates the government.
Right.
Okay. We know he is.
But we don't know anything about Vegapunk.
We know he is super strength.
We don't know anything about Vegapunk. Okay. We know that Vegapunk was doing it to Kuma.
Kuma eventually becomes a slave to the celestial dragons.
Right.
Literally in Mary Joy, one of the most pathetic panels, almost as bad as this. Okay, yeah. We know all these things, and you know Kuma knows celestial dragons are bad.
Yeah.
You know he knows all these things.
Yeah.
Yet why is he doing it? It's to save somebody. I think
we don't know enough.
Bonnie. We don't know enough. That's what we don't know enough.
But here we know a lot.
We don't know.
We know a lot.
We don't. We know that Queen has him hostage with poison arrows. We know that much.
Yes.
We know Orochi's
Queen's
bad.
Poison arrows, something going on with that.
We know also Odin. The whole thing is, what is the deal? What is the redeeming thing? Does it have anything to do with why Wano's closed off? Because people are saying like it's an isolated country. It's an isolated country to keep the Marines out. This is a thing. Does Kazuki Odin? I mean, does Odin figure out why it's closed off?
But you think we might not ever see the deal?
I think you may get Shinobu telling the Scabbards, first page, next chapter.
That's what I kind of think. Or not next chapter.
This goes on my
because they're gonna fight. I'm like, the chapter in the present day.
I think it's gonna go right from here to them explaining what's going on with Odin.
But they all don't know. I don't.
And then that's gonna explain why they're going to their plan to go fight Kaido. I think there's like 2.
See, that's my other thing. Like this guy better have a plan. We'll get there when we get there.
We get there when we get there. So, but I'm just saying we've seen characters in One Piece before that have
not like this. Not
well, it's
like
also
this.
The problem is this is why I like.
Also, Nami's weak. Like that's another reason she takes the deal.
Zoro's too.
Robin is weakless.
Robin's not weak. Robin's not.
She's not weak, but she's
not weak. You're
put in a situation where she is completely weak.
You're telling me Robin can't run away, slip the straw hats, and notes, and yo guys, run, we're in trouble.
Probably not. Why would she do that? She thinks that the Marines are just going to go after them to the ends of the earth, and she doesn't want that.
They're going to go to the ends of the earth anyways. And then
now they are because we know what happens.
Fandom breaks the deal in 3 seconds.
Yeah,
3 seconds when they get she got tricked. I'm saying people are saying like I can't believe he's trusting these people. We've seen this.
But she got tricked because she saw the true horrors of a Buster Call, and they knew that, and they were using the Buster Call against her.
He saw the true horrors with the poison arrows.
Yeah,
he already knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, he's just letting him get away with these murders. Well, let's keep going.
With those murders, how do you know he's not saving people with these?
Well, I'll tell you why I know that, but we'll get to that later.
You don't know anything.
Well, I'll tell you why. So there's a song, like it's the foolish Lord of Curry, that's Kazuki Odin. His fear of snakes gives him the blues, and if you laugh, you lose. Hoo hoo. So I think this is like
it's a funny song too.
It's a funny song. I think this is Oda like slipping in this song to show us like the opposite of what what he's trying to portray. That it's the foolish Lord of Curry, that's Kazuki Odin, like he's being smart right now by like taking a deal rather than fighting a losing battle.
Yeah.
His fear of snakes gives him the blues. He's probably not scared of Orochi and Kaido at all. He's doing this for some other reason. And if you laugh, you lose, hoo hoo. And he's laughing and dancing like an idiot, saying that he lost to Orochi and Kaido, but his deal that he made was actually like a strengthening thing.
Too hard.
You think I'm looking too into it? Well, I don't believe any of those things. I just think that's what Oda's trying to portray.
I think you start seeing it with the anime. People like musical scenes. And I think there's just like a way to incorporate with the anime. It's gonna be like a nice transition where they're
People do like the musical scenes.
Yeah, they do like it. You see a big ramp up into like the new world. It almost becomes a thing, and then it's big time in Whole Cake Island.
Big time.
But I think, and you see it with Bing Saki. I mean, when it's done well,
Bing Saki's awesome.
One of my favorite things about the anime as opposed to the manga is the introduction to music. What's up, Anna?
Okay.
You want to sit in? You want to talk?
You don't want to be a part of it? Say?
What is your life?
What?
One Piece.
A life?
A life?
Oh, you were just talking.
Yeah.
We're just talking.
All right.
You
so.
two talking?
Yeah. Well, eventually we're hoping to get fans.
Oh, and you record it.
We record it, then we post it. Eventually we're gonna try to go live, so then we can communicate with people, and then they can send us beer money.
Yeah.
Beer money.
Or I can't say it. I'm like all mic'd up. Like, what's the scene in movies when they cover the like we can still hear you.
I have no idea.
Yo, people do that all the time in reality. They go like this. They'll cover like.
Doesn't.
They're like, yo, let me tell that one. And the sound guy's like, yo, we can still hear you, bro. Like you're on mic.
Like your hand's not doing anything.
You cover it.
It's not how sound waves work.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so narration continues. Hopefully Tyler cut that out in the editing room.
Nice. That's what we were thinking. Well, we were.
No, the background's good.
The background's fine. We got
one of the best sagas.
We're hoping to get sponsored by Cheerios.
Yeah, Cheerios. They can sponsor us.
You want to draw us something? Get us something going.
Yeah, draw something.
Yeah, but we like the idea of people coming in and out the door.
You don't want to be a part of it, please.
That's staying in.
The whole thing's staying in.
No, I hope you cut that
We're going
out.
to dinner later, right? I'm still invited? All right.
Coming back.
Am I invited or am I still not invited?
Yo, bring me drinks.
Stay invited.
All right, so hopefully Tyler has cut all of that out.
None of that's getting cutted. I don't cut a lot unless it's like showing me do illegal activities.
We don't do anything illegal.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Yeah.
I don't do anything illegal. Okay, so the narration continues. Odin appeared in the capital once a week. Here he is again. To caper about in front of the castle for scraps, whether rainy or windy or snowy. Please, Lord Odin. And then it's showing him with his scabbards. He says, I dance in the buff every week and receive money. That's my job. And they go, please, tell us the truth. Like, they don't know why he's doing it. What did you speak about with Orochi? Why would you do this? Even the people of Curry, who believed in you the longest, have grown sick of this. Tales of his antics in the capital reached Curry too. It's the fool of a lord. Whatever you do, don't turn out like him. He's pathetic. A real samurai would rather commit seppuku than be Orochi's lapdog.
The one thing I want to say about that page, can we go back, is I think it's important showing that the scabbards don't know what's going on here right now. So this is still the first year, and even the scabbards are still like kind of confused.
I don't think the scabbards ever know.
I think Shinobu tells them.
It's actually confirmed in this chapter that the scabbards don't know. I'll tell you why when we get there.
Okay. They definitely know. All right, go on. Oh, so is that what you're talking about? This thing kind of shoots down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After a year of this, which was 24 years before today, Odin received a newspaper from abroad, courtesy of Shogun Orochi. Okay, I don't understand this at all. Why is Orochi giving?
Trying to break his will.
You think this is going to break his will? It's probably something that he would like to read.
Well, like I said, I think there's something with the deal about the One Piece and about Joy Boy and about all these things. So when he sees him, he's probably telling him about Roger. He's like, yo, bro, your captain just died. Like, you're not going to have any help coming. Like, none of this shit's going to happen.
Yeah, it's another big point of mine, but...
Well, that's just... Well, you can't bring up that point on this chapter alone because that's been a point going on throughout all the Wano. Why hasn't Whitebeard showed up?
Well, I'll explain it when we get deeper in the chapter.
Okay.
He ran up... So then he got this newspaper. He ran up and down the beach wailing, then laughing, then wailing again.
Yeah.
The world was buzzing over the public execution of the king of the pirates, Gold Roger. So, Rayleigh back in Sabaody, he said that he laughed and cried.
Everyone thought it was smiles right away. I'm like, no, this is clearly the same thing that happened with Rayleigh.
It does, the last panel does give a bit of a smiles vibe.
Yeah, it's like smiles, he's crying. It's the same like thing that Rayleigh went down with. I never cried that as much that I did that day, and I never laughed as much as I did that day. It wouldn't make
sense if he had a smile for it. It wouldn't make any sense.
It makes zero sense, and I'm really... This is the other thing I was confused. Like, I saw this in spoilers. I'm like, do not tell me this boy ate a fucking smile. But it didn't, and it makes sense. I'm saying it has... sense behind it.
And
it has sense.
The public execution of Goldie Roger and the allure of the vast fortune he'd left behind, the One Piece, sent all kinds of people out to sea on a treasure hunt. It was the start of the great age of piracy. And then he said, Odin says, Roger, you wonderful man, what a life. What a life. Ugh.
You tell me he didn't have a good life?
Roger?
Yeah.
Amazing life. He's king of the pirates.
So why are you mocking Odin right now?
No, I was agreeing. I was like putting emphasis on it.
Yeah, okay.
I was like, what a life. No,
okay. Right now, what I got from that tone was Roger would never fucking dance naked in the street.
Well, he wouldn't.
He would.
Okay. And then it says, in the second year since Odin's return. So, boom, we just blasted through that year. Mm-hmm. And then it says a battle broke out in Ringo, the Gecko Pirates versus the Animal Kingdom Pirates. The grave of Ryuma, god of the blade, was ransacked at this time. So we get a panel of Gecko Moria looking skinny, Kaido looking scrawny, and right?
Yeah, no, I think it's a very important panel.
And it's like, why is this panel here? It serves no purpose. It tells us something that we already know. It does not give any more context to the fight. Why Gecko Moria is there, how he got Ryuma, how he got away, how Kaido killed all of his crew. Doesn't show us anything, just shows a panel of them both standing there and tells us things we already know.
Yeah,
absolute
dude,
waste of a
you
panel.
already know
I
what-
thought this flashback might give some context on the Gecko Moria Kaido fight. Obviously, once it started going and the way it was going, I knew immediately it wouldn't because there's too many things that are being covered. But, I mean, having this panel in here is honestly, it makes me mad because it's a waste of a panel. Why even show it at all? This is a worthless panel.
You see so many things you need to see in this panel.
Like what? Just
so many
King,
things.
Just that King's there.
First of all, you see...
Which you already know from the Queen Poison Arrows that King's also probably there.
Well, this confirms it.
Okay, but...
Okay, 2, you see Kaido as scrawnier, which is important. He puts on that Odin's going to wreck this motherfucker. Not a doubt in my fucking mind. Odin right now is stronger than Kaido. We know he's taking L's, but right now in the current
timeline... Well, then why doesn't he get the scabbards and devise a plan and take them down? If he's stronger than Kaido, why doesn't he devise a plan to take him down?
It was a deal,
dude. So you think Odin is that dumb that he thinks Orochi's going to stick up to a deal? He knows that Orochi's a scumbag and not a man of his word. And not loyal and not...
Maybe part of the deal is Orochi says, I'm going to open up the borders because I want to make this a trading nation.
But why would Odin believe him?
The only thing I wanted to do.
That's the thing that doesn't make sense.
Why would Robin trust the government?
Because she has no choice.
He clearly doesn't have a choice, dude.
Because Kaido is stronger. Robin doesn't have a choice because she's not as strong as the world's government.
It's about people getting
but now
out,
Odin doesn't have a choice because the Beast Pirates are stronger than him and he can't do anything about it. If the thing is,
not that they're stronger.
So why doesn't he have a choice?
It's not that they're stronger.
Explain to me why he doesn't have a choice.
It's probably as soon as Kaido or Orochi gets struck down, Queen hits a button, poisoned arrows.
He has 9 scabbards. He was on 2 pirate crews, the 2 pirate crews that are strongest in history. He can't devise a plan to take these guys down.
What?
He can't devise a plan to take these guys down.
Oh, you can't like call out and say, "Yo, guys, I need help."
Or I don't know, do anything.
The moment Kaido sees ships of Whitebeard coming towards the shore, drops the bomb on the people. Everyone fucking dies.
There's no way that he can't devise a plan.
Anybody comes through Wano. It's pretty easy to see when they come through Wano. It comes in a broken ship. You're telling me Kaido's not going to see Whitebeard wash up on the shore?
So you think Odin is completely helpless in this situation to the Beast Pirates?
Why else is he naked? He's fucking naked, bro.
I think he probably...
Why else is he like this?
I think he probably struck a deal with Orochi, and because he's an idiot, thought that he would actually do it.
Like I said, so Zoro's an idiot for striking a deal for a month. That gets broken up on. Nami's an idiot for striking a deal with All Along. That clearly gets broken upon. So Robin's an idiot. So everyone's idiots.
Robin's not an idiot because Robin has no choice.
Luffy already fought them off. Luffy does it fine. So she is an idiot.
She's an idiot because she thinks that Luffy isn't going to just follow her. Yes, that's stupid.
No, that Luffy can't handle the world government, which he does. Okay? And so
she's underestimating Luffy, sure.
You don't think Kuma got betrayed in his deal?
Kuma got betrayed. I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
We see this all the time. Or even Ace. When you see Ace. When Ace first died, I've never been so mad a day in my life. I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you running away when Luffy just saved your life?
Yeah,
like, why are you getting egged on by a Kainu? You're such a fucking idiot. Dude, you ran. I can't believe I spent all this time in Impel Down. I can't believe I spent all this time at Marineford just for Luffy to save you. Just for you to die. It's a great story moment. It's
a great character moment.
And then you go into
and it makes sense.
No. It makes
sense. For
Ace's
Ace's character.
No, it makes sense a few chapters down the road when you see the flashback with Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. When you see Sabo saying, when you see Ace saying, the reason why I stay and fight is I feel like if I don't do that...
Because you saw things about Ace before that made it make sense.
No, he never really said that before.
He was always very pride. You see the fight with Jinbei. You see the fight he wanted to kill Whitebeard at first. You see him doing brash things of confidence. He's going after Blackbeard. Shanks says bring it back.
You see a little bit, and then it gets explained. So now you're starting to see...
And then it gets further explained, sure. But here it doesn't make sense.
Only thing I'm hearing from people saying is, why? Why?
Yeah, well, that's because it doesn't tell why, so we want to know why.
Be patient.
Okay, I know that next chapter it'll tell us why. If it doesn't, it's an absolute disaster in flashback. Next chapter is gonna tell us why. I know that.
The whole flashback's
but I just don't get why Odin can't come up with something in 5 years to figure out these Beast Pirates. He's just totally trapped in this situation, like helpless.
They made a deal, dude. They clearly made a deal. Okay. And I don't know why you're getting mad about seeing Kaido and Moria. It just fills the gap.
It's frustrating.
Dude, if you didn't get this panel, everyone would be complaining. How do we do an entire flashback of Wano and not see one thing? People are mad you're not even seeing Meatball.
I knew because in chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, I was like, okay, we're obviously not going to get any Gecko Moria Kaido. Like, this is not going to happen. The way the flashback's going, the tone, everything, we're not going to get it. So I was fine with that. But instead he throws in a fan service panel for no reason, telling us things we already know. It's just a waste of panel. Just use this panel to talk about the story. Use this panel to talk about the story because this is worthless.
Also tells you Moria coming to Wano. This is just giving you clues.
Yeah, Gecko Moria confirms coming to Wano. Nightmare Luffy's gonna be the one to take down Kaido. Yeah. I've been saying that for a while.
I think it's gonna be a combination of things. Yeah.
I'm not a big. He's gonna post time skip Nightmare Luffy. is going to come in and get it.
Dude.
Big strike on Kaido.
Nightmare Luffy, Gear 4 with the Vance fucking armament.
Ridiculous strike.
Let's fuck with it.
I mean, that might be strongest in the verse.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time we've seen Luffy team up with past villains. Crocodile, of course.
That's true.
You know Moria has a gripe with Kaido.
Yes.
You know it.
Kaido killed every single person in his trip.
And
which
you
we don't
also know that he has gripe with Blackbeard now.
Right, because Blackbeard killed Absalom.
But the other thing I want to say about this, and now everyone's like, oh my god, are we underestimating Moria? That's what I'm hearing nonstop. Are we underestimating Moria?
You're not.
Guys, you're not. You should double underestimate Moria, okay?
Why,
they tell you...
Why do people think that? Because he's not as fat here?
No, because like, oh, he did fight with Kaido. Okay, this is 20 years ago. Kaido broke him. Okay, he's a lazy fuck now.
Yeah.
And then clearly tells you in Marineford with Doflamingo saying, you're not strong enough to be a warlord anymore. Doflamingo just checks him right there.
Yeah.
People are saying
Kuma
like...
literally comes to the island like Straw Hat Luffy just took down Kagura.
And then Moria's like, you don't think I can do it? And they're like, bro.
Kuma's like, well, you know, I'm not gonna like fight you over. I don't care that much, but like I'll be standing up there for when you lose, and I'll come in.
We all know, okay? So this is kind of just showing that he used to be strong, and that Kaido just broke him. Kaido has a tendency to break people, okay? But I mean, I don't know why you get so mad about this little thing. I mean, you gotta show the years progress. You know this happens within the years.
We just zoomed through 2 years.
So what do you what would you have wanted from the Moria Kaido?
I'll tell you what I wanted when we get through it.
When we get fine. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck you want. Okay.
All throughout.
You get what you want. You don't get what you want. It's always complaining. With this guy. Why doesn't Oda tell me things? Like, yeah, what's the One Piece, Oda? Why don't you just tell me the One Piece right now?
I mean, a lot of, like, big moments in Wano have been off-paddle.
He does that.
It's very frustrating.
Oda does that with everything.
He does do that, but
dude.
not
when
like
you first
this.
meet Garp, Garp had a fucking
fights don't get off-paddled like this in any other arc. No other arc do fights get off-paddled like this.
We see some fights.
We don't see any fights.
You see Sanji versus Page 1. You don't see the rest.
We don't see anything.
You see
we
Sanji
don't see
versus Page
anything.
1.
We don't see
You see
anything.
Sanji fight
We don't see Sanji versus Page 1. We don't see Sanji versus Drake.
Sanji-
We don't see Law versus Hawkins. We don't see anything.
You see the outcomes.
That's off-paneling. They off-panel the whole thing. We don't know what happened.
They all got stuck. Law couldn't do it. Same thing with the fucking happened with Odin right now. He couldn't do anything, so he gets captured. Drake swaps out the things, and he cuts them in half. I mean, it's basically what happened.
Okay. All throughout, Odin danced, and all who associated with Curry's foolish lord were painted with the same brush. Conjuro? There is the family of the Laughingstock. Oh, is that a nod to him being a traitor? All who were associated with him now. There was the family of the Laughingstock. Odin's like, do you want a divorce? And Togi's like, is that a joke, or are you trying to make me mad? The vassals. We've been familiar with your naked dancing for years and years, Lord Odin. That's Kawamatsu. It's nothing new to us. And those few to whom he owed a personal debt, Yasui. He might be a fool, but calling him a lord is more than he deserves.
Love that.
Classic Yasu line.
Love that.
And then it's like Odin is like trying to walk into some house or something. Hey, you better stay away from Boss Hyogoro, fool of a lord. And some woman says, stop that. Please stop in and have some tea. Oh, Hyo, Odin is here.
So, all right, let me just, you want to...
So now
this is all in the progression of the thing. So go on.
So now Odin is sitting down at a table with Hyogoro of the Flower.
Oh, so you got to finish. I have a point too. You got to finish the thing before you do your big time point about Hyo the Flower.
I'm not. I'm just seeing if I skipped anything. Okay, no, I didn't.
Yeah, just kind of like, this is all kind of within each other.
So then Hyogoro says, that damned Orochi just won't give up. I'd never work for a man like him. Well, don't put yourself in danger, Hyo. Odin says that. And then this is Hyo's wife, I guess. I was just telling him that your dancing's gotten so much better, Odin. Odin's like, please, ma'am, spare me. That's very funny. Okay,
so this is what I'm saying. And then 3 years pass, the Fool Lord is back again. Bachu, the snow's a bit nippy. 4 years pass, and nothing Wano changed. That's Odin, so obnoxious. In the 5th year, the Shogun has come to Curry. Orochi made his move on Curry. Is Shogun Orochi. Okay, so this is what a lot of people have been complaining about, is the quick acceleration through the years.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Okay, which is the one thing.
So I do want to say something else, though, that you just glazed over, which is extremely important. It says 4 years passed and nothing in Wano changed. That's extremely important.
Nothing in Wano changed.
extremely important.
Orochi did his shit.
Orochi was still king. People were still in slavery. He was still ruling over. Kaido the Beast were still doing their thing. Nothing in Wano changed the 4 years of Odin dancing.
So you're saying this alludes to people are still getting murdered?
I allude to, they're still in slavery.
I don't
there are
think
factors
that
being
I
put up.
I think
that's what it says. Nothing in Wano has changed.
Nothing has changed. Like, the same old shit. Hio's here, Kaido's still in charge, and so is Orochi.
Orochi's still in charge. Kaido, the Beast Pirates are still there. There's still the factories. There's still the slavery. Everything's still happening, and nothing has changed. That's what it's saying.
Okay. I don't think that innocent civilians are getting killed right now.
Well, we don't know if they are or aren't, but we know
that's what I'm
that
saying.
Orochi has killed them in the
nothing
past.
Has changed. He came to Wano. He wanted to change Wano.
We know Orochi has killed.
I think you're looking way too much into that one.
It says nothing in Wano has changed. I'm just reading it at face value.
Yeah. That Orochi and Kaido are still ruling it.
And that there's still slavery. The citizens are still enslaved.
There's just people working the mines.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. But you're saying, like, people are dying.
No, I didn't say that. I said that people are still suffering.
I'm saying from what you've also argued with me before. You're saying people are dying out here.
People have died within these last 5 years.
Yeah.
The poison arrows.
Yeah, and then he went to go fight for that, and then they fucking died. So
okay, and then he was like, I'm going to dance instead.
He doesn't have much of a fucking choice. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's helpless in front of the Beast Pirates.
So this is what I think is important with the 2 years. Because the last time you see the fucking, what's it called? The scabbards, they don't know what's going on. Okay, that's 1 year ago. Now the next year, you see this stuff going down with Kaido and Moria. Then it goes in the next one, and Toki's saying, I'm not going to divorce you. Still staying steady. Mm-hmm. And now we also see this time, Kawamatsu and all of them, they're acting like they're supportive. We've been familiar with it.
I know you're going to say, but there's something later in the chapter. And okay, fine. Say it.
You think so?
Yeah, yes.
I think that obviously Shinobu told them what's going on.
Well, you're going to say I'm looking too much into it when I'm literally reading the words from face value, but on page...
You're skipping forward right now?
Well, to talk to you this point you're about to make, I have to.
Okay, go on. Okay.
So whatever, say what you're going to say.
No, that's it. Let's just see what...
Say what you're going to say, and then I'll do it later.
I'm already saying I think Shinobu tells them, and that's why they're so supportive. Right. That's why Yasui's behind them. You know the Daimos have tried this before, so Orochi's probably using whatever he's holding over Odin's head on the same that he's holding over Yasui. Because why isn't Yasui pissed off? Why isn't Yasui fucking fighting these people back? They already say they've tried to kill them.
So this is what it says.
Force and power will not take them out. Orochi has the whole entire island held hostage. And the people that need to know this need to know this. That's Hio. That's Yasui. That's all the people that need to know. That's his scabbard. That's his wife. And they're so supportive. They're like, come in. The thing that also I don't understand is that when did Odin and Hio become friends? Because Odin started a harem, and then Hio's whole family started a war with him.
Yeah, they lost bad.
And they lost bad because Odin fought him off with his dick.
As a 15-year-old.
As a 15-year-old.
Yeah, destroyed the...
Just literally fucked him up. And still had the harem. Yeah. So, do they bond because they know of the deal going on right now? Like, that is what I'm getting from the chapter.
I don't think so at all. I think he just like respects strength, and he knows Hyogoro is strong and like been in charge of the underground of Wano since he was gone.
Well, then why does he get so mad when Hio dies? When Hio's wife dies?
Because I think he's like boys with them. He respects the family.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So like, this is what I'm saying. The thing that put them together is that they're both sacrificing right now.
But then later on, it says...
I'm saying, go on to your thing. Do you want me
to go on, or do you want me to just keep going with the chapter and I'll get to it eventually?
You want to get there. So
well, yeah, because it's about this point.
That's what I'm saying. Just get there.
So it says... I gotta find it.
Maybe looking for the page before when they're saying we've been waiting for you
to say that. Okay. So this is what it says. It says, whatever, it's talking about this whole thing, and it says, the narrator says, as his family and vassals had largely assumed, the great samurai had been shouldering some terrible burden all alone for 5 long years. So that is saying that they didn't know. They were just assuming that he had a great burden on his shoulders. They don't know anything about the deal. They don't know what's going on. They just know Odin, and they figured something was going on.
No.
That's what it says. It says had assumed.
Had assumed. Well, I mean, they could have assumed before, and then Shinobu confirmed.
No, this is the last page. This is the second to last page in the chapter after the whole 5 years had been
As they assumed.
Okay. So 3 years passed, 4 years passed, and nothing in Wano has changed. In the 5th year, I'm continuing on from where we just left off.
Yeah.
4 years passed, and nothing in Wano has changed. In the 5th year, okay, so boom, we're flying through 5 years.
Well, you
nothing
know this is
in the
what's going
5 years has happened that's like worthy of noting at all. There's not like a single thing in 5 years.
What do you want
I
noted?
just figured.
What do you want noted? What do you want? Side conversations? People throwing food at him?
I just figured. A little food fight action? That'd be cute.
This is clearly going to be turned into an anime montage transition.
I just figured that when Odin returned to Wano, he was there for 5 years, and that this 5 years was supposed to be when Odin came back and he gets the people back on his side and he makes them respect him again after leaving for 6 years and deserting the country. And nope, the first chapter he returns, we learned Toki did all that for him already. Toki did that. And then the 5 years that I thought he was going to be like making people respect him and strengthening himself again, nope, he was just dancing in the capital. And nothing else was going on worth noting. Nothing else was going on worth noting. Like, why don't you tell us like what's going on in the country in the 5 years? Like, what is Orochi up to? What's Kaido up to? We learn nothing. We don't see a single thing in the 5 years. All we see is Odin dancing. And things we already know. That Gecko Moria comes at some point. That Roger dies. We see nothing in the 5 years. We should get something. Oda should show us something. But no, we get nothing. I think that's ridiculous.
You're gonna get it.
I think that is absolutely.
You're gonna get it.
Blitz through 5 years and not show a single thing to me is absolutely ridiculous. Like no context. I'm floored by this montage.
What do you expect in those 5 years? I'm asking you what you expect.
Okay, so this next point that I'm gonna make about this panel, I would have loved if we got something about it.
You're trying to see like just you're trying to see people like hidden with like pickaxes at the mines.
No,
you want to see Queen flexing. We want to see Queen doing wildfire shit.
I mean, yeah, that would be cool.
You want to see Jack bench pressing. I mean, what do you want to see,
he puts up? What's his
What do you want to see?
What's Jack's 4.0?
Dude, it's probably 2 warships put together.
Okay.
Okay. It's just a transitional fucking thing. People are overreacting crazy. He clearly made a deal, and now he's waiting for the deal to be done. It probably was even 5 years. The only thing you have to do is dance naked for 5 years and make up this much fucking money.
Okay.
Okay.
So then it says,
you guys want like all this fucking other shit. What do you want?
Yeah, I want literally something. Like this is ridiculous.
You get something. You get something. You get Hio. You see Yasui. You see his family.
The Hio thing is so. I mean, it's cool because I like Hyogoro.
It's so important.
But it's like
so not important.
No, and I'll tell you, and because next page you'll find out why.
But okay. I'm not upset that Hio's wife. I think it's weird that she gets introduced, but I was never attached to Hio's wife. When I see Hio's wife, I'm like, oh, bro, this dude had a family too.
Sure. I felt for Hyogoro. Yeah, I like Hyogoro.
Some Hio. So
once Hyogoro's the best character in Wano, I think.
Definitely
Wanoian character,
definitely
like, from Wano.
He's like got a Riley vibe to him. Luffy saves him right away. He's super cool. You see him weak.
Teaching Luffy the Dragon
Claw. In the underworld. He knows what's going on. Yeah. And now you see him as this happy-go-lucky guy with his wife, and you're like, I'm not thinking anything about Odin. When I see this, I see straight Hyogoro. Now, I wish...
It's cool. It's nice to see, actually. I like it.
It is nice to see. This guy had a family, bro. This guy had a way of life. He had pride. He's meeting Odin. You gotta think he knows what's going on with Odin right now. You gotta think he knows what's happening.
He had largely assumed. It tells us later on in the chapter.
Orochi already tells you the daimos have tried this.
Yes.
So they're under hostage
But he's not a daimyo.
He's not dying, but he's underworld. But fucking Yasui is, and Yasui's and Yasui calls him out. He's like, he's not upset at him at all. He knows there's something going on. Right. He's like, why no one's been complaining? Why hasn't Yasui done anything these past 20 years? Why hasn't Yasui done anything?
I know, it doesn't make a ton of sense.
But now it's starting to make,
it's
starting to make sense. He has him as on hostage. The people Wano don't know what's going on. They don't know the sacrifice that Odin's doing. And they're going to probably find that out next fucking chapter.
So then Orochi pulls up, the Shogun has come to Curry. Pulls up to Curry. And it says, the narrator actually says, in the 5th year, Orochi made his move on Curry.
Yeah.
And it says, the Shogun has come to Curry. It's Shogun Orochi. Okay, so a couple of things on this. It's like, so I guess maybe this is like, maybe Curry was like untouched up until then. Like, because it says Orochi made his move on Curry.
Well, eventually, I think he's just, in general, he's the flower capital. This was kind of known. This was like
I think he might have just kind of let Curry like go on its own, and maybe that's like something to do with Odin's dancing, like leave Curry alone, and like
that very well could be a part of it
potentially.
Too. Don't touch the family thing, and
now
he's
something like that. Yeah.
Now he's like, let's make my move. I mean, it's kind of cool too in this panel. You see the old man and the old lady.
Yeah, like in the back.
Always on behind his back. You also see Hanzo. Very important because that is a connection to Shinobu.
So
who used to be a part of the Namagashi. Dude, he doesn't. He's not. Oda's not giving us that Shinobi thing without a lot of purpose. It has to mean
it's gonna mean something.
It has to mean a lot. Also shows the whole.
I really think it's gonna mean something in the present day. Because
well, that's what they're doing. I was saying with the anime is very interesting when she says, "I have a sharp fear of objects." sharp objects.
Fear of sharp
So
objects.
I think what's going on right now in this deal has something to do. And also, it's just weird. It says, like, arrows came from nowhere. I'm trying to think, like, do they just have, like, arrows in, like, doors?
They might have just
that, like,
arrows just pointed everywhere, like
everywhere, and,
can't
like,
see
once
them,
they go off, it kind of just, like, does a whole thing, and, like, maybe that's what takes out Hio's. I'm kind of getting ahead of the chapter right now. It's tough doing these because, like, the whole chapter
I
is
know, we have, like,
connected.
thoughts.
You know,
But-
that's why I kind of talked to you, like, do we just, like, go through the chapter?
But if you have no... Oh, no,
and
but
then,
I
like, kind of double back? Or we just go by page?
We'll watch it and see how it is, and if we need to switch it up.
Someone
Listen,
needs to tell us what to do.
viewers out there, yeah. If you have notes, if you think it's better if we speed through the chapter and give all of our notes at the end, if we should do it note by note. Oh, you haven't been keeping track of the time? I think we're like maybe 20 minutes away from that.
Maybe. Wow, yeah, dude. Everyone's texting me about Kobe Bryant. Man, it is crazy.
Sad. It's really messed up.
It really is.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Mostly, can I just say something about Kobe? Was I would always think Shaquille O'Neal was a better basketball player than Kobe Bryant. Get that one on record. Everyone always thinks Kobe carried him. I'm going to say Shaq was that. So
wow, I don't know anything about basketball, but I mean, Kobe is a talent that I have not seen much of.
So, like, I've always loved Kobe. I always kind of hated Kobe because the love he got, where people think he's better than LeBron, or like people think he's better than Michael Jordan. But I've always loved his competitive spirit. I thought he did Shaq dirty.
Some of the best one of the best defensive players.
Shaquille
in the
O'Neal?
league. No,
Or
Kobe.
Kobe. No.
That's what people say.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't really know
he was
basketball
good.
at all.
Dude, I love his determination. I love that he went off on his own. He won the title. I love one of his last games. He dropped 60. He dropped 81 points. But I wasn't a big of a fan for, like, all the fan fiction he got and how people thought he was better than LeBron. When he retired, the things he was doing in the community, his Twitter posts, the videos I saw with his daughter, I was like, wow, this guy's actually really funny. He's giving people props. He got into entrepreneurial stuff. Like, he really started taking on that road like Jeter's taking on. And it's just a shame you can't see the way his life's going to turn out. I thought he was going to be a very positive light on the community. His banner with some of the players he had was unprecedented. It was amazing. I really feel bad for his wife and kids. It's really a sad day.
Yeah, I feel really bad. I think
It
all
really
the
is
Shaq
a sad-
comments were completely unnecessary.
Well, I'm just going to give people a basis of, like...
I think it's really messed up. Some real life stuff.
I'm saying, like, I wasn't the biggest Kobe fan at first.
Yeah, I'm not even like really like a basketball fan.
But this
But he turned you around.
Oh, big time. The way the stuff he did off the field really turned me around.
Yeah.
I love his game. Yo, you watch some of his highlight reels? I mean, also, dude, the other thing that gets me... Let me say one thing about Kobe. I'm sorry to bring up bad things about Kobe, but, like, people always be, like, kind of forget about his whole rape allegation things he had that made him change his number.
Yeah, dude, the guy just died. Why?
Well, I'm just saying, like,
this?
8 to 24. I'm saying, like, sometimes I had a problem with Kobe, but I think he came out to be a really good guy. But, like, the people... Dude, they hang 2 of his jerseys in the rafters at the Staples Center. And, like, oh, he's been great on both
24.
numbers. Yeah, but, like, not going to tell the story why he changed his number. I mean, I always thought that was...
That's where you're right.
Yeah, he was like
but
a bad...
This does not need to be
he
said
was like
today.
a bad
Kobe's
fast food restaurant.
Extremely sad.
It's like Carl Jr.'s becoming a Hardee's. You know, they get a little bad PR.
I feel bad for him. I
Number.
feel horrible for his family.
I'm glad they weren't on. It doesn't seem like his family was on board with them.
There was 3 other people on board supposedly.
And then the pilot.
So
5 people dead.
I don't know who the other people were, but it's very sad. It's very rest in peace, Kobe. It's
Kobe,
terrible.
Black Mamba, 41.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
To lighter stuff, the chapter,
Yeah,
the
Odin.
fictional story. In the 5th year, the Shogun has come to curry its Shogun Orochi. So what I was going to say is, talking to your point about what did I want to see in the 5 years, like what and I like blah, 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 like what do I want from Oda? Okay, so in this panel, we see the the ninja group, the Ami Wanbanshu, or whatever, something like that. We see them,
You see
right?
a few of them. I don't know.
You see a few of them.
Is that my dude?
And you see Fukuro Kuju.
That's my dude, right?
See Fukuro Kuju, who we know used to be a retainer of Sukiyaki Kazuki. He used to be with the Kazuki clan.
I think they
and then
followed
he switched to Orochi's.
I think they
and I was
followed
always
the
wondering,
Shogun.
like, why? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? I thought in this flashback, when he returned to Wano, we would get something about that.
Yeah.
But no. We go through 5 years, don't see a single thing, get no context on that, get no context on why Kaido and Orochi are together, get no context on anything, on the Moria Kaido fight. We get no context on any of this. In the 5 years, we just speed through. I would have, but give me, like, this is worthless. Going through 5 years not showing anything, it's stupid. Like, you could have shown stuff. You could have given context to parts of Wano. So I would have loved to see context on Fukuro Kuju.
Well, I think
but we don't
Fukuro
get
is
it.
kind
It's
of
fine.
straightforward.
Maybe next chapter.
He follows the Shogun. Yeah, it's clearly he's not going to get
We're not getting any context.
I mean, it might come later when he's guarding the Wano shit right now. A lot of things that Oda's doing right now is he's setting up. He's like,
which is
he's
so annoying. Like, is everything do you have to hide for a later purpose?
He's always
he has done this in most arcs.
So.
He has done this in most arcs, but not as much. And I think probably it's because there's so many characters in Wano and so many different plot lines going on. But it's a bit much. Show us something. I mean, you don't have to off-panel and hide everything for a later point. Like,
but he's been doing that since day one, dude. It's called the One Piece, and we have no.
He does it here and there, but he doesn't do it as much as this, like at all ever.
I thought Fukuoki's pretty straightforward. I didn't think he needed a lot of explanation on him. The guy basically just the ninjas for the Shogun.
Well, I would have liked to hear him say that.
So once Orochi becomes Shogun, he kind of just followed him in on that, and then I think Shinobu was also part of it, but she was spying, and she's like, oh shit. That's what's going down, and this explains why she's in the whole thing.
Yeah, I hit my thing before. I'm scared I messed something up. You think my sound's still good?
For the audience, it's probably better if they can't hear you.
Yeah, it'll come through yours.
Yeah,
I'm screaming.
It probably will. But
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good panel. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think, like I said,
aesthetically, it looks good.
It looks good. You get Hanzo. I think it's very important. He's going to be an interesting character, that guy, actually.
The big ninja guy?
Yeah, he's like Shinobu and whatever. You know he's going to be like a good guy. I mean, now you know Fukunomi, or however you say his name. He's with
Hikarokujo.
Protecting Wano right now, or the flower capital with Kirishiro. So, you know, maybe he's doing shit in the shade too, bro.
Well, give us something. Give me something.
Be patient.
I am not. No, patient. Everything is off. It's like these chapters are worthless because everything's being hidden for a later point.
A pointless
Maybe I'll just take a month off and then find out all the stuff I want to a month later.
This is not a pointless chapter.
This is a pointless chapter.
It's bad.
It's not pointless. I mean, it has a point, but it's
not pointless.
I don't like the point.
It's not pointless at all.
Next page. This is Orochi talking. I would like to build a number of new weapons factories here, and I want your help, Odin. But Shogun, someone says from behind. It's like, and then Odin says, "What of the ships? You know, with Kaido, alluding to something with ships and Kaido,
alluding to the deal,
yes,
alluding
to
the
deal that something's going on with ships and with Kaido." So, and then Orochi says, "What do you mean?" And then Odin's pissed. Yeah. Okay, so how I take this?
Well, he's been dancing naked for 5 fucking years.
So that's what I take from this. That Odin thought for 5 years he was dancing to do some deal that has to do with ships and Kaido. And then when Orochi is like, I don't care about that deal, Odin is like, what? Orochi doesn't care about a deal that I did? I've been dancing for 5 years for nothing? Like, dude, you didn't think that was maybe a possibility?
You don't know what's in the deal, bro.
I don't know what's in the deal, you're right. But if what's going on here is that he's angry that Orochi's giving up on the deal of the last 5 years, like, dude, you should have probably had an inkling of a doubt about the deal. You know all these things about Orochi. You should probably have been able to figure that there might be a chance Orochi might not hold up his end of the deal.
Robin gets the same exact face reaction when Spandam does the whole thing.
It's
just a surprised look thing, dude. You don't know. For all you know, Orochi could have been like, yo, I'm gonna be frank with you, Odin.
I fucking hate Wano, bro. I wouldn't want to get at it too. I just want to open up these borders. Kaido's got me held hostage. We just need the ships. He just wants this, and that. And then once that goes on, me and you can flee. This thing goes back to this. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I got bigger goals. All these other things.
So I think alluding to the point that we made earlier, it's interesting with the ship that goes from Wano to the East Blue.
So
maybe there's some connection.
Other thing that was cool too, especially this is why we always gotta wait for the Viz translations before everyone joins. Even though there wasn't that much discrepancies between the things.
There's a few.
The biggest one was before it was just the boat.
Yeah.
It was the
What about the boat? What about Kaido?
So a lot of people were theorizing Pluton, Uranus, some kind of ancient, one of these little things, But this points to ships. But so what's the ships? Is it to get kids out? Is it to
So I think it's
get
because
Sea Stone out? Does Kaido just want a navy? Like he's always wanted? Because we got ships another time when Orochi asked. The whole point of making a deal with CP0 before was for the ships. So what's up with Kaido and ships? This guy's just afraid of swimming all the time. He just always needs ships. Where are they going?
Yeah, I think...
and this can also go back to the devil fruits that were introduced in the beginning of the chapter.
Yeah, I think maybe it might be something where he's just well, no, because I think Wano is important. And I think the Joy Boy thing that we were talking about before is interesting. So maybe he needs the ships so that he can try to, guard the entrance for when Joy Boy comes and help him get into Wano to find what he needs. I think there might be some Joy Boy connection with the ship.
It has to be something with this deal, at least I hope so, has to be something connected to the One Piece. It has to be something that Odin realized
That would be
when he
a big
saw the
redeeming
thing,
factor of the deal.
would be a big, it needs, because Kaido wants information from Odin. And that's a part of the reason why he wants the vassals so bad.
Yeah.
So you assume Kaido knows this guy's been hanging around with Roger. He saw the thing. He knows how to read the poneglyphs. Like, what's Kaido's connection? There's a lot of things that we need to know, and a lot of things the audiences and a lot of readers are complaining about are the whys.
Yeah.
And like I keep saying, I want to be like Aaron Rodgers after that big time loss they had when he gets up on the podium. He's like, guys, relax. Everybody needs to relax, okay? Things will be explained. There is reason. People are Oda doesn't know how to write. He just doesn't know how to do this. He doesn't know how to do that. That's just a ridiculous connotation.
I just don't like this chapter. That does not mean that that does not mean that I think Oda is a bad writer. I think he's an amazing writer, and he's crafted such an insanely complex, intricate series. It's a very, very impressive. I just don't like the chapter. I'm not Oda. I still believe in Oda on the macro scale for the whole series. I think he's gonna do good things.
But this one brings me to my whole thing. So I understand because before this challenge, this challenge just started last one. So we've been having these arguments for months. Okay, so I know Matt's or Southbird's biggest complaints. Biggest complaints with Wano, and his biggest problem are these off panels. So him not liking this chapter.
I don't think I've called you hardboiled once.
Yeah, as you shouldn't, though. As you shouldn't. But
the off panels make sense.
The off panels. So I know you've been upset about this from day one, and this flashback just doubles down on that style.
Big time.
Just double down. So when you see a chapter like this, this is what I've been fearing from Wano.
Yeah.
The thing that doesn't make sense for me is some people that have been liking Wano and have been liking this flashback.
Yeah.
See this chapter and they don't know what happened. I'm like, this is what's been going on.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Wano. I've been liking where Wano's going. I like the potential it's going.
Right.
Yeah, the pace has been fast. Yeah, they've been skipping over things. I'm hoping we're getting some reason for it later. This has been kind of on par, and the reason why I like this chapter was because one of my biggest complaints was there really hasn't been a big growth from Odin, and I think this is where you see it. This is when you finally see Odin becoming the man he needs to be.
Yeah, I think it comes out of nowhere, and we get no context. Maybe we'll get more with the deal, but
you get the whole thing when Oda says this is the man, the triumphant, comes back stronger. Just say with Whitebeard, you see this great man, and that
then he just takes this deal for
it's just in your face.
And someone who cares a lot about pride.
So that's what I'm saying. But you hear it with Mihawk. I gotta save somewhere. I gotta save.
What? You hear what with Mihawk?
When Mihawk talks about Zoro. Wait, where is it? Such a clumsy fool.
Pull that up real fast.
You think I'm not gonna come prep? Such a clumsy fool. When a man of your caliber abandons his pride, it is always for the sake of another.
So when Zoro bows down to Mihawk
and
asks him to train
such
him.
a clumsy fool. This thing's called a fool's lord.
The fool of a lord.
Okay. But I definitely think one of the redeeming factors is I think just the people being held hostage to poisoned arrows from Queen is kind of weak. I think it needs to be something related to the One Piece. It needs to be something. Everyone also talking about they're isolated. Why are they isolated? Dude, they're isolated to keep the Marines out.
It's just 5 years. You couldn't send one of the scabbards to find Izo or to get Whitebeard or something.
He wanted to put it on his shoulders.
But that is
dumb.
Wants
to put on. Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
This week bring back another thing I want to bring out. When Nami thought no one knew. When Nami thought she was doing this all for the people, and the people ridiculed her, they did all those things, or even Usopp. When Usopp was running around, everyone knows they all kind of enjoyed it. They're all in on it. The town was in on it.
Yeah.
Great
reveal. Amazing
believe these guys all knew about it, but they didn't want to ruin it because Odin was putting things on his shoulder. Part of the deal was, don't let these people know. Don't let them know.
If in 4 years passed and nothing in Wano has changed, don't you think you should do something? And if you're making this deal with Orochi, who you know to be a scumbag, you know to be a liar, don't you think you should have some sort of backup plan? Do something, figure something out?
You want to know the backup plan? Go fucking 3 chapters in. This is the backup plan.
Here's my big problem with this.
This is my backup.
This is my big problem with this.
This is my complaint a little bit too. We'll get it. We'll get there when we get there. Okay. There's a couple things I want to unpack on this. So we're talking about the ships, which is important. We really went on a tangent. But this is what I'm saying though, dude.
We're such a nightmare. But this chapter is going to be especially long for us discussion-wise because
this is one of the most controversial.
This is probably the most controversial chapter I've ever read.
So a really good friend of ours who we got hooked onto One Piece, he's very close to completely catching up.
Sprinting through the series.
And we were really hoping that he would finish it today, so then we have a person who it really would be something special for this channel.
It would be.
That you've always had this person. Now he's very fresh. He binge watched everything. He went through all of Wano.
Read the whole series in like three months, 4 months.
Shorter than
like
that. Once he got the viz, it was over.
Yeah, he got viz down and he just ran through.
Very interesting. Maybe we get him to call in
next week. Next week we'll get him.
I mean, right now it's kind of tough.
It'd be great, but I really am more so interested to hear what he thinks, having just binged the series after reading all the others.
Because one of the Arabic complaints, where I think sometimes you get more mad when you should, is because this is the first time we're going week by week.
Yeah, it's possible.
And when you're just like, dude, I can't believe I can't. When before it was always like,
it's like, okay, that wasn't as good of an episode, but next episode is right here. It's fine.
If I read the next one, I'd be like, oh, now it makes sense. I'm reading it. Okay, he did this, and that. Here, wait, let me make sure. But it'd be sick. It would have been nice if we had Austin call in for this very controversial chapter.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'll give his thoughts.
We get 60 minutes, so.
I'm sure he'll give his thoughts.
So we've been going for like 80 minutes.
That's great.
But yeah, dude, the Mihawk thing. So I think the town's in on it. Okay. I think the people know. I think it's a very similar case with Nami, where the people know and they're kind of just doing it to make her feel happy. Because they think there's a big burden on the shoulders.
Well, he's like asking, like the Skypeia are asking him, like, why are you doing this?
That's what's in the beginning. Then the thing happens, and then Shinobu tells him.
Maybe.
And then after that, she's like, I didn't want to tell you guys because
it's weird that it says they largely assumed after 5 years if they knew.
I don't think
they knew.
I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying. I think they have some inclusion.
But they probably know.
But the same thing. She could have been like, hey, there's something going on. I can't tell you anything. Orochi has spies all over. Mouthman. Oroshi's got ears all over the place, right?
That'd actually be pretty funny.
Ears, yeah.
He got ears all over the place.
That would be amazing.
So I can't tell you what's going on, but let me tell you something. He's doing these things. It's also weird that you have Hio, you have Yasui, you have all these people, dude, on his side. It's kind of funny. Yeah, we need to get that.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Dude. So like,
Wano will be a weapon producer. Oh.
I think they need this ship so that because Odin, when he clashes with Kaido, the haki is gonna be so crazy he might destroy the entire country. So they need to sail away for Odin to fight Kaido.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be sick. I don't think that's true.
It might be they.
So I see this.
What other ship? Maybe they need the ships to transport the sea stone away. You know, there's something. There's something there. But,
so here we go.
Yeah. Wano will be.
Orochi says Wano will be a weapons producer. Oh, and as for Hyogoro, he's beyond my means to control. So I gave him to Kaido. He'll probably be dead before long. And Odin's like, what? Orochi says his old woman clung to him and wouldn't let go, so they shot her dead. You'd figure a mobster's wife would have more self-control. Mwahahaha. Yeah, so this to me is the funniest part of the chapter.
She gets introduced.
They introduce Hyogoro's wife. Two pages later, dead.
The pace hurts.
Dead.
I haven't gone back and looked.
What?
I was hoping maybe she was there when we first meet Odin, you know? So you kind of see, but it still doesn't really flesh her out. Yeah. Like I said, when I first saw her, I never felt bad for her. I always just felt bad for Hio.
Yeah, it does make me feel bad for Hyogoro, because I like
You think more of him as like, you just think him as an underlord. You're like, yeah, this guy had a fucking family. And then what goes on? Obviously, there's nothing I want to say about this panel. 10 hat time.
Do you want me to keep going, or do you want
no,
panel?
It's this one. Like
okay,
this.
Okay.
Like,
so
I guess these are pages, and I call the
narrator says, the man who controlled the underworld from the flower capital, Hyogoro the Flower, was taken prisoner when his followers fought back. A total of 16 died, plus Hyogoro's wife. And it says, give our boss back.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you see a shadowy figure. Yeah. Kind of sitting there, right? Yeah. Any chance that's Kirishira?
It would make sense. He is the new underlord boss.
He's the new Yakuza.
You know, he's kind of has his hair kind of back a little bit.
This looks like the guy who's saying, give our boss back.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's Kirishira. Oh. There's one survivor. He kind of has similar hair right now. You know, I'm not saying it's a thing. I'm just saying people have always asked. He has like the kind of the back thing back. But I just think there's interest. There's one survivor in here, and it's a silhouette, and everyone else is dead.
Oh, so it's Greenville.
Dude, the other cool thing about this chapter is a lot of Denjiro talk can get talking about now.
Yeah, we'll get there. So what I think about this is that's a stretch for Kyoshiro.
I said tenfold time, but I'm just saying.
I like it.
If Kyoshiro is not Denjiro, where does he come from? And this kind of explains, okay, when Hio got
where does
fucking
he come
wiped
from
out,
now?
where does he come from?
Maybe we
Like,
could have
this
seen
is-
something about that. Nah, it's being said that's gotta be a big reveal when he's revealed to be Denjiro, which is gonna
Yeah, I mean,
suck.
dude, all signs point to Denjiro.
Yeah,
And
all
I've been
signs
very,
point
we'll
to
get
it.
back into it. I
We'll
told
get
you
there.
guys my take last time, but we'll wait for the pound.
Oh God, okay. As his family and vassals had largely assumed,
Is that how it starts?
Yeah, as his family and
largely
vassals had
assumed.
largely
The
assumed,
great samurai
the
had
great
been-
samurai had been shouldering some terrible burden all alone for 5 long years, and this was the last straw of his perseverance. Great big tears spilled from his eyes as the emotions he'd held back came flooding out all at once. So he's like dancing for 5 years, and then 16 people die, and he's surprised.
Saying,
like,
dude.
why is he surprised?
You think this is easy for my boy?
Why is he surprised?
You think this is easy? You think what he wants is easy?
Like, why is he deciding to fight now? Does he have a so the time has come to strike down Kaido? That's what Odin says. Is he like, does he have a plan? Has he been planning something, or it's just like Orochi broke
Well,
the
the
deal
plan
and now he'll
was the
fight?
deal.
Like, he should have known that Orochi wasn't going to stick to the deal. But
How
like,
do you
anyways,
know?
like,
How do you know
in
that?
the meantime, was he planning something, or he was just didn't care at all?
He clearly has a fucking plan.
I don't think he has a plan because it seems like he's just going to go to his. Okay, well, we'll still talk about it.
Okay.
The time has come to strike down Kaido. That's what we've been waiting to hear you say for all these years.
Flooding
It's the scabbards.
But dude, this is a big time moment.
Okay, hey, come on, bro. This bro is dancing in the streets for 5 fucking years, and now he finally breaks down.
Yeah, so that's what we've been waiting for. You see that scabbards are pumped.
Damn right, they're fucking pumped.
As they should be.
Let's go kill some people.
Now, narrator, now gather round and you shall bear witness.
Wait. That's what we've been waiting for to hear you say all these years. Oh, okay, yeah.
Now gather round and you shall bear witness to the once-in-a-lifetime uproar caused by Kazuki Odin,
Now this is
the
some
man for
hype.
whom all of Wano wept. With him stood 9 men made samurai through his patronage. The hour was sunset, the sun crimson red. So I actually think this is very interesting.
This is very cool. He's the dawn.
It's very cool because the dawn. So
Into
so
the moon.
now
No,
I'm
just,
thinking.
Just finish the thing. Just
Really? Because I wanna say something about that.
Because we
Okay,
can get
fine.
back in. This is a hype poetic. This is
You're
fucking
right.
beautiful. This is a sick panel.
The once
This
in
is
a
what makes
lifetime
this a good
uproar
chapter.
caused by Kazuki Odin. This is very
This
cool.
is amazing.
To the
This is
once in a
sick.
lifetime uproar caused by Kazuki Odin, the man for whom all of Wano wept. With him stood 9 men made samurai through his patronage. The hour was sunset, the sun crimson red.
Beautiful.
It shone like flames upon these men heading into battle, and the katanas they wore at their waists burned just as brightly with life. Afterwards, in reference to these red scabbards, and in honor of their strength and loyalty, people called them the Akazaya 9.
Beautiful thing over the bridge.
Yeah,
Beautiful shot.
Panels, beautiful panels all throughout. Their foe was Kaido. They paid heed to no other. The story of their march is a thing of the past. Sadly, and it ends in the public execution of Kazuki Odin. And now, dear audience, let not your eyelids blink, lest you miss a single moment of what shall be known as the Hour of Legends.
Like, come on. That does not get you hyped.
Nah, it's hype.
That does not get you fucking
Yeah, it's sick.
hyped.
awesome.
Is there a way we get the double spread on this guy? I forgot. I don't know how we're doing this thing.
I think you gotta hit this thing.
Which thing?
Yeah,
This thing?
that thing.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, that looks.
Dude, that's a nice.
You guys should pull this up.
Last one. We should have fucking. That should have been the final thing.
Next week.
We're gonna put things in picture frames. You know.
Don't promise that to the viewer.
That's my fault.
right.
That's my fault. So, what do you want to say about Dawn? But so beautiful. I love this scene. It really is great. I
I kind of want to pull it up actually because I didn't look at it, but I think it's interesting that it starts out saying
the
that
dawn.
the
Because
sun
we're
is
going
setting.
into night. It's like the
because-
Dark Knight even kind of stuff. It's always dark as we find the dawn.
Yeah, because I'm thinking this whole time like Toki had this awesome poetic prophecy.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
You think she's writing the journal now?
And I'm like, how did she like figure out this like cool prophecy to come up with to say when she does not seem to be that intelligent at all, or like have this clairvoyant thing
you've
that
seen
we
her
thought she
scores.
would.
You've seen her check Odin a couple times now.
Yeah, from like a moral high ground point, but not like a really like intelligence thing. Like this is poetic. This is beautiful.
The only thing I didn't like about Toki was the whole damsel in distress thing in the beginning. You know, that kind of also points to like Hiyori being kind of goofy like. But dude, she has some good moments ever since on. You know, but are you going to their speech?
Yeah, so I still don't really get it, but I'll say this about the Toki speech. It's pretty sick.
Just speak the whole thing.
Like the moon, you are ignorant of the dawn.
Beautiful.
If there is one ardent wish that must be fulfilled, it will be when 9 shadows are cast woven together through 20 years of moonlit nights. Only then shall you understand the radiance of dawn.
Yeah, the crimson sun. It's very beautiful.
Sick.
So this is what I'm saying. People are like Oda doesn't know how to write anymore. Like you don't think he has something just waiting for you?
I think he does.
He definitely does.
But I do think
this whole thing is to make you
to
hate Odin, and he has never done it better. I mean, dude,
he makes Odin look like a little bitch because they're gonna figure out next week he did this all. He was bearing something on his shoulders, but he says it in this chapter. Like we know, like they assumed he was bearing something on his shoulders. The viewers are meant to assume that also.
We see the poison, but it's just the whole assumption. Like you see this guy as like this total badass. The only thing you've known about this guy is a badass.
Yeah, he gets neg dipped by an old man with the barrier.
You still know the people love him. So you know that whatever he's going to do right now is what redeems himself. People are going to learn why he was dancing naked. It also explains why, like, people like Luffy and them are crying when they hear the story. Like, he held that on his shoulders by himself. He's going to do some, like, Roger-esque Pirate King type shit, the reason why he's dancing naked. Okay? There is going to be a reason. I really hope it has something to do with the One Piece and reopening Wano for Joy Boy. Because that would make it cooler. That would make the lore very cool. Yeah. But there has to be something. The other thing that's interesting, dude, can we go back to this real fast? Is it's all against Kaido. Their foe was Kaido.
I wanted to say something about that.
It's not Orochi. So now what I'm thinking is with Orochi, is Orochi playing victim right now to Odin? Like, hey, yo, I can't do anything, you know? Like, I love Wano. Kaido came in here. You were in here.
Suck.
Like, I don't know really what to do.
That would be so
I kind of think that's where he's going to it. Because he's not mad at Orochi here. It's not like, I'm going to fuck up Orochi and Kaido. It's all
Kaido. And I want to say something about
Kaido,
that also, yeah.
which is very, very interesting and scary from him, you know? Because the only reason why I like this chapter is because I expect Oda to deliver the answers. And I hope they're good.
Well, I think also you liked the chapter because you looked at just the frames and you assumed something, and then your assumption was not correct. So you're like, oh, that's not as bad as I thought it was.
No, it's not that at all.
But that is what happened.
No.
You saw the chapter, you're like, oh no, is there smile fruit? Is this like supposed to be the witch? And then those things didn't turn out to be true. So you're like, okay, it's not as bad as I thought.
I saw it and I was like, we're reintroducing another fucking fruit.
Yeah.
That made me livid. And then my first thing, like, why are you not cutting underneath? And I'm like, why is Odin not doing anything? I'm like, why is Odin doing this? Like, why is Odin dancing? And then when you look at the clues that Oda has placed in the chapter, there's very clearly a reason he's doing all these things.
Yeah, it's obvious, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I love how the Japanese characters here are, like, painted.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Their backs.
Also, we got the ponytail from Denjiro.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so this is actually the other big thing of this entire chapter. Is we see Denjiro.
Can I go
again.
Panel by panel, or are you going to hop all over this speech?
You just said the Crimson shit.
I know, but I have things to say about all these
go
things.
on. Fine. Go on. Say your thing.
Let me get to it.
Say your thing.
We'll get to the Genjo thing. I obviously have
I want to get to the top 15 because then I can pour a fucking hot toddy. Okay.
Okay. We both will be able to. All right. So here's another thing I have to say about this. The hour with sunset, the sun crimson red. Is it bad?
His daughter was on the crash. Gianna. That hurts.
How old?
13.
Oh, man. Damn, that's bad. I know. I'm getting all those group chat texts. I'm not checking them.
It's tough. I was really hoping the daughter wasn't on there.
Yeah.
Is that the one that was in that fucking clip?
I don't know.
That's tough.
I think she's a tennis player.
Yeah.
I know more about Kobe, about his, like, tennis coaching, because I started.
Dude, he's so funny. Yo, you see the one when he trolled his team?
Nah.
They got blown out. He's like, here's the girls that lost by 40 points.
Listen, Tyler,
there's one missing, and I think it's his daughter, because one person thought gymnastics was more important than basketball.
I read One Piece to escape from reality.
That's a good point.
Okay? So I'm not looking at news notifications.
Well, you
the
hate to hear
the
that.
horrors
That was my
of the
biggest
world.
fear.
Rather. I mean, that's
Yeah.
yes, but that's horrible news. I mean, that's.
All right, so what are you saying about it?
God, that's sad.
Yeah.
So the hour with sunset, the sun crimson red goes into Toki's prophecy. Moon. There's been a lot of moon symbolism throughout Wano. Like the moon is something.
Oh, big
and I
time.
think
The Minx and the whole
the Minx,
Sulong.
the Sulong full moon.
The whole thing.
I
the
think they're
moons and suns have been very prominent throughout
moons
One
are
Piece.
going to start getting tied in more and more to the One Piece
And
lore.
the
I think in the
sun-
grander scheme.
I also think the sun has been getting slept on too.
Well,
Because the Shandorians were the sun gods. They when they sacrifice, we're going to sacrifice to the sun god.
yes.
You also have Poseidon and them talking about the suns and
Yeah.
everything. So,
So that's interesting. Yeah, you're right.
it is very kind of interesting.
And like the Sun Pirates, and then you see all these, when all of these seals that you see that pop up everywhere, Shandoria, Fishman Island, it's always like a circle
like an
with like
orb.
8 dots around it.
Yeah.
And it's different variations of that.
Well,
and
that's
the,
like
the,
goes to, like,
the
the
Kazuki clan
moon,
is the
yeah.
same thing, has that in the bird.
Yeah.
So I think that's like a big thing about the planet and like the 8 moons, or maybe the sun
Yeah.
around the 8 moons, something like that. I think that's going to play a big part. I think in the
Yeah.
grand scheme of everything, the moons in the One Piece world are going to play a big part.
Some people totally discount it, saying like don't think too much into it. It's kind of tough, dude. It's
Well, you don't know, but I
no,
really
I'm
do think it's
saying
going to play a
It's
part.
kind of tough not to think they play a part.
I
The
know,
other
yeah.
thing people say is like you only see one moon throughout, so they're kind of like.
So
how
that's
does
what
the
I heard.
Minx-
I think Morge or O'Hara said, and I think that's really interesting because they have this theory that like there were 8 moons, and
they
that's
got destroyed.
and then they got destroyed, and then that's when everyone came to Earth.
That would make sense.
And that would be like the void, like the big war.
That would explain Uranus,
Yeah.
kind of wiping everything out.
Uranus, yeah,
and
exactly.
also makes sense because like you assume the fishmen have always been on this planet, and then people came down, and that's why they kind of got discriminated against. And they kind of like forced them underneath the water.
maybe,
And the
yeah.
Minx were people too, but they went up to Zunisha because they lost.
Oh.
And like maybe the D's were a clan that were able to communicate with the Neptunians. And they just lived free lives and they lived in harmony with
Right.
people. And then people kind of like, we can't have this.
The D's are like the good humans.
Yeah, we need justice. We need justice. There has to be point and reason.
So a
and
lot
then,
of that I
like,
already
the world
thought.
government comes down.
So a lot of that I already thought, but your point about Fishman Island is really interesting because Fishman Island is under the red line, under Mary Hoy.
Yeah.
So maybe they came down and saw Fishman, and the war was really between like the Fishman and the D's, and like maybe like the different
and the
races and
Kazukis
the,
were in there.
the
And
Celestial Dragons.
And it makes sense why the Kazukis are friends with the Minx because they were kind of animals living there too. The Shandorians come down. We've already seen them come down from the moon with the wings.
That's
The wings
interesting.
have nothing to do
I do think
with
wings are gonna
Sky
play a
Island
factor.
because because Kalgara has wings when we see him on the island, which is very important.
Yeah, it's very important.
So there are a lot of things going on,
Different
but I
race, different
definitely
race.
think there's something going on with the Soon. It also because when they say there's 2 sovereigns.
Is King a Shandorian?
Who?
King?
I don't no, because they already exist. If
But
Big
do
Mom,
you think
but-
Big Mom knows about Sky Island?
Yeah, if Big
'Cause
Mom.
it's like a relic of the past. People don't know.
No, but she definitely knows about the
definitely
Shandorians.
knows,
Like
she
if she
definitely
wanted one, she'd get one.
Yeah.
But I just think too. Now that we hear there's 2 sovereigns, I think Luffy may be the sun or the moon, and then the princess is vice versa. So I think there's
Okay,
something
what about
going on here.
Uranus?
What?
But what about Uranus?
Well, dude, I've already been kind of saying. I think Pluton may be human made. Like Luffy may be Uranus
Luffy might be Uranus.
because he's like
I think Luffy's
Poseidon,
Joy Boy.
Uranus.
I think there's Pluton, Uranus, and Poseidon.
Yeah, Poseidon.
Poseidon.
Yeah, Poseidon.
Poseidon. And I always mix up Poseidon and Neptune. I never know which one's right. Neptune's the king. Okay. So there's those 3, and then I think there's Joy Boy, the one who it's bringing them all together. So I think like Luffy is Joy Boy, that's his title,
Yeah.
and then like you have this whatever like Poseidon, you have the Pluton
then
destroyer, which is the boat. I
Momo's
think
Uranus?
Vivi might be Pluton,
I think so too.
and
I think that's why Cobra's so afraid of Crocodile figuring out who it is.
yes.
Yeah.
And I think does Robin know? Robin has so
Robin
many
knows.
secrets that
No,
she just
Robin.
doesn't share.
Robin
So
knows.
Robin knows Vivi is Pluton?
Robin knows Pluton, which is so cool because Cobra just goes. why'd you lie to him? She's like, I don't give a shit about the ancient weapons. I care about the Void
history,
Century and the Void. So like she knows, and Frankie can build Pluton, and Luffy's best friends with Shirahoshi.
Yes.
So Luffy's basically already. So I just got to that part in Fishman Island where Luffy's just bouncing on her tits.
Yeah.
When he first meets her, it's such a funny
That's funny.
scene.
That's a really funny scene.
It's such a good. Also, the other thing very interesting about Fishman Island, there's a huge dragon above their castle.
Oh, right.
Like huge.
That's interesting. What do you
like
do? You
very
think that's
big.
just like a low key, like what's gonna
Wano
happen
hint?
in like 8 arcs from now?
Like a Wano hint? I
Yeah,
don't know. People
maybe,
always
maybe.
say, I mean, we
That's
know
interesting.
dragons used to exist in the One Piece world.
Yes, we do.
Okay, Wano cuts down the head.
Yeah, there's a lot of symbolism of dragons
the
using
claws.
this.
I
Monster, the one shot is kind of.
really hope we don't get into the whole dragon thing. You can say that.
I don't know. Could be
No, but
cool.
I like the whole thing. Like, okay, we get a dragon. His name's Kaido, and he has a devil fruit. Like, that's cool. But you know the kind of way I am. So what else is your point about the moons or anything
the
like
moons-
that?
so the
'Cause I
other
want to
thing-
get to talk about Denjiro.
Yeah, we'll get there. I got another point for that. And then, so I think the moons is interesting because if you look on Kinemon's robe and Denjiro's robe, they have moons on
Oh,
them.
very
kinda cool.
Interesting. Very.
kinda cool.
He's the only one with them too.
I think
And-
Denjiro might have it also.
No, he does. Yeah, he definitely has it.
But no one
Very
else.
good grab, and you see a good Dogstorm one, and he does not have a single one.
Does not have
Also,
any moons.
Denjiro and Kinemon were the first two to join.
And they're
from
Wano.
Dude, I
well,
need to know more about Denjiro, man. I am so intrigued by this motherfucker.
You'll learn in 2021.
In 2022, maybe,
Like,
dude. I mean,
we'll be here forever.
the pace he's accelerating at is crazy.
It's crazy. But we get no information somehow. There's so many
Everything's getting off
missing
panel.
points.
Dude, we need to see what's going on with Kaido. So that's what we were talking about before.
Okay.
So all the
So-
anger is directed at
Then
Kaido,
it says,
not Orochi.
also Kinemon has sick flame decals on
He
his sword. That's
does.
hilarious.
Well, he's always kind of he's
Firefox.
He's Firefox. with
Styrofoam.
Kinemon.
Okay, so then this is another thing. It says the katanas
Also,
they wore.
That's not Wado.
Sure. So a lot of people are saying that Denjiro here, his sword is not the Wado Ichimonji. It's a different sword.
Yeah.
Even though in the first chapter of the flashback, he clearly had the Wado
No,
Ichimonji.
you just see the hand grip, dude. There's a lot of people with the same hand grip.
I think it's pretty clear that it's the Wado Ichimonji. But
Yeah,
then
for
here
your,
it's
for your
not.
own headcanon.
Here it's not. Whatever. He doesn't have it anymore. It's fine.
He sent it on the ship to the East Blue
Yeah, he sent it to these books.
with his twin brother.
No, it's at his house. It's a family relic. So then it says the katanas they wore at their waists burned just as brightly with life. And I think this is actually talking about something serious about the swords. A lot of people thought that in Wano we were going to get more sword lore, kind of explain swords a little bit more, explain why Zoro was able to do Ashira in Enies Lobby.
Well, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get the black.
we still might. And
we're gonna get the black blade and everything.
Well, we got
We're already
Hitetsu,
getting
who's
in-
telling us stuff.
Yeah.
Tenguyama Hitetsu is telling
We
us
got
stuff.
Enma.
His ancestors were the creator of Kitetsu. Enma, we're getting some sword lore. It's kind of interesting. Enma sucks out Haki. We learned kind of a little about black blades.
The sword that Momo has right now is the sword that kills Orochi in Japanese lore.
Yes, in Japanese, that's true. The name of the sword is so. There's
I've
like
read, yeah, it's in Naruto too.
there's a whole thing.
Sick
Momonosuke. There's
Naruto scene, one of my favorite Naruto scenes of all time too.
yeah.
So
Okay,
sick.
so
Itachi, Orochi's like, you've had that your entire time. He's like, yeah, bro, I've been better than from you since the grave.
and I think it's kind of said that when they talk about how Kitetsu was making his swords, that he like imbued his life source into the swords, and that's why they're so strong. And you see even back in like Whiskey Peak when he was first using it was a Hitetsu, right?
Whiskey Peak when he first gets it at Loguetown.
He gets it at Loguetown, yeah, the sword.
Yeah, no, it's just a cursed blade. He's like, wow, this. He's
It's
like
a cursed blade, so
This
when
is
he-
like a problem
It's
child.
like he says it has a mind of its own on Whiskey Peak.
This is you getting we're not going down this path. I know where you're going with this.
And that's pretty much the
You
end. What do you
think
mean?
you think swords have souls and
Yes,
that he's able to activate the swords?
Yes.
Nah.
Yeah, so I
Get
think
that-
it uses
get
the
that-
life source
get that
of the people that
tinfoil-
create it.
Get that tinfoil hat
I
out
don't
of
think
here.
it's that I mean, it is tinfoil, but I don't think it's that crazy.
I think it's crazy.
I think they have a life source. We already know that Kitetsu imbued his life source into it, and I think the sword users can activate that life source. We see it with Enma. Him sucks out the Haki. You imbue Haki back into it, it becomes stronger. I think there's like it's like a symbiotic relationship.
But you're saying that they have like a personality, like almost like the merry-go.
I don't think they have a personality, but I think they have like a soul, like the merry-go. Yes. I think there's like a life force, and it's like a soul, and it like allows the user to like use some of its power. Yeah. Yes, I do. Okay. we already know a lot of that is true. I mean,
I think I really hope we don't get into like the swords talking.
oh, I would
to
love.
Zoro.
Oh,
You would
no, I
like
don't want
that?
the swords talking to Zoro, but like.
Well, that's the Mary Go type shit.
They don't have mouths. I mean, so like
Then
you think a
there you go.
Klabouter man comes out of the sword?
That's what you're
Okay.
sounding like right
First of all,
now.
I don't want that. But second of all, the Klabouter man was sick.
Amazing.
That was amazing.
That's
yeah.
a ship.
Okay.
You're talking about like a sword.
I think
dude.
swords are important. I mean,
I think they're important too, to a point. They weren't that important to the vice
okay.
admirals.
Afterward, in
That's
reference to
Mo.
these red scabbards and in honor of their strength and loyalty, people called them the Akaza Nine. I mean, right now the scabbards are absolute fodder, and I think they're gonna get wiped right
they're
now.
They're not fodder.
So if that's what they're
not.
saying,
You know they're not fodder right
so
now.
what? So
you
what
know
this
some
says?
people were fodder.
Okay.
You know Kinnaman's fodder. You know Kiku. She hasn't really showed herself, but she's also kind of fodder. And you know Raizo's fodder.
It could be cool.
Okay.
Raizo's father,
even though he's
Kanjuro's father.
Even though he's a genius fucking ninja. Okay? That always gets caught. And Kanjuro is fodder.
Is a
okay.
illiterate painter.
The
that cannot
other
do
5,
art.
I actually wouldn't even say it. Kiku is kind of badass with that mask.
Kiku is badass. She
Could
looks
be.
badass.
But
she could be cool.
she's probably losing to Kinnaman, and Kinnaman's fodder. Okay. But then we know.
I hope she's not losing to Kinnaman.
Then we know Denjuro ain't fodder.
Right. We know
Okay.
Denjuro is going to be stupid
Kawamatsu,
strong.
not fodder.
Not fodder.
Dogstorm, not fodder.
So
Cat Viper,
Kawamatsu.
not fodder.
Kawamatsu-
And Ashura Doji, not fodder.
Right, those
And
4.
then you got my boy Odin. This is not a fodder group.
So those 4 are
We've
probably
only
like
seen the
third commander
We've only
level.
seen the fodder fight, and they have been pathetic.
I think those 4 are like around third commander level.
Yeah.
I think Denjuro might be like second commander level.
I think he's admiral level. Anyways, I'll let you go on because I want to commandeer this chapter
if
just
you
to talk
think-
about Denjuro.
If you think these people are so strong, why didn't they just fight Kaido and the Beast? Like because there's some like trap
can't-
set up.
They can't defeat Kaido, and there is a trap set up. That's why Yasui isn't fighting. That's why Hio isn't fighting. That's why all the samurai of Wano are not fighting.
Right.
And they're waiting for Odin.
Well,
and
it's
then
just like,
Odin
you know.
took the weight on his shoulder.
Could have been executed better.
It hasn't been executed yet.
Is Kinnaman?
It hasn't been. Everyone keeps
But
saying
that's
it
what
can
I'm.
be.
No,
everyone's
I'm
saying
not
it
talking
can
about
be
the reason.
executed.
I'm talking about this chapter.
This
I'm talking
chapter's-
about him dancing naked. Like, why don't you make him do something
Like
cooler
what?
than that?
Like what?
Anything.
Like
Literally
what?
anything.
That's what I'm saying.
That he's.
You want him to look like a fool.
It's just.
He has him dancing in the street like a jackass.
You skip through 5
Like a
years. He's doing this for 5 years. I
jackass.
think it's just
I
not
mean, I
executed.
don't
This
know what
chapter is
you
just
want.
not that
I don't know
good.
what you want from those 5 years.
I want more. I want
I
something
don't know what you want
of
from those
substance.
5
I want
years.
something good.
Oh, Shinobu, where you been tonight? Oh, Onigashi, I
Yeah,
still
give me
like
some Shinobu panels.
I
That'd be
still
cool.
like Orochi. Oh, what's going on over here?
That'd
You're
be
gonna
cool.
get all those, okay?
I don't think we're gonna get any of that. Do you think we're gonna get that?
You're gonna get something from Onigashima, or whatever his fucking name is.
Yeah, Onigashima. That's right.
Okay.
Do you think that we're about to see a Kinnaman feat next chapter? Is he about to fight King the Wildfire?
I think he's gonna like draw something to stop like the projectiles that's gonna harm Wano. I think Odin kind of came up with a plan with these guys, and he's like, yeah, this is the deal. Give me Kaido, and I need you guys to kind of take out these things. And I think this is when Shinobu kind of gets afraid of the sharp objects.
Okay.
I think there's gonna be. I think the scabbards. I think they're going in there with a plan. They look like they have a plan. They look determined, and they look like. Also, I want to bring up. You know, we always argued whether or not Odin was happy when he became Daimyo. Same face reaction. He doesn't look happy here.
What? That's not the same at all.
It's a frowny face. When you see
Okay.
him smile, you see him. Anyway, we'll get there another time.
Yeah.
But is there anything else you want to talk about on this?
Well, we're gonna get to it. So
I
their
kind
foe
of hope
was
they
Kaido.
didn't. I'm kind of upset they didn't say the don't avert your eyes. That was pretty hot. But like, dude, that Hour of Legends.
Hysterical. The Hour of Legends is cool. Yeah.
Dude, this is like one of the most hype chapters.
I guess. I mean, if you care about the characters, which I don't really. But
People say they don't care about them, but I do care about some of these characters.
Who?
I just told you.
I care about Cat Viper. Okay, so like I was talking about
I
before.
stopped caring
So we're
about
gonna
them. I mean,
figure out
I
why
thought they were cool.
We're gonna figure out why they have this fight that we've been curious
You
about.
think so?
Yeah, because I think it has going to have something to do with the old hag. I think it makes perfect sense.
Maybe.
If the old hag sees him doing something and they don't trust each other because he saw him do one thing and the other one saw the other thing, it explains the entire. First, I'm looking at camera. Explains the whole reason why they don't like each other. Okay, Raizu. I mean, dude, you know my opinion of Raizu. I mean, dude has.
I don't. Do you
dude,
do you,
dude
do
has
you
no
like
game.
him?
I told you I didn't like him. The guy had one thing to find the right key. He finds the key for Caribou. I mean, are we kidding ourselves?
Yeah.
Okay, that's like, dude, find the right keys. Ashura Doji, I do care about. I think Ashura Doji's a sick character. He basically matched up equally with Jack, so we know he's strong.
Do you just like people for their strength?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see it like that.
Yeah, I think they're a cool.
That's
character.
why you like Odin.
They have a lot of potential. That's exactly why I like Odin.
Okay, yeah, I don't. Strength has no bearing on like whether I like.
No bearing to you?
No, I think it has to have a
If
little
you don't
bearing.
have strength and you're willing to fight, that's cooler.
Why do you like Kinnaman then? He has no strength and he has a good story then.
Because he's annoying. Do you like his story? I don't like his story at all. He has no character motivations. I don't understand why he likes Odin. It's very weak.
Odin brought him out. He saved Suro.
Very weak.
Suro would have died if it wasn't for Odin.
He is annoying for
he
4 arcs.
Okay,
He keeps talking about Wano. He doesn't really. The Strahds are literally helping him along, like literally helping him so much. And he's just like talking about his whole thing the whole time. Like
for Odin, he would be fucking dead right now.
Kinnaman is so
annoying.
annoying.
He would be naked in the streets stealing money.
He was annoying in Thriller Bar. I mean, Punk Hazard. He's annoying. He was annoying in Dressrosa.
I've been waiting for Kinnaman to have a strong flex, and it just has never come. And then you see him for the first time in Wano, he just has diarrhea. He just takes L after L after L, dude. He really needs to prove himself. And, it's painful to see, okay? But I told you he's not one of the guys I gave a shit about. I care about Kawamatsu, okay? His backstory of him crying and him protecting with the fox is a good backstory.
Kawamatsu is cool, but I'm starting to lose interest because we see all of these him as young, and he's just, like, not of any purpose. But he's cool. It's fine. He's still cool.
Purpose. He's only sees... He says,
we don't see it. Someone just says it, so it lacks the emotional impact that it could have. If we saw it, if it was fleshed out, maybe I would have had some emotional impact. But he just says it.
You saw his mom dying. You saw him tied up to the thing.
No,
you
that
saw him
part
save him.
is cool. I actually liked those parts of the flashback.
Odin went,
I actually really liked those parts of the flashback.
So he's been in Wano this whole time.
I know, we don't really see him. He's
and
just
then we
hanging
know
out,
his
he's
back.
chilling.
This boy looks fucking determined right now, dude.
Who, Kinnaman or Kawamatsu?
Kawamatsu.
Really? He looks kind of cute.
Looks like he's out to fuck people up.
Does he?
Kawamatsu, my complaints about Kawamatsu. Kiku, I still like Kiku. I think she's a cool character.
Kiku is cool. I like
cool character. I love how she wears the mask. So I'm intrigued by her.
Yeah, me too.
The whole Izu thing, kind of like she has a little bit of resolve there. I think Izu's showing up. There's no way he's not. Also, why isn't Izu showed up after all these years? But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're complaining about that now, you should have been complaining about that since the beginning of Wano.
Well, I have forever been saying I don't understand the Izu thing.
I'm like, I don't understand Izu. I don't understand where Whitebeard. I'm hoping for some resolution. I'm hoping
the Whitebeard thing. I wasn't sure of because I didn't know the connection yet between.
I mean,
him
Odin does say
like,
to stay away. So maybe there's something with Wano. It needs to be the Wano people to open it. It needs to be a
Wano Fishman
thing.
Islands
But the thing is, though, it's like they invited Luffy to come in and save it. So like that shit went right out the fucking window.
Yeah, well, Kinnaman is like he knows he's got no shot.
Where's Shanks? I mean, but he does leave, so he might have been looking for Whitebeard when he leaves Wano. Like, let's go find some allies.
But then he's fine with Luffy.
Are you not fine with Luffy?
I mean, if I'm Kinnaman and I know nothing about the world, I probably would not have settled for Luffy if I'm going for the world's strongest man.
Also, Kinnaman just has the stupidest devil fruit of all time. I mean, dude,
wild.
Another one of my tinfoil predictions, though. Luffy's in deep trouble. Kinnaman gives him an afro. Fight over.
That's hysterical.
Kiku's cool. I'm still intrigued by her. Kinjiro also is just a dumb devil fruit. Doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know how this guy became a retainer. I don't know why he becomes a trusted confidant. Like, I guess because we've been trying, like, all those super strong people we get introduced later on. Some people had to be weak, but, like, that's why everyone wants him to be the traitor. Just because of that.
Because he's, like, annoying?
Because he's annoying, and it would give him some reason. Yeah. Okay,
so it says, the next narrator, it says, their foe was Kaido. They paid heed to no other. So this is interesting. So like you said, they see their enemy as Kaido, not Orochi. That's interesting.
Which is very interesting. I think it has something
they know that Kaido is like the reason that this can be happening. That he has the strength in the situation. Okay, that's interesting. But when it says they paid heed to no other, that's like, do they not realize King and Queen is out there? Are they the ones that are gonna like come out and like surprise them, like counterattack? Then they not realize like that there's these two other guys that they should probably be caring about?
I think Denjiro is going to... I think when they say Kaido, he's implying King and Queen, Jack.
Not... Their foe is not... Well, okay, they don't say their foe is Beast Pirates or, like, Animal Kingdom Pirates.
Kaido is the... Kaido. Yeah, it kind of is the same.
All right, maybe.
It's like saying when Big Mom's like, I have a problem with Luffy, she's, like, clearly going to take out Zoro and all of them, too.
Maybe.
Like, they're not just going to kill Luffy.
Okay. Well, I think they kind of just want to kill Luffy, actually.
Dude, I think Kaido's going to be a sick fuck. I'm very interested in...
we know nothing about Kaido. Got no context on Kaido in this flashback, which I thought for sure that we would. I'm a little surprised.
Well, we're waiting on the flashback. Isn't over.
Gotta hold it out.
The flashback isn't
Well, I think the
over.
last chapter is gonna be the last one. What do you think? The next chapter is gonna be the last one.
No,
Yeah.
I think we got like 2 more. It's funny. Everyone keeps. I've been saying 2 more chapters since like 6 chapters in.
Well, I said 10 chapters from the very start, and next chapter would be after the first
11?
after the
Yeah,
first
you
chapter of
have no idea.
flashback.
Honestly, I'm so glad it didn't land on 10 because you would never shut up if it landed on 10 chapters.
Well, next chapter is the 10th.
No, it's the 11th.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is.
No way.
Yeah, it is.
What?
This was the 10th chapter.
No way.
Yeah. Dude, I'll get you the first one. Your pace is just brutal.
Okay. We'll figure it out. But
I'll figure it out right. I'll figure it out right now.
So then, this is like the big thing. This is what Tyler wants to talk about. You want to take it away? The
Yeah,
Denjiro panel?
I'm finding it for you.
All right. So, in this panel that shows Denjiro,
Introduced in 960.
and there's 969.
Yeah, it's 10 chapters.
960. Oh, shit.
Yeah, well, welcome math, buddy. That's cool. Yeah. So if you got the amount of chapters right, he would never shut up about it, and I'm glad it never came out. I do think it's going to come out to be 12. I think Oda does like round numbers, so I think it's either going to be 12 or 15. I don't see us staying in this flashback 5 more chapters.
No,
unless
it's going to be 2 tops, but I think next chapter is going to be the last one. The pace that this flashback's been going, I think there's going to be one chapter.
It's going crazy, and I think Shinobu could explain it later in the actual timeline.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen.
Kind of explains everything like, hey, we can't do this or that because like Odin faced the same problem and he didn't do anything. But can I get into my Denjiro takes now?
Yeah, sure, go for it. I think this is interesting. This is like one of the most interesting parts of the chapter.
Is that we get Denjiro. Finally get to see Denjiro. Very excited. Most important scabbard, I believe. I told you my theory last week. It's my tinfoil theory. I've been holding on to it since the first day. I'll never let go of it. And that is Denjiro is Green Bull. That's the I'm high on crack take. But the realistic take that makes the most sense, and it's kind of been pointing that way the whole way since the beginning of Wano. One of the reasons why I also hate it is that Denjiro is Kirishiro. I mean, it just makes the most sense. He's a money lender. They're the money lender.
Kyoshiro has this weird relationship
Kyoshiro with
Kurosaki.
He fakes to kill her. He does this whole thing. He's in charge of Wano right now. No one knows where he's coming from. All this, all that. Zoro says he's super strong. There's a lot of things that point to Kirishiro. My biggest complaints...
Odin kind of looking like Kyoshiro in that panel.
He looks more like Kirishiro than anybody else.
I know, maybe Kyoshiro's actually Odin's kid. And he's like pretending to be...
Dude, as long as Odin's dead. If Odin's been alive, I'll be...
And that's Kiroshiro's connection with Komurasaki, that
I'll be pretty pissed. Oh, it's actually
their
Odin.
brother-sister. No, it's not Odin, it's Odin's... it's
son?
like Momonosuke.
It's just stupid. Okay, you still think Denjiro is Kishiro. It's funny because that's slowly getting defeated. But now the whole thing... So the main thing that goes on with Kirishiro is the eyes. Biggest one. People like to use Shiro, saying that her eyes eventually became slanted over time, and that comes with the age. We finally see Denjiro's eyes as an adult. We saw it when he was younger. His eyes are a little bit rounder. Now they're starting to shape out a little bit. Yeah. His chin's dropping, and their nose is very similar. Now, the other very interesting thing about this panel is it looks like there may be a scar right...
This is the most interesting thing.
Above the left eyebrow on Denjiro.
Looks like there might be a scar there.
Now... my biggest problem with the Kirishiro is Denjiro thing is how does nobody know that's not Denjiro?
Right.
Which is really upsetting because when we first see Kaido and Ashura Doji, Kaido recognizes Ashura Doji in 0.2 seconds. Yeah. And he's wasted drunk.
But they don't recognize Yasu.
But Yasu is broke. He's like skinny. He's the same thing as Hio. He's skinny and he's wearing the thing, and he already took the smile.
I still think that they should
way
notice
more.
Yasui from knowing him for 20 plus years.
Way more of a defense. Do you want to bring up the 2 different images of the Yasui we see this chapter?
No, we don't
need to. And the
to.
Yasui we see in the current story?
Let's go on with
because it is.
They can look it up.
It is brutal. I can't even find it right now. But it's there.
It's fine. Yes. It's
Anyways,
there.
So this is the most interesting thing about the whole Denjiro thing is this little part here. But you got to figure, if he can make his eyes more slanted or put on different makeup, I guess he can cover it up. But I don't know.
So annoying.
It'd be so annoying. The reason why I don't want him to be Kirishiro is it's just so...
Well, if he has a scar, and let's say there's no makeup going on, which I assume that would not be a plot device used. Like, that would be so annoying. The scar debunks Kyoshiro, and the scar also would debunk Koshiro. And
just opens up the door for it.
And it just opens up the door. And also from the backs, we see Denjiro's hair has grown a lot.
A lot. But
it's long.
What's his name? What's his name's hair is long, green,
but it's like thick,
and it's kind of like down here. It's interesting.
He lets his hair out.
I think that's what I'm saying. Because,
like, if that scar is there, then it's either someone who we've never met before,
Green Bull,
or it's Green Bull.
Dude, I'm so happy you're starting to get onto this whole Green Bull thing. You still got the Witch and Hour boy. I think it would be just stupid for Oda just to introduce a character. Does that say next chapter, February 2nd? That matches, right? What's the date?
Yeah, that matches.
No break. Also no break, so it's always a good week.
Best week. Best weeks are no break weeks.
No break weeks. But it's very interesting now we get to see this. It's very interesting. I also don't think, I don't know how his eyes go from this to where they are now.
Kyoshiro is really slanty.
Really slanty.
And Kyoshiro looks kind of young.
Dude,
he doesn't look old.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
It really doesn't. All signs point that way, though.
Kyoshiro is Odin's son. You heard it here first.
People were trying to match up Denjiro's scabbard with
his sword.
With Kirishiro's scabbard, you really don't have the look. Classic Oda. Like, hiding the one piece of information you need. It's so funny when he does this to every single person.
Oh, yeah. What does Kirishiro's sword look like? I don't even know.
It's a square front when you see him cut. Murasaki, it looks like there's like string parts like this at the top, but at the end where you would see this, there's like a text bubble. Dude, you can't make it up.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, you can't make it up.
Awesome.
He's always hiding shit like
Love
a fucking
Oda.
scumbag.
Love Oda.
But
next week, get ready for the Hour of Legends.
The Hour of Legends. I mean, what do you think's gonna happen next week?
Should we do predictions?
I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if the chapter starts with Shinobu explaining people what's going on.
I don't think that. I think it's gonna go into like a more poetry.
Right into Kaido.
I think it's gonna be them, marching down to Kaido.
I mean, this brings you back to Arlong Park scenes.
You know what would be really sick?
But but this is what
what would be really sick.
This is also what we haven't talked about.
Is if next chapter goes back to present day, flashback over, people would go nuts. People would be so mad. We don't find out the reason for the deal. We don't find out anything that's going on.
Depending on what.
We don't see the fight. Fight gets off-paneled. The fight gets off-paneled again in Wano.
I need a drink just thinking about that. I can't. I can't.
All right, that's my prediction. Top 15 arcs.
If this thing gets off-paneled next chapter, I would be... Everything I said was wrong.
So
Everything I said was wrong. But that would not be good. Oh my goodness. No, it won't be. I think Shinobu will explain.
I don't think so. I don't see that happening. I think it's gonna be like. I think it's gonna be more. We're gonna see them marching towards the gate. You're gonna get some Orochi dialogue. Kaido's gonna come in. You're gonna see like Odin scar Kaido, and then you're gonna see like
he's fucking up the whole
king
balance.
you're gonna see like king and queen come and kind of like murk people with like poison and like fire.
You think they're gonna murk? I think Denjiro's gonna match up well with them.
I think Denjiro's gonna match up with King actually.
Yeah.
And I think Queen is probably gonna get like Kawamatsu and.
So maybe it's King and Queen's job. I mean, Dogstorm and Cat Viper's job. I don't know why I keep Neku and Inuyasha's job to
Jack
stop the out.
can't be there yet.
He can't. Well, he's also
because
Jack makes no.
Well, no, he's 13 now.
Oh, he's 13
which
now.
is like Dellinger age.
Okay, that's interesting.
Because 5 years has passed.
Very, very interesting.
But I don't think Jack can be there because or else Catstorm or Cat Viper and Dogstorm would have
maybe
recognized them.
Maybe he's at a different point.
At Zoe.
I don't know. It's interesting. The whole Jack thing is very
I don't think Jack's
interesting.
there, but I think
we're gonna figure out. No, because Batman can't be there because I don't think they've made Smiles yet. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe not. But the arrows just make me feel like Batman's there. But yeah, maybe not.
But the arrows, I think the arrows are just a point at Queen, dude.
But you want to know what?
That's why I like this chapter.
The Smiles might not exist yet, but they might. They also might. But Kaido has been talking about.
How old is Doflamingo now?
I don't know.
30
years ago. He's probably like 50-something. Everyone who's prime in One Piece is like 50-something.
I don't think he's 50. Isn't he like 30? I'll look at it.
He's probably like 40. But I think it's interesting because they still call Kaido's group the Animal Kingdom Pirates. So I think that was always a thing with Kaido, that everyone on his crew is kind of like an animal.
Yeah,
before the
zone.
smiles.
I mean, it was
they're all
always
like zones.
kind of been the zone thing.
So he could have
Which
that.
isn't true because you have a poo and people, but
well, now with all the people. But
you got the bees. Do you get anything about the bees?
I think you're gonna see like Enma scarring Kaido. You're gonna see.
I mean the
it's
numbers.
Gonna end.
Do you think you see anything about the numbers?
No. I think it ends with Odin walking
He's
into
41.
a boiling pot of water.
So he's 20 right now, Doppelganger.
Yeah,
I don't think the smiles. When he says it's the age of the smile, I think the smiles are kind of a new.
Yeah, you're probably
new
right.
thing. I just think arrows are kind of just a thing into like Wano, kind of that whole style. They got bows and arrows, they got samurai swords.
Sure.
And I think it's gonna point towards Shinobu. I think there's a big time connection there.
Maybe.
I really do. I really think so.
I can't imagine Oda's giving us any information anymore.
Dude, no, I think he needs to start giving information. I think he left enough people in the dark that like now
enough
needs.
Things.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in the dark.
A lot of things that need.
I thought this was one of his better setup chapters. I have enjoyed this chapter. I think there are flaws in it.
I didn't enjoy the chapter. If you couldn't tell.
I think the community really overreacted.
I didn't enjoy the chapter. If you can tell. Am I gonna
overreacted.
read the next chapter? Yeah.
Of course. Well,
that's
where all the answers are gonna come from.
In a big way. I'm actually pumped for the next chapter. Even though I didn't like this one, I'm pumped for the next chapter.
That's what I'm saying. Were you not? But everyone, the problem.
But I said the same thing last week too.
Everyone was so. But that's what I love so much about this chapter.
Is you expected the Odin you've been taught about. You've been expected the Odin the townspeople were expecting.
Yeah.
This is the Odin you've been waiting for to just flex.
Well, I was hoping for some character growth, not like
that is character
not
growth,
like an
dude.
immediate character shift with us not getting to see why he did it. That is annoying to me. That is annoying to me. That's not seeing character growth. That's immediately changing the character and not showing us why it happened.
You know enough about him already that it is enough character.
I don't know anything about him except that he's strong and that he can read poneglyphs for some reason.
Yeah, and then that Roger, and he's with Whitebeard. He has a family.
That doesn't tell me anything about his character.
It tells you everything you need to know about your character. You think Roger's gonna let snakes on his
flashbacks have been some of my favorite parts of One Piece. The Nolan flashback, the Law flashback, you get Corazon.
This is one of the weaker flashbacks. This is one of the weaker flashbacks for length and all the things.
Flashback.
Just because other flashbacks are just so much better doesn't make it.
This flashback has just not been
but it's also not
for me.
It's also not over yet.
It's not over yet. Sure.
So So far. I think there was a very big overreaction. I'll give this chapter a 7.5.
It's not even worth me rating.
It's not even worth a reading?
Rating. No, it's definitely, you have to read this.
You already gave it a rating. Say what you want. My
immediate reaction when I was pissed and mad, and it's 2 out of 10. I gave it 2 out of 10.
There it is.
Hit me up on the comments.
There it is.
Hit me up.
You can do whatever you want. Still not your least chapter of this flashback, though.
Yeah, I believe it was the 3rd chapter when they just zoom montage through every Scabbard's introduction. I was like pretty offended by that because I thought we were gonna, because I didn't care about the Scabbards. We know nothing about them, why they're loyal to Odin, and I thought they were gonna explain that, show it, and they just montage through it, and they all join Odin for like the dumbest reasons. Then Odin leaves for 6 years, and they stay loyal for some reason, and I don't know. The whole thing just doesn't make sense.
One of your biggest complaints is the pace. So if we went slow, if you got what you wanted from this flashback, it would have to be 30 chapters.
And okay, what does that have to do with me saying the pace is bad? That's.
So no. So what I'm saying, like, what you want from this, I'm saying this is already one of the longest flashbacks we've had, and you're complaining about things we haven't gotten. So I'm saying I care about the
length in the opposite way than you think. If this was a 30 chapter flashback and we got tons of information and cool story arcs, I would have loved that.
You think they would have had a 30 chapter?
It would have
been an arc within itself.
That would have been so cool.
It would have been an arc within. You would have been screaming to get back to
I don't
Luffy.
think that's true at all. If it was done well, I think I would have loved it.
That's a whole year. It's a whole year of just Odin flashbacks.
If Odin is as cool as he was put up to be and his character was really interesting, I don't find his character cool. I don't feel Macho Man, Chad, strength, doesn't care about other people.
He cares about other people. You
does whatever he wants.
You see him
whenever he wants.
About people in this chapter.
Only in this chapter does it seem like he's doing something.
Does it seem?
Does it seem like he's letting?
Chapter, when he was going to stay
because we don't know the deal. We don't know what he's doing.
He was going to stay on Wano last chapter, and his wife wouldn't let him.
What?
Yes or no? He was going to stay on Wano, the previous chapter, but his wife wouldn't let him.
Yeah, Toki was the first person we saw him care about, yeah.
And his kids. And Roger.
Kids, yeah.
And Whitebeard. We see him cry
Roger,
for Roger.
he respected,
we see him cry for Roger today.
He respected and looked up to Roger. This chapter, you see him start caring, which you
Respected and
haven't
looked up
seen
to
any of
Roger.
the
Which is what I was
flashbacks.
saying. That was one of your
But
biggest
he is-
complaints, and you finally get it this chapter.
But it's not explained. It's not explained.
Instead you go,
It's-
he's a little bitch. He's a little bitch. Fuck character growth. Now he finally cares. Oh, he's a little bitch. I don't like this whole chat aspect. I just want him to care.
Yeah.
He cares. Oh, he's a little bitch. He
Don't you think it says something
cares.
that he literally shows that he cares in this chapter, and I didn't like it because of how poorly it was set up and executed? Don't you think that says something about the chapter?
No,
because all I wanted was him to care,
and
then it happens, and it's like, this is how it happens. That is so mind-bogglingly annoying, frustrating, and poor.
This is how it happens when he can't defeat the person, and there's clearly a fucking deal being made. And clearly, there's something going on. You just don't know the deal, so it makes you upset. But because the story isn't over yet, you got to wait for next week.
Yes, you get a one-panel character complete shift.
No, it's a whole chapter switch. The whole chapter is dedicated.
Well, after that one panel, the whole chapter is for 5 years he's dancing.
The chapter's called A Fool's Lord. Like, this is what we get. We
don't need this. We already did this already.
I mean, I think it's absolutely insane.
We can cut the last 10
We're not cutting
minutes
it. We're not cutting these people who got to know, okay? Don't listen to these assholes telling you got to hate this chapter. Which is kind of what I got from this. Because the apology...
You don't have to. You don't have to. Like the chapter if you liked the chapter.
Because the apology tour that's about to happen in the coming weeks from people saying, oh, man, I didn't see it was going to be like that. I really take back all the negative things I said about 969. Okay. The people I respect are people like Dritz, even you, who have had a problem with the pace and the whole general setup with montage and things like that.
Yes.
And you have a reason not to like the chapter. But for everyone that's been digging the chapter and saying last week you got a little bit from the Reverie, and people were like, oh, go to edit again. Go to edit again. Look at this guy. Oh, man, he's a genius. Oh, my God, we're getting Joy Boy action.
And then this chapter,
we
people are like, Oda can't write.
He does one thing. You see the guy dancing, and now everyone's like, Oda can't write. The editors are ruining the story. Like, it's not even Oda's fault. It's the editor's fault.
The editor's take is a just thing. It's kind of interesting, actually.
No. I was watching that. Okay, Dritz was the only calm person in the conversation. They're like, if your food's bad, who do you go to? The manager? Just like, well, if it's undercooked, you go to the cook. You know, it's kind of like the way it works. Like, yeah, but the general feel. If you're blaming the editors for the story on where it's going, like, if Oda doesn't want an editor, he can just fire him. Oda has complete control. He's telling you where the story's going. He said before.
I don't know.
He said in SBS.
Is.
I don't like taking people's ideas because if they don't work out, I don't want to blame them. So all the ideas come from me.
But I think Dritz's point is that
or anything like that.
He used to have on his staff.
He used to
have like seasoned manga writers on his staff. And he was a newcomer. Then.
Well, it was like someone.
So it was like people were like telling him no, but now One Piece is like a legendary series.
Someone his age, and he's kind of having a little bit more freedom.
It's like younger kids.
I've been on
record.
They're
like yes men.
You're going to see my top 15.
That don't challenge his ideals.
You're going to see my top 15. But he's also said he knows someone that had to always give him 10 out of 10s, and he had to fire him. He's like, I can't trust you. But the other thing though.
He said that? That's funny. That's guy. I respect that.
He's like, I can't have a guy giving me 10 out of 10s, bro.
I respect that.
He's like, even I'm having like doubts about this. You can't come out here and tell me this thing's perfect. But it's all Oda. It's been Oda's story. I've been on record. I mean, I guess we've only had 2 videos, but like
on
record saying, if you're gonna look at my top 15, I think only 2 post time skips arcs make it, which I think that's for sure. Okay, so I definitely think there has been a slippage in the post time skip things compared to the pre, and. Yeah, but like people that are reacting like now, this is the chapter where Oda lost it. Like this was the chapter of all chapters.
I mean, this was the weirdest chapter of One Piece I've read.
Yeah, because it deteriorated somebody. It absolutely ruined a man's character. The whole flashback was Oda hyping this dude. Hyping him, and he says it
flashback.
He says it right here. He even sets up the stage for you to believe it. He grew from a wild child to Daimo Okuri. Then went to sea and traveled among the world's greatest pirates, returning many times stronger than when he left. Kazuki Oden returned, invincible and triumphant. In him, the people saw a savior. I saw the savior. I thought he was going to fucking free them right now, who would rescue them from a cruel tyrant. And then you get him dancing naked in the street. And your first thought is anger.
It is frustration. It is like, why are you doing this, Odin?
Orochi killed
Tells me
so many people,
tell
tried
me
to kill his family.
why you're doing this. But how do you know he's not saving his family
And then
right
next
now?
panel, boom, he's dancing. Like, what's going on? No information from Oda.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get your
Fine.
info.
Doesn't make me like
You're
this
gonna get your
chapter.
info. And then just hype.
But I really hope that the reason that we get for him doing this next chapter is redeeming.
For me for it to be redeeming, I think it needs to be related to the One Piece. I will be slightly disappointed if it's just about like Poison and Wano's people. I want it to be something related to like he needs to do this to open the borders. Like it's for Joy Boy. Like what he's doing right now isn't just for Wano, but the whole thing in general.
Worlds,
yeah. Like I mean Oda can still write something in where he redeems himself there, but I need something with like I need something on the scale of the One Piece. Like something like life changing for it to work out. But like I said, dude, I thought it was a good chapter. I think people are overreacting. I think, yeah, there's some things I would change about it. Hio's wife getting introduced and killed, pretty funky. I mean, but like I said, as soon as I saw her, I was like, damn, Hio had a wife? I didn't know that. That kind of sucks. And then but Oda could have done a better job introducing her earlier. I mean, there are things about it. We finally get Denjuro. We get a bunch of theories about him. You have a clear connection to Queen with these poison arrows. You have more mystery from Shinobu. You get a bunch of mysteries getting developed out right now.
We already have so many mysteries.
And everyone's asking why. And
We
it's
have
like
so
you're
many
going to
unanswered
get them.
questions.
You're going to get them.
Every chapter adds more.
You have the
unanswered
barrier fruit. Dude, everything's going to get explained. Everything. I love how the old guy is the one with the barrier fruit. Because he's been there the whole time. Which is very cool. And also answered one of my questions that I didn't like about a chapter in the past, and now I like the chapter more.
Oh, okay.
Because before I was like, I'm not that big of this chapter. I'm like, what's the old man doing here?
Yeah, I really liked that chapter.
You really did, yeah. That's when we first started differing, you know.
We differ on every chapter.
Yeah,
I really liked the Orochi, how his come up. I think it was 965.
Really?
When you learn about how he rose, I love all that. I loved that chapter.
One of my biggest complaints was like, we're reintroducing fruits. It's like, what?
That didn't really bother me.
I mean, it bothered me, but like now we're like, okay, this is gonna become a theme, so now I'm kind of coming around to it, you know. Alright, we should probably get on to the top 15. I think we covered this thing.
All right, top 15 arcs. Let's take a break.
And verbatim. Yeah, I'm gonna go pour myself a drink.
Yeah.
Okay. God, what a hot double page at the end, though. Come on, dude. The Arrow of Legends? I'm probably just gonna go to the next card to keep shit easy.
Yeah. The way it works.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Should we just say a thing saying top 15 coming up? We just said that, didn't we?
Okay. Are you ready?
I am ready. I got my hot toddy. And,
Oh, you are? You ain't?
I'm ready. I'm ready for it right now.
Okay.
I'm saying I got my... I'm prepped. I'm ready. Oh, fuck. What time is it? Is it 6?
Almost.
Fuck. Why? The Knicks are on.
Okay, that's so unimportant.
Can I put it on the side? Let's just get a little... It's Nets Knicks.
If you, I mean, there can't be sound, obviously.
Obviously. All right, go on.
All right, top 15 arcs. Like I said earlier, Tyler's stirring his tea. King of Lightning.
I'm thinking about getting the Knicks game on. All right, go on.
He wants to watch the Knicks-Nets game. So we saw King of Lightning do a stream, top 15 arcs. We were like, yeah, we could do that. We have, you know.
Yeah, also the thing we're trying to do is we're trying to talk about a chapter in the manga and the anime in the beginning, and then we're going to try to come up with a list to break down.
Yeah.
I think we could always come up with something.
I think next week my idea is best ships.
We've been talking about ships a lot.
I kind of like the best ships idea.
Yeah, best ships. I think that's what we're going to do next week. So.
Best ships, yeah, it's good, but like, I kind of like that.
Yeah,
but
cool.
yeah, it's something like that. Best ships, favorite swordsman, favorite strongest dead characters.
Strongest dead characters, that could be interesting. Well, you know, we'll figure it out. Viewers, if you got anything, viewers, there's a few and far in between.
Mom.
But hey, listen, Mom, if you got any suggestions, hit us up. We'll do it. We'll do it for sure.
Yeah.
All right, should we start off?
Yeah, let's start it off. Do you want to start off first?
I went first in the top 30.
Okay, so you want me to go first?
Yeah, you go first.
Okay, I kind of like that.
I think 15 is going to be the most interesting one, in my opinion.
I think it is. It could have been a couple for me.
Yeah, I have a couple
okay.
honorable mentions, but
So let me actually explain on like how I chose my list. So right now I'm reading the manga for the first time. So I'm basically judging all my arcs off of the anime when I first watched it, and just like my initial thoughts and how I felt and like going through my first time.
Yeah, me too.
Because like reading the manga, there are arcs I like more from the manga than I did with the anime, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So just to keep things simple for my sake, I just went straight anime. And because of that, I still haven't gotten this one yet. Number 15 for me is Punk Hazard. I'll go.
Wow, that's low for you. I thought you were gonna have it much higher.
Do you?
Yeah.
No. Punk Hazard has a lot of flaws.
Wait, so you said you have only 2 post time skip arcs, so you're not putting Whole Cake on top 15?
No.
Wow.
No, I'm not.
That's crazy.
No, I'm not.
Wow.
I did this one in part because I know he hates Punk Hazard, so I almost did.
I do not like Punk Hazard.
I almost did the Long Ring Islands.
That would have been another one that I was in.
Well, that's the same. Going back to my last point, that's way better in the manga than
Yeah,
it is in the anime. The anime, they make new stories.
The only
up.
redeeming quality about Long Ring Long Island is the Sanji Zoro teamwork volleyball.
You also get a
Kiji.
You also get a Kiji. The countdown when Luffy punches Foxy is amazing.
Is the Kiji?
He uses the mirror. It's amazing. Yeah.
When he freezes Luffy.
Yeah.
That's right after.
Well, that's still the same arc though.
Yeah.
And then he does the whole.
I think
thing.
how they did it in King of Lightning stream is that anything that happens like in between arcs, like whatever happened after the arc, they count for the arc before. You know?
I think they counted that as the same arc.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So it was very. So I was gonna ask you about those guidelines. I wasn't too sure. I think we kind of.
That's kind of how I did it.
I didn't want to get into it too much because sometimes it gets weird in my head. I just went off the basis.
I mostly went within the confines of the arc, to be honest. I didn't think about what happened after.
Is
too
Water
much.
7 a part of Enies Lobby? It's always been the argument.
Definitely.
You don't think so, but it's like a part of the same thing.
Yeah, but
it's
then,
tough.
Punk Hazard is like in the Wano arc because that's when Wano starts.
Yeah, I know it gets weird. Anyway, so let me get back to my reasons for Punk Hazard. It has. We totally took a sidetrack already. Oh, do you want to watch the Knicks game? Anyways,
we're not watching the Knicks game.
I might have to put it on the corner, dude. Anyways, so the reason why I like Punk Hazard and things I don't like about Punk Hazard. Things I like about Punk Hazard is, of course, you get the introduction of Law.
That's cool.
You get Smoker in there. You get Tashigi.
Gets nerfed so hard.
It's tough to see,
it's
but
tough to watch.
He also gets nerfed by Law, though. And it also sets up the possible him getting improvements by the SSG. Because he's going to be, it sucks to say, but he's going to be near Admiral level by the end of the series.
I think he's going to be Admiral at the end of the series, yeah.
So he needs to get hyped because Virgo fucks him up bad. Virgo makes him look
bad.
bad.
But they also are kind of making it
bad.
seem like that he was losing on purpose just to like buy Law time, which I don't really think, but I hear that argument.
I don't really hear that. I see that more as post-time skip, Oda really gets into hockey's more important than Devil Fruits. And I think this is when you first kind of see that, where Virgo's like, we're in pre-time skip, you're like, oh, Virgo, I mean, he's untouchable, blah, blah, blah. And now you see him, and it's like, oh, Virgo's like, bro, you can't rely on your thing. Like, there's a lot of flaws to your fruit. And he grabs them and he tosses them. It's cool. I think Virgo's a sick character. I love Virgo as a character.
Virgo's a cool character.
I don't like the fucking...
The food thing
the food
sticking
thing,
to his head.
yeah,
so
I mixed them up.
You were doing the galley law guy,
yeah. So I hate the whole food thing. It makes no sense. But I think it's cool that he's like Doflamingo's second
like a dumb
guy.
quirk.
You got the Monet Zoro.
That is the best part by far of Punk Hazard.
Because you get Tashigi try to act all cool.
Yeah.
You have Monet and Luffy, which is interesting because it kind of brings you back to the whole like, yeah, strength matters, but if you're able to outsmart your opponent, strength doesn't matter for everything. Which is very cool. It shows how Luffy could face trouble in the future. Caesar is a terrible villain.
Caesar's not a good villain.
But he's a good fruit, and you don't like that he got caught off guard, but I like that. It shows Luffy sometimes careless. Like, why isn't Luffy...
I just don't like all these allusions to after the time skip, like Luffy not growing.
But you need it, but he did grow. You just need him. You need him to have... You can't just walk through everybody. Now, my biggest thing is, like, why isn't Luffy
I just thought, like, after seeing his brother die, he would...
Why doesn't he just, like, conquer hockey, this motherfucker?
Like, just go straight to Gear 2 or something.
I don't know why Luffy doesn't use, like, Supreme King more on people, but...
Yeah.
I still think Caesar's cool. I love the storyline with Nami and the kids. I thought that's great. The part where it gets bad is when the demon guy comes in, you know, and you're like, what the fuck's going on? And it strong hits the Vega.
Demon guy.
Like his like monster that has the poison is going to take them all out. Caesar's selling his weapon to the underworld, and they catch it all on camera.
Yeah.
And then it's what's his name? It's like he releases his devil fruit into it. So I'm saying, dude, you don't like Punk Hazard, and you know none of the good moments that happen in Punk Hazard.
What are you talking? What is that? The demon?
You don't know what I'm talking about?
No.
The big ghost guy. Anyways, you have him. You have Frankie guarding the ship. You have Doflamingo coming in. You have Akiji, which is amazing as well. When we see Doflamingo shit his pants when you see Akiji.
Very cool.
Doflamingo shows up to Punk Hazard as well, flying by the clouds. You see Luffy and Zoro fight when they cut up the dragon's head off. And then you also see it's the island that Akiji and Akainu fought. So it's also
cool.
one of the cooler arcs.
That's cool.
And it's the alliance between Luffy and Law, which is very interesting. I mean, so there's a lot of things going on to it. It kind of leads you into Wano. You meet Momonosuke. You meet Kinemon.
That whole thing was a nightmare.
You learn about Vegapung's artificial fruits. It leads on to the Smile Factory. I mean, there's a lot of cool things going for it. I liked it. It's a chapter I can go back and watch again on the anime. And then when Luffy takes out Caesar, it's amazing because he hits him, and then they got to go retrieve the body. And Law's like,
awesome too.
Law's like, how far? This motherfucker just hit him.
Yeah.
Which is cool. So, like I said, I like Punk Hazard. I think it deserves to be up there. And, yeah, that's my reason. Yeah. It's not great. It has flaws. There's definitely time. Oh, my other favorite part, too, is when Sanji fights with the Marines for Tashigi because she's in trouble. Where he kind of gets them all behind him.
He says something hilarious. He's like, how did you know to come back? He's like, why'd you come back here? Why are you fighting for us? He's like, I heard the sound of a woman's tears.
Yeah, that's amazing.
What?
And then he screws up and Virgo fucks his leg up. Smoker gets betrayed. It also goes back to the whole thing that Oda really tries to push at is that people in authority can be assholes. Like the Marines are bad kind of thing. You have an undercover spy. There's a lot of cool parts to it. There's a lot of cool, and Monet is so cool. Monet's a sick character. Love the wings.
Really, you like Monet that much?
I love Monet.
I think she's cool and interesting, unique, but I love Monet. Love the character. Right.
I like how she had her wings cut off, and she has those wings and shit from Law. There's cool parts about her. That's for sure.
All right.
And then Law. Oh yeah, and the Law and the heart things. How Caesar has the wrong heart. It always shows that Law's always
but then
one step ahead of people.
It becomes like such an exaggerated plot device. Like it gets used so often.
But
like throughout the next few arcs, it's like I don't know.
Oh, you're asking why doesn't he do it more?
Well,
he's a busted devil fruit.
His devil fruit's busted, but I don't know. That's not really what I mean. I just mean like there's so much heart stuff going on.
I think also in the anime, I'm not sure if they do this in the manga. They show the fruit become the devil fruit, just kind of hinting at how devil fruits are made.
Sure. Okay.
All right, I'm done.
I'll just start off a lot of words there. I'll just start off by saying...
I got bullet points.
Yeah, wow. I'll just start off by saying that these are my top 15 arcs, but I love every arc in One Piece, you know. Even the ones that I don't like are still good.
That's such a fucking lie, dude.
No. There's only one arc.
You do not like Usopp's arc.
Okay, so it's just what I was saying. There's only one arc in the entirety of One Piece that I do not like at all. But most of the other arcs, there's parts that I really loved. There's parts that maybe there's some I have parts that I didn't like as much, and that's what this list is. You know, just the arcs that are the best. Arcs that are not on this list does not mean I don't like them. You know. Okay. That being said, number 15, same thing as you. Going through the anime the first time, watching them, and I'm basically ranking them on like the amount that I enjoyed them, the things that I liked, how strong of stories I thought they were, like character components, hype moments, fight moments, story moments, like all that. That's I'll go again from watching the first time. So that being said, number 15, getting in the 15 spot, Little Garden.
Wow. Okay.
Little Garden. You what? You hate it?
I like Little Garden.
You like Little Garden. I think the Dory Bragi stuff is like really cool. It's a really interesting setup for like an arc.
I think it's just so short.
It's short, but you get a lot in it. You get the pride stuff. You know, Usopp starts to fall in love with Elbaf, which I like. The reason for why it's called Little Garden is because you feel little like when you're there because everything is huge.
It's a really cool reveal.
The setting is really cool.
Nami finds the book and it's like
I really like that. This whole Dory Bragi fight is really cool, and it's all just based around pride, which is like a huge symbolic thing going throughout all of One Piece.
First time you see Rio at the end.
Yeah, so that's like so then you get on, you see Sanji becomes Mr. Smith, love that.
Mr. Prince.
Mr. Prince, sorry. Sanji becomes Mr. Prince. Love that. Like,
Yeah.
that whole thing is really cool.
But did you like those guys? Like, I didn't like the girl with the paintbrush. I mean, Mr. 3 was...
So the girl with the paintbrush was a little annoying.
A little
But it was
jockey.
interesting to see it, and it was annoying because, but Luffy has to get stalled in every arc. Every arc, Luffy gets stalled by something.
Yeah,
and it's interesting to see, like, Usopp says it even, like,
How
that's Luffy's weakness, like mind tricks, like trickery, like he
Then
can
you
do
double
strength.
down into Thriller Park, yeah.
He lets the Mr. 3 wax him up, so he has the mallet. I love, like, the character interactions you have with Nami, Vivi, and Zoro when they're stuck in the candle thing. Zoro's like posing for him about to die, alluding to him maybe being a D, smiling in the face of fear.
Nah, he's not. He's not a D. He's a he's from Wano.
He's a Shimotsuki maybe. Yeah, I think that's probably true.
That
but
boat
I
going out
love
there.
the
I think we
dialogue.
got into a cool theory though with the boat thing. Kind of time.
Yeah, that's a really interesting theory. We can flesh that out.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, so I love all that stuff.
Sanji Zoro fight. They're arguing about size. It's like a big measuring competition, which is very funny.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what started the fight with Brogy and them.
Yep. And I think Mr. 3, he's like annoying, but I think his power is really cool, and he's kind of like a good villain. I kind of think he's a good like villain, honestly.
Yeah.
I like the wax fruit. I think it's a cool fruit.
It is a cool fruit. It
And
has a lot of abilities, but it has its weaknesses too.
Right, exactly. And Vivi's like, are these guys monsters? Nami and Zoro are like arguing about posing and stuff. They don't even care that they're about to die. It's really funny. And then you get, at the end, I think you see when Mr. 3 makes a million wax figurines of himself to hide from Luffy. And Luffy looks around and kicks one. And it's immediately Mr. 3. He knows immediately allusion to hockey.
Yeah, it's cool.
Observation hockey, super cool. Dory Brogy let him out with
Allusion to just great instincts.
Just great instincts,
Which really
yeah.
comments on saying you have great instincts.
Yeah. They throw the sword strike through the fish. It's,
I just think it's weird. I find it weird that like with the whole, they poison the grog, and that's what starts the fight with Luffy and them. You know, it's just like
with Luffy and
it's like the whole thing is like Luffy and them give him a drink. He's like, you have any beer? They gave him beer, but they have like a bomb in it, and that blows up his lungs, and that's like what makes them not like each other.
Yeah.
And Luffy's like, yo, bro, like we're good. It's cool. There's definitely hype moments. I just think for a top 15, it doesn't have everything for me. Love Brogy. I love those guys though. Great fights. Every blow matches. And in the manga, it is beautifully drawn. It's one of my favorite drawn.
Yeah, it looks really cool. I've seen panels. Yeah,
it's so beautiful. You have the whole thing where he's like prehistoric. It also gets into a great part about One Piece and the island traveling and how islands can be so different.
Yeah,
like whole parts that you never expect. I respect it. Love me Little Garden. I don't think I could put it in 15. I don't think I could do it.
That's just what I feel.
I feel you. I love it though. I definitely love it.
This is my opinion.
I almost wanted to do it too, but I just couldn't. It's just hard sometimes. When you look at the list, it's just hard.
I really wanted to throw Whiskey Peak in there
So
because
did I.
of Zoro greatness.
This is a great scene. Also, the whole intro, how they get him drunk, and Nami's like, "You think you can outdrink me?" Like, and then even Zoro's the same way. It's like It's very cool. But the same problem with that is it's short. Yeah. Also, when you
but I don't really see that as a weakness necessarily.
It's not because I have a list on here, and also it's so great when you get Rob and she tells him the right way to go. Like, no, we're gonna go our own way, and they go to Little Garden, which is the wrong way.
Yeah,
like she actually tried to help him out.
She tried to help them out,
which is also one of my favorite things about Rob.
Now we're doing
No. Number 14, I have the funniest arc.
Oh, that's what everyone was saying on that, but
In the manga, I was like laughing. I sent you an also text saying it's one of the funniest things I've ever read.
Yeah.
Actually, I forgot how funny it is. Is Thriller Bark. I'm gonna go off right off the bat. The reason
you don't think Kuja is the funniest arc?
Nah.
Kuja is hilarious.
No, it's funny, but it's not as funny as this because you get the whole Straw Hat crew. Like the part with Luffy and Kuja Island when he's like, important people live in tall buildings. I'm thinking too hard. I'm gonna jump here. Or
so
he's like,
funny.
He doesn't know the signs of things. He's like, he's freaking out. He's like, I need to make a raft. And it's my favorite part about Kuja Island. I'm getting sidetracked here. Is just that it shows why Luffy needs his crew. He's there the whole time, like, oh, if I had Nami, I'd be able to navigate all
that's
this.
cool.
And then he's like,
also.
if I had Frankie, I could build a ship.
And then at the end of Marineford, you see like what pulls him out of his funk with Ace is.
Well, the whole thing with the flashback, Luffy says, I don't want to be alone. So then, like, when, like, Jinbei asks him, like, what's going on, like, Luffy's counting on his hands, like, who he still has. And he's like, I still have my crew. Great. I wonder if you have Kuja. I didn't put Kuja on my thing. Because they still kind of incorporate Kuja, the end of Kuja, as Marineford, like, using that basis.
Yeah, I think,
So it's kind of, But anyways, Thriller Bark. It's up there for one of the reasons is we get Nami's bathroom scene.
all time.
I did not like that, to be honest with you. I was like, this is crazy messed up. Like, this is too much for me. To be honest with you, that's why I'm probably not gonna read Berserk, because that Charles even know me. I was like,
dude, you don't like. Oh, if you didn't like Attack on Titan, you're not gonna like Berserk. It's like all blood and guts.
I know.
Anyways, Thriller Bark. My biggest problem with One Piece arcs in general, and one of the reasons why I don't like Thriller Bark and why it's lower on my list, is I hate when they just like have Luffy run or hide somewhere, and like other things are going on in the story. It's like, all right, Luffy, can you just like fight Moria? And the whole time the anime, it's like, oh, he's following the shadow.
But once Luffy starts, yeah.
It's like, I don't like Hogback. He's kind of like, I thought he was gonna be a cool character with Chopper.
Yeah, he ended up being such a not cool
like
chapter.
A dull guy.
And Chopper didn't even get the hit on him.
I know, it's so weird.
Like, weird.
I didn't like, what's her name made no sense.
Sindri-chan made
breaking the
no
sheets.
sense.
That was kind of the whole setup.
The whole character made no sense.
The whole intro getting them in, like where Usopp and Nami go on the place first, and they're scared of everything, and then it's like Robin, it's like the A squad. It's like Robin, Frankie, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy, and they see the three-headed dog. They're like, I'm making that my pet. And it's like it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, that was actually really fun.
They have completely different reactions than they do. The whole time they're getting them back. Very cool. You have Brooks, one of the coolest character introductions onto the show comes from Brooks. Because you go through this whole arc.
Better than Frankie?
No, I'm saying you go through this whole arc with Frankie where like you have to fight for Frankie to get on the ship. And then Luffy just meets Brooks, and he's like,
he's been alone for like 20 years.
But you don't even hear that. Luffy's like, yo, you want to join my crew? And Brooks is like, yeah. And he's like, okay. And Nami and Sanji are like, what?
It's like annoying. I think people are annoyed by that because it's like, it should mean something more to be a Straw Hat. But what I actually see in that is it speaks to Luffy's instinct. Like he knows right away. He knows right away whether you're good or bad. Like he's a great judge of character.
I think that's so funny. Thriller Bark's a sick island. I love me. Oars, very interesting. You put Luffy's shadow in him.
Agreed.
Moria's fighting style is cool. How he's able to stretch him. You see them get, murked. I mean, the whole crew.
Yeah.
You almost see the when they team up, but Robin won't join.
Hilarious.
She's like hilarious. Like I said, dude, it's a very funny arc. But then for other reasons why it's just so hype and why it's so beloved in the community is Kuma, Nightmare Luffy, and Zoro saying nothing happened. I mean, that's the reason why I have it above Punk Hazard. Very cool when you have them meet and talk. It's just so, those scenes alone just carry it to a whole nother level. You really see the determination from Zoro.
For sure.
Very cool. I just don't like when they just they stall Luffy, but then it's worth it because Luffy just murks everybody in Nightmare Luffy.
I mean, Nightmare Luffy reveal is so sick. It's
cool.
So unbelievably cool.
So yeah, I'm a Thriller Bark fan in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, I like Thriller Bark also.
I
just think there's a lot of kind of flaws with the characters.
A lot of flaws.
I mean, I love the Oars fight, love the Kuma.
But I kind of talked. You have Hotback. There's a lot of flaws.
Yeah, for sure.
You
You talked about it.
Not even
you
that big.
Yourself well. It is funny.
I'm not a big Lola fan either. Even though she kind of has a cool moment. Oh, I love Penguin Sanji. I forgot about that.
Penguin Sanji.
The Sanji when you first his intro in the
and
manga.
He fights the Zoro zombie.
He fights him. Oh my god! And then eventually he's like, "Stop whoever's getting in your way." And then it's like their two shadows just cannot stop fighting. It's just a really and the design for both of them is hilarious too. And you also have Ryuma. I forgot about Ryuma.
The Ryuma fight is amazing.
Zoro gets sushi because the whole time you're in there, you're like, how's he getting his next sword? And he meets this legendary guy from Wano. Maybe his great grandfather.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Should I say where Thriller Bark is for me?
No, just go down the list. So you have it higher.
No, Thriller Bark is 16 on my list.
Really?
Just missed.
Yeah,
just missed.
I would have put Thriller Bark in front of Little Guard.
Just because of the flaws with the
for the length,
the characters,
kind of hurts it,
and the plot sometimes drags on a little bit. I mean, there's pacing problems in everything. But
what if when the zombie comes out and Luffy puts him back into the grave?
Oh, that part is so funny. It is very funny. I think it's
problem solved. Like what?
I think Kuja might be funnier, but I think Thriller Bark is the second, if not the funniest.
With the mushrooms and everything.
The mushroom thing is
it's also just the change of tone, the darkness too. It's an interesting.
Well, I think it's interesting you have Punk Hazard and Thriller Bark right next to each other because they're very similar in tone.
Yeah. No.
All right.
I'm consistent.
Number 14.
Not really.
Whole Cake Island. Number 14.
Cakey.
There's some amazing parts in this arc.
There is, yeah.
That, I mean, I personally, people don't talk about this. I guess they don't really like it, but I personally love the Luffy-Sanji fight.
Oh,
Luffy taking on an entire army.
Badass.
I'll wait here. I won't eat anything until you're the cook of the future king of the pirates.
And the people you lose to are like tricky fruits. It's not like
like bobbins and like things like that.
Yeah, he gets stuck in. Okay.
Amazing. He takes out the whole army waiting for Sanji. I think Pudding is a really good character, honestly.
Great character. Another character you don't understand his motives until revealed later.
Yeah, until revealed later.
Odin.
But it made sense. I mean, the whole way through.
It's gonna make sense.
Okay. I mean, the Jinbei Big Mom interactions are absolute GOAT level. He brings the sake cup down, tells her to her face, I'm going to be on the crew of the future king of the pirates.
Can't be afraid of
I'm not going to be afraid of some Yonko. That is unbelievable hype. Luffy comes out of the cake. Capone's like, Big Mom's like, where are you, Luffy? Capone's like, obviously he's not going to tell her. And he shouts, I'm right here. So good, so good.
Scene.
Jinbei vagabond drills Big Mom. I mean, Luffy gets caught at one point.
The walking scene, too, when they meet Capone. When they have their outfits for the wedding. Very hype.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool.
Very cool. Good musical scenes.
I mean, the
Katakuri.
I didn't love the musical scenes, but the Katakuri is amazing.
Yeah.
The Katakuri fight dragged on a little bit for me personally, but you see Luffy goes into the mirror world and he punches the mirror out.
That's probably one of the best parts of it.
And Katakuri just goes to Luffy. Oh, so this is a captain's will.
Yeah.
I was fumbling on captain.
Yeah, this is so hard. You're so hard right now.
So good.
It's one of Luffy's best moments.
It's one of Luffy's best moments. I agree.
I totally agree with that.
I just love Pedro sacrificing himself, which I think was...
And Brooks.
Fine. Brooks, just MVP of the whole arc.
Had to be.
Unbelievable. Gets the poneglyph rubbing.
True.
Trick Smoothie is like unbelievable. He's cuddling with Big Mom. Hilarious.
Cut Zeus with the soul.
Cut Zeus shatters the Mother Carmel picture.
Big Mom flashback story.
Yeah, so the Big Mom flashback story I really like a lot. I think it's really interesting. Shows a lot about her character.
Points to Elbaf.
And I think Big Mom just in general, just getting introduced to a Yonko for the first time like that as a major antagonist.
Oh, as an antagonist.
As a major antagonist, that's someone that Luffy has to fight, was really interesting and jarring to see the difference in power.
What about the flaws, though, man? What about Seducing Woods?
So that's the biggest flaw. The biggest flaw is the Seducing Woods took way too long.
What about Carrot and Chopper in the Mirror World?
It's just boring.
What about Brule? What about the chase?
I don't think those are...
What about like Wadamat, like the Sunny pretending to be blown up?
That was a little annoying.
What about
fucking I don't find those as huge flaws.
What about Sanji
really.
not getting a fight?
Well, Sanji just gets absolutely LVP of this arc.
I don't know. There's so many.
Aside from him kicking the future king of the pirates in the face of him.
Just for me, just looking back on a whole, like I said, I gotta rewatch it or
Sanji takes L's, but I don't see that as a weakness of the chapter. I think that's just something pointing to his character. That's just.
I think Whole Cake Island's good.
He can't do He can't be in an arc where females are the antagonist.
Yeah,
that's his character. He can't do it. But yeah,
true.
I get it. I don't see them fully as flaws. I see those as just things that happen. Except for the Seducing Woods, that was way too long and bad. Just bad.
Even the Cracker fight, which was cool, it lingered.
Way too long. I agree.
So
the Cracker fight was cool, but it's like I wouldn't say that as a favorite part of the arc because it was just.
There's so many parts, and it's kind of just leading towards something.
But Nami, a third commander level, she basically took down Cracker.
She helped take down Cracker. She created some rain, some wet biscuits. I do like Whole Cake Island. Like I said, I gotta give it a read through on the.
There's so many hype moments for me. I had to be on that list.
There's the same reason why I have Thriller Punk Hazard in there. It was Whole Cake or Punk Hazard, and I just saw less flaws. And I also have the entire Straw Hats in Punk Hazard. I think some of these arcs struggle a little bit when you cut out some of these characters and you don't get them as much. It would have been cool to see Zoro in Whole Cake Island.
Oh, that would have been so cool.
It would have been cool to see.
But he couldn't have been in Whole Cake Island because Zoro would have just killed Big Mom.
What's Smoothie doing the whole time?
Zoro would have just one-shotted Big Mom. So I
don't like the Vin Smoke. I like him a little bit, but I don't love the Vin Smoke.
Oh, I really did not like the Vin Smoke thing. I mean, the Sanji flashback was amazing. Actually, that's the part I didn't say. That Sanji flashback was amazing.
Sanji has two really heartbreaking flashbacks.
To judge, it was so hard to watch.
I still think that one's. We debated about that. I feel like he still kind of let Judge win that, but.
Yeah, I didn't love Germa 66's characters, but they served their purpose. As a whole, I really liked the arc a lot. Yeah. That's what I gotta say.
Okay, my 13.
Yeah.
I know, I'm with you, yo, dude. Katakuri fight's still top 3 favorite fights, I think. What do you think about Katakuri giving up the fight? I know you have problems with that. I don't have problems with that as much.
My opinion, I don't know if I have a problem with it. My opinion on it, is that
I never hit start
Luffy
on that.
didn't necessarily like beat Katakuri in a strength match.
Yeah.
I think he outwilled him, and I think Katakuri loves his family and is loyal, is extremely loyal, but he doesn't love Big Mom. I mean, there are things that he said that he kind of hints at the way Big Mom does things is not how he would like it to do when he talks about Luffy being a captain, captain's will.
Well, she
Big
killed one of their sons.
yeah, so I think Katakuri's not all about that, and I think by the end of the fight, he respected Luffy so much, and he was messed up. They were both messed up, but he decided in that moment that it wasn't worth him fighting on because he respected Luffy. He didn't want to kill Luffy anymore, and he said,
think he
Luffy,
could've killed him?
you're seeing quite far into the future now, and he almost wants Luffy to come back and kill Big Mom, I think.
Luffy would have went longer in that fight.
Yeah, and I think Katakuri could have also.
You already told, yeah, and Katakuri knew there's no way he's breaking this dude. There's no way he's defeating Luffy.
Yeah, he got outwilled maybe, but I think he mostly just kind of
lost the fight.
gave in. Yeah, I think
He
he gave
lost
up.
the fight.
I mean,
He
he lost the
lost
fight,
the
sure,
fight.
but he didn't get beat. You know what I mean?
Snake Man. Yeah, but yeah.
That's my take. I mean,
I feel you.
you can disagree if you want.
I do disagree a little bit. I love the fight. I think he won the fight. We go
I
back and
also
forth.
love the fight.
It's one of the best fights because it's such a good fight because
It
it's
makes a point
Luffy
that
versus himself almost.
yeah, it's
That's
a
the
better
coolest part.
version of
It's
his
like,
Devil Fruit.
I
Yeah.
can make a stronger arm. I can do this. And
Yeah.
Luffy's like, it doesn't matter.
But it shows us the future of Luffy, kind of in a
It
sense.
is, which is so cool because
Yeah.
you can see like the awakening. But Luffy's like, it doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna win this fight.
Right.
Because my crew's on the line.
because plot.
Yeah, I mean, dude, come on, you can't. All right, number 13. Same reason problems with Whole Cake Island is Dressrosa.
Wow,
There's so many hype moments though. It's hard for me to keep it off the list.
that's low, dude.
I mean, dude, I have a problem with all post time skip.
Wow.
I have a problem with all post time skip. So many flaws. The Tantada tribe, bro, do not give a shit.
That's my biggest problem with
The
Dressrosa.
Coliseum, when it's not Luffy fighting, you see like the chick fighting. What's her name? Rebecca, who's like armors just her tits. It's just like, how does she think this is
Fan service, baby.
gonna work at all? But there's those
How does she
parts
think this is gonna? Is that what is that guarding you from?
at all. Okay, but funny. I mean, yeah, great fan service. Like that shit was slow, but the moments that were hype were so hype.
Yeah.
You just could not ignore it. You get amazing flashbacks through and through. You get what's my date with the one leg, who's Rebecca's father.
Oh, Kiros.
Kiros. You get Kiros's
Toy
flashback.
Soldier. Kiros' flashback is
Unbelievable.
amazing, yeah.
Toy Soldier.
You skipped that when we first watching in the anime.
I did.
You went
I
back
did.
to it.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So good.
I told you you would.
Yeah, but it's so hard not to like. I mean, the guy cut his leg off. And then you
Awesome.
have
So good.
fucking the flamingos. You find a celestial dragon. Unbelievable reveal. You see what he was as a celestial dragon. His father gave it up. He kills
Amazing
his father.
flashback.
He activates.
See, these are good flashbacks.
He activates his fucking.
These are what good flashbacks
conquers hockey while he's being tied up, which is sick. And then he
Sick.
gets recruited in with the string fruit.
Yep.
He gets the whole crew. Treble kind of picks him out.
Unbelievable control over that string fruit, by the way.
Unbelievable control.
Broken control.
And then you get Law. And you get the Law flashback with Corazon.
Law's cool in that arc.
Heartbreak. Son Goku comes through, so he's like a father figure to Corazon, which is kind of connection there. You get introduced to the Fujitora.
That's actually a really interesting angle.
You get Fujitora, who is so cool with the gambling and everything, and letting them go.
Such a cool
you
character.
get Sabo eating the flame fruit and the whole Coliseum.
Yeah, I don't know how you have it so low. As you're going through like all these things, I'm like,
these are high
this
moments.
is
Oh,
so
so
high.
this is why I don't have it. It spends way too much time on unimportant characters. The pace is brutal of them walking up the hill.
The pace is a problem.
Waiting on Bellamy is absolutely brutal. Let me just
That
get to
is
Daffy.
so annoying, I
You have
agree.
Treble up there fighting with Luffy and Law. Law gets nerfed. What else do I have a problem with it? When Fujitora lifts up all the gravel, you know he's not going to drop it on them, so that's kind of weak. You have just Fujitora just dropping bricks. Like, I know it's cool, you get to see him drop asteroids, but like that's never going to do anything to Law. Like, can you not find him and just gravity him to the ground and cut his fucking head off? Like, I don't know why it looks cool you're able to drop asteroids, but against anyone that's not fodder, that's a useless talent, dropping those asteroids.
You mean that's like not a warlord?
Also, the birdcage is stupid busted.
Yeah, Barricade is a problem.
Super busted. And
It's
then
kind of sick. Just shows Doflingo's strength.
it's the whole thing. But then the part that dude, if you make my top 15, I like the arc. Okay, it's just there's arcs I like more than that arc because they're more flawless. There's a lot of flaws in Dressrosa, like a lot of flaws. Like how Sugar is just busted.
Once we get to my top 5, every arc in my top 5 I think is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, when we get to my top 5, you could change them out any way you see fit. But
I don't think that, but I think they're all
with
perfect.
the Birdman, it's just there's just so many like weird moments, and the pace is bad. I'm like, yo, can we get through this fucking shit? That I just don't really do it. And the Birdcage really fucking hard. But you get Bartholomew, great character introduction, plays a huge part now. You get the Grand Fleet out of the whole thing.
Sure. Shout out to Wano.
But yeah, dude, like Luffy's carrying Law, which is convenient because then Law's like, oh, I saved up all my hockey. It's just, dude, it's just a lot of weird parts in it that I just couldn't get beyond.
I don't find it that rude, but okay, fine.
I just couldn't get beyond.
All right, number 13 for me.
Terrible pacing.
Controversial. This, of us doing this list?
Oh, but we have worse pacing than Oda.
We have worse pacing than Oda. Okay, number 13 for me, Romance Dawn.
Wow.
Unbelievable. I hear people that don't like this. Is this them coming back?
I think so.
I hear people that
Oh my god, you guys are
They-
in the same spot?
Yeah.
Same spot.
Well, we made a drink.
Well, we're on the second half now of the
Yeah,
show.
we're almost done. We got like an hour left. When we
Yeah.
going for dinner?
D&D?
No, when?
I don't know when.
Okay.
No, but the live like probably like an hour.
Okay, so we just get a drink
Can we
somewhere
call?
else.
Yeah, we just gonna drink somewhere.
Okay, but we can call to make a reservation. We have to
We
put
can't?
the name over there.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
That's fun.
Uh,
Better be worth it.
okay. Romance Dawn. Some
I'm
people,
excited.
I hear people have like problems with Romance Dawn. I don't really get it. Like,
It's not that they have problems. It's that there's better arcs in 15.
no, I literally hear people saying like they don't like the beginning of One Piece, which to me is ridiculous. I loved the beginning of One Piece. The reason I'm such a huge One Piece fan right now is because I watched the beginning and I was hooked immediately. You get the Luffy Shanks action, episode number 1, amazing. Shanks keeps coming back in the story, make
Well,
hyper.
okay, so this is anime, right?
Yeah.
So it is okay, yeah. So you do start off in the anime with Luffy.
But I've read the manga Romance Dawn also, and you start off
No, it
with that.
starts off with Luffy popping.
Right. Okay. Sure. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry. That makes something better. But whatever.
But the Alvida reveal is sick. I'm loving it.
Alvida is. I mean, listen. You get Kobe. You get Alvida.
I
The
get it.
Zoro. I love the Zoro Exxon Morgan whole
amazing.
arc, I think
Amazing.
honestly, I love it.
Yeah.
You see like Zoro like
Kobe's-
submits to Luffy
Kobe's
as a
such
commander.
a whiny little bitch.
No, but I kind of
bro.
like his
Helmeppo's so
character.
annoying.
Helmeppo's really annoying. I don't like
He's
Helmeppo.
annoying. Captain Morgan's cool. but
Captain
he's
Morgan's
not that cool.
Love it. I think it's amazing. It's a perfect setup for the series.
Over Whole Cake Island. So you put it over Whole Cake.
I'm a huge fan of it.
I might take
front to
a-
back. I just kind of think like it has no flaws to me. It has no flaws.
I
to
might
me.
take Little Garden above Romance Dawn.
Okay, that's
To
fine.
be honest, you gotta get back there.
Oh boy. No, it's great.
Okay, no, I mean, dude, it's hard for me not to like Romance Dawn because it is the whole Zoro introduction's amazing.
It sets the tone for the
With the
series in
cookies,
such a
and
cool,
he
good
wants
way.
to eat it, and he's like, tell her it's delicious.
Tell her
and,
it's
like, Luffy's
delicious.
like, this guy's a good person.
At the end, Zoro's like, whatever my captain says, like submits to his captain. Like, it's unbelievable stuff.
Sick. Okay. I'll give you. I mean, I don't think it deserves in the top 10, top 15, but I can
That's
see.
fine.
I
You
can
don't-
see
you
a
don't
reason
have to
for
pick
it. It's also what made you One Piece fan, so it makes sense.
Near and dear to my heart.
My number 12, which I think you probably have somewhere too, is Loguetown.
Loguetown. I knew you were gonna put this in because your favorite moment in like the
Oh, that's
entire
right.
series.
My favorite moment in the anime by far, maybe my favorite scene in the entire, one of my favorite scenes, definitely from Zoro's point of view, is when Zoro finds the cursed swords. Oh, dude. Tashigi comes in. She
you can
doesn't
sense the life force.
Yeah, he doesn't know who. She doesn't know who he is. She picks out the cursed sword. Zoro's like, and the guy's like right away like, I can't sell those to you. Like it's bad. And Zoro just goes, what's stronger, my luck or this curse? Throws it in the air.
Tashigi's there like, oh.
Tashigi's there. He throws his arm out, and the dude's like, holy shit, what's going on?
It literally
Then-
grazed.
And then it goes on the other side, dives into the ground.
Dives into the ground.
Everyone's like, what the fuck? She literally falls on the ground. Like, what's going on? Zoro's saying, like, I feel the energy from it. The guy, the shop owner who's trying to rip off Zoro has so much respect for him at this
Yeah.
point. He gives him his family, like, heirloom. His wife's furious. And
Yeah.
she's like, what's wrong with passing in my dream onto another man?
Which gets destroyed at Enies Lobby.
What?
It gets rusted at Enies Lobby.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like, if you don't care about something, that's fine. I don't give a shit about. But
It's one of my favorite moments in the anime by far. In the manga, one of my favorite Zoro scenes. It's unbelievable.
Oh, do you want to hear my green bolt theory? It's crazy tin hat theory. Who I think it is.
Throw it in there. Oh, you just come up no, because I'm like sure.
No, I've actually thought this for a little while, but I had no proof, and it's just such a ridiculous theory. But it's like possible.
Okay.
I won't say it right now. I'll say it later.
Okay, can I go on about Loguetown though?
Oh yeah, sure.
The other thing you get from Loguetown is you get introduced to Smoker and Logius, which is safe because Luffy really can't fight against him. You get introduced to Ace, which is amazing. Ace is just sleeping at the bar. People think he got poisoned. So funny. And you also get introduced to Dragon, and Luffy almost gets killed on the scaffold. All great scenes.
Amazing.
Luffy's about to smile. Smoker's like, did he just smile?
Yeah.
You get
that's when
Alvida comes back, and Luffy just says, "I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Like a lightning bolt. It's just such a good, perfect
lightning
little
bolt hits, shows
segue
destiny,
thing.
shows smiling at.
And then from there
in the
you
face
go
of
to the
death.
grand line where everyone puts their feet on the
feet
thing,
on the valley,
and
yep.
they all say their dreams. Actually, it's even cool in the manga. They kind of show you like they're not putting their feet there; they're breaking it to drink the grog.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is awesome, I think.
And also that's when Bartolomeo falls in love with Luffy at Loguetown.
Oh, was he there?
Yeah, he was there. He was there.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's a great arc. Very great. I love the introduction to Smoker when you first meet Logius and you're like, how
Smoker's
are
an
we gonna
amazing
deal with this?
character.
Also love when Luffy's like starting trouble and they're like, oh, like hopefully Luffy doesn't look this way. He runs right towards him.
Yeah, that whole thing is great.
Dude,
I
it's
love
just
it.
a great little arc, and then you meet Fire Fist Ace and he fucks up the marine shit. I mean, you get introduction to the new world. You meet Devil Fruits. You get into a little
Ace isn't
bit.
in that arc.
Yeah, he is.
He's in Alabasta. You meet him.
No, that's Loguetown.
When?
Isn't that Loguetown?
No, it's Alabasta.
No, because that's when Dragon comes out. Oh, because then he comes out and finds him later. Oh, I mixed them all up. Well, he's not in that. I still think it's a great arc.
Yeah. Okay. So after you say all that, I'll say my 12, because it is Loguetown.
Oh wow, yeah, it's a great arc.
For
It's a great arc, yeah.
the same reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, I mixed those up because Crocodile goes into the Grand Line to find Luffy, and he sees him again, and Luffy's like, oh shit.
Smoker.
Smoker, yeah. He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
shit's that
right.
crap.
And then Ace is like,
Yeah.
this isn't gonna work for you, dude.
Yeah.
Fire and smoke. Like, what do you think you're gonna be able
What's
to do
gonna
to me?
happen? What's gonna
Yeah.
happen? All right, so basically same reason. So you're good there.
All the
Makes
same
12
reasons.
perfect.
Yeah. All the same reasons.
All right, number 11 for me, Drum Island. Are you guys cooking in there? I thought we were going to dinner later.
We're just gonna have some appetizers.
Oh, some appetizers.
Are you
okay.
making me something?
I don't know if you can eat it.
What does that mean?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Is that chicken feet?
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right. Cool.
I trust you. Number 11, Drum Island. This would be higher if I was going off the manga, because they really iron out some things in it.
Oh, interesting.
Because like Wapol doesn't get to the weapons thing or whatever. Wapol gets a lot more action in the anime.
A lot of screen time, and
And
I did not like Wapol's character.
not like Wapol at
so
all?
Annoying, so annoying.
At
Yeah.
all. I still think he has one of the best cover
Oh,
stories.
you're agreeing.
Oh, I think he's a
I
terrible.
thought you were asking. Yeah, yeah.
No,
I
I'm
don't
not a
like
big
Wapol.
fan of his at all. But the things I like about Drum Island is, one, we meet Chopper. Great. Two, we meet Dr. Correa. Three, we get introduced to the Zone Fruit with Dalton, which is a sick reveal.
The
He's
Dalton
like,
reveal's
what,
cool.
What
Yeah.
are we gonna do? And my favorite, actually, the other favorite part is Chopper's backstory, Dr. Correa with
Hero Luke, amazing
with
character.
Hero Luke.
What does he say? It's-
When does a man die?
When does a man die?
It's amazing. It's
when
one of
he
my
eats a poisonous soup, when he gets shot through the heart.
one of my favorite.
Or what is it? What's the line? Is so
You
good.
can bring it. Yeah,
It's
you
so
can
good.
say it right now because it still gives me bones down my. Like,
I'll just say I didn't love Drum Island, to be
no,
honest.
because that's what I'm saying. But if you read the song, I do get a little weighted by the manga because the manga is so perfect.
I can see that, yeah.
It really is. They cut out the extra.
I mean, the
Wapol
whole
bullshit.
climbing up the tower with, like, Sanji and...
Well, I was about to say,
and-
that's my favorite. So my second favorite
amazing.
part
I mean,
is
that's
here
amazing.
is this Hero Luke speech. Can you find it? Hey, when do you think of
Yeah.
here to say?
When do you think a person dies? When a bullet from a pistol pierces his heart? No. When he's attacked by an incurable disease? No. When he eats a deadly poisonous mushroom soup? No. A man dies when people forget him.
So hot. And then he blows up and he pauses it and then, dude, it is
So
tearjerker. And then you
So
leave the
good.
island and he sends
So
off the
good.
cherry blossoms.
The cherry blossoms,
And Dr.
yeah.
Correa is like weeping so much. He's 149.
Yeah.
You hear about Ace and Blackbeard in this arc as well. They mentioned Blackbeard came through. That's how Wapol leaves, is because of Blackbeard. But my favorite part about this arc, it's the only reason why they come to Drum Island,
is to get Nami a doctor.
Yeah.
And Luffy puts her on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And they need to fight off these fucking little bear assholes. And then eventually the avalanche comes. And then Sanji gets hurt. So then Luffy comes, saves one of those little rabbits, mom, drops her, takes Sanji and climbs. No, dude. In the manga, when he's climbing, and he just has Sanji, he has Sanji in his teeth, right? So when he screams, he lets go of Sanji, so he snaps his neck back and grabs him. But the best part of the whole thing is when he gets to the top, you see this a couple times in the show, is he says, "Save my friends first."
Yes.
Luffy's the most banged up person.
Did it in Impel Down with Von
Clay. He's frozen, and Dr. Reyes sees him. He grabs her. He's like, "These are my friends. Save them." Nothing ever about himself. Yeah. And I think it's a very revealing moment.
Maybe even the most wounded at that point out of anyone.
Oh, big time. He just climbs the whole mountain, dude. It is such an epic moment. If it wasn't just anime only, it would be higher, probably my top 10. But from there, I feel pretty comfortable with it.
Wow.
Where it is.
I guess I got to read Dramon because I really did not like it that much.
The scene when he's climbing up that thing, you're like, bro. And then the reason why it's so cold inside the castle is because Chopper, there's a bird nest up there. It's really just a cute thing. Chopper's like a freak with a beast. Zoro's just working out. He sees some guy with a coat, and he just kicks his ass so he can take his coat. Yeah. And it gets all warm again. It's good stuff.
All right. Yeah, there you go.
That's my Drum Island speech.
Okay. My number 11.
I have no idea.
You're in frame.
You're in frame.
Guest starring.
You're a little out of focus.
So
you want to work the camera?
Let me say, let me say this. At this point, like basically. I had a lot of trouble with 11 through 6. Really? A lot of trouble.
So
like
5 through 1 was easy. You just kind of just threw a dart, and you're like, I'm good with that.
5 through 1, like it took me like a little bit amount of time. Like I thought about it, but I feel very good about it. 6 through 11, it took me a long time to like, where do I want to place these really? Like where do they land? I don't really know. I'll say this one that I'm about to say is probably much higher on your list.
Okay.
But
7?
But to me,
you don't really feel the emotional impact.
There are things about it that I just like other arcs better. And that's literally all it is. I love this arc.
I think it's 4 to 7.
You guessed 4 or 7. Yeah. I absolutely love this arc, but there's just things about other arcs that I like better, and I'll say now. It is Sabaody. Sabaody. Number 11. And it's a shock. I know. I get it. I get it. It's low.
No, that's crazy. I might need to get the next game. Go on, though.
So, I mean, there are parts of Sabaody I absolutely love. The Kuma Pacifista, Sentomaro, the entire crew. I mean, it's a huge changing point in the series. It's a climax of the entire series, I would say. It changes the series tonally. It changes the entire dynamic of the series. The plot. It starts off the time skip, Marineford, Impel Down, the whole thing. And I love all that. The setup is amazing. But it's a setup arc. It's a setup arc. At the end of the day, it's a setup arc. You get introduced to all these, the worst generation, which are all really, really cool. You get some info dump from Rayleigh, which is really, really cool. But in the end...
Tell me the bad things. I have some complaints with Sabaody, but like I'm saying, like you haven't said a bad thing yet.
No, I don't have like
a setup.
I don't have like complaints about the arc. I just think like my thing is that it's a setup arc. It's not like I don't see it like as a fully fleshed out arc.
Can't be bad though. Loguetown's a setup.
No, I don't think it's bad. It's 11th. I just said like everything here is like I love this arc. Okay, I love this arc. There's just other arcs above this I just like better. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's it. You gotta go sound off.
That's gonna be
one.
Sound off, dude. Robinson. Yo,
okay.
Fuck the Nets. Alright, I'm sorry. Go
on.
I mean, like you say you don't like the setup part. Like, you want to know the parts I don't like about it?
It's not that I don't like it. It's that I just like other arcs better because they're fully fleshed out stories. We don't go anywhere with the worst generation. It seems like
we go somewhere with the Celestial Dragons, though.
Celestial, just St. Charles is cool.
St. Charles is cool. Zoro scene is sick. You meet Julie Bonnery.
Yeah. I love all those things.
You get Shiki. You get Rayleigh.
Yeah, I love all that.
You get them getting sent. Whatever.
But
I have it way higher.
That's fine. And I think most people do. But to me, it's a setup arc, and I like the other arcs when there's a full story.
You want to know the one thing I didn't like about the arc? Is Duval. I did not like the flying fishman that much. I like that. I like how he's connected.
I think it's funny. I think
he's connected with Sanji. Like that's like Sanji has his huge curves and he fixes his face. So
I think it's like a funny gag, honestly.
It is, but like I'm surprised you have him so on.
But I didn't like. You know what I don't like actually?
You also love Kizaru. I'm surprised you didn't like it.
I do love Kizaru. And I love the Kizaru interaction. But I didn't love.
It's a beautiful location.
I didn't love Shaki, honestly.
What?
I know, people love Shaki.
She's a great character.
No, Shaki's the octopus.
Oh, Hachi.
Oh, Hachi. Shaki's the girl.
Yeah,
Right.
Shaki's the
Sorry.
girl. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, everyone loves.
I didn't love Hachi. I think it was such an odd, like, shift from his character from Arlong Park, where he's like a bad guy and then he's like fine.
But even in
like,
Arlong Park, he really didn't give off like the
he
bad
didn't.
vibes.
He
He kind of helps out Zoro. He's like,
But
oh
still,
boy,
but
that's
still,
my-"
he was like a scumbag. He's a facilitator of Arlong.
But that goes on,
I'm like,
though.
I kind of hate him.
But that goes
I'm like,
on
screw
to
this
it.
guy.
I mean, but you're supposed to, and when you meet him, you hate him. And
No,
you're
but
like,
you're supposed to like him in Sabaody, and I never did. I never liked
But
him.
once Nami forgives him, you kind of forgive him yourself.
I didn't forgive him. I thought it was still unforgivable what he did.
See, like I did. That's why, like, I kind of look at the
Yeah,
camera.
disgusting what he did, and I just didn't like him as a character, and that's
Okay,
the only negative about the. arc that I have.
Okay, cool. Okay. I'm surprised you had it. I thought you were gonna have it like top 5, to be honest. I thought that's one of the locked-in top 5s. That's what it is.
My number 10 is another great arc, small but perfect. Jaya.
Oh, you're gonna be shocked by my 10.
It's fine. I don't mind. Jaya. Everyone knows the best scene of Jaya, Luffy, and Zoro in the bar of Bellamy.
Yes.
I mean, right off the bat, what?
Well, my favorite part of Jaya is Luffy punching Bellamy in the face.
Is it? No,
Yeah.
that's a great scene.
Big time.
But this one is like, it's great because, first of all, the island's cool by itself. It's like a pirate's island. It's lawlessness. So Zoro and Luffy right away at their sight. And Nami's like, nah, this isn't going to fly. So Nami goes with them and gives them strict instructions not to do anything wrong. And then they get into the bar, and Luffy and, like, they had no interest listening to her on that. But then when it happens to them, they're like, another great moment between Zoro and Luffy, where Luffy tells them, don't do anything, and Zoro instantly knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And then Nami gets so mad, she's like, fight these people
Even
back.
though at the beginning of the arc, she said, whatever you do, don't fight.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And like she's like, no, this is your pride in line, guys, fuck it. And like Luffy's
This is when like Nami really starts to annoy me in this series.
This is when Luffy gets it. And this is like, as a fan, like, you're like, Luffy fight back too. But you don't know.
I love the parallel between this fight scene and the Shanks fight scene from Romance Dawn.
Exactly. It's so beautiful. And then you see it, and they just get their ass beat. And then they walk outside, and there's Blackbeard waiting for them.
Love.
And he says, what's his thing?
Like whatever, like that thing that he said about
Dreams
Sky
never
Island.
die. Yeah.
Dreams, that is wrong. Like the Sky Island exists. Dreams never die.
Which is so beautiful. And you meet them. You also have the comparison between Luffy and them.
Yeah, he has
and
the
then
Luffy. You
on,
get introduced to Blackbeard, but you don't know until the very end of Jaya.
You go meet Nolan's backstory too with Cricket.
Amazing
awesome,
flashback.
Cool. It kind of gives you the whole thing. The only thing I didn't like about it is when they had to go in the woods to go find it. Like, we have all these guys, so you can't. I know they're a little drunk. Robin sees it.
I didn't like love Diamond Head as like I didn't love his character, but
Cricket.
But I liked him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big.
I liked him, but I didn't love him.
Or the monkeys. Yeah, I didn't mind him either. I liked his grandfather a little bit more. Then Bellamy kicks his ass. Then Luffy goes back in.
Sick.
The whole mystery, because we know
Luffy's like, I'll be back, and he starts running.
Well, we also know Luffy just defeated Crocodile, so you know he can murk people. And then like no one knows his bounty.
And that bounty isn't his actual bounty.
They think it's 30.
Yeah.
It's actually 100.
Yeah.
They warn him, and Luffy says, "You want to ask if I can throw a punch?"
Can I throw a punch, you ask?
Dude, it's one of my favorite One Piece moments. And then they're waiting.
One of the best ones.
Dude, then they're waiting on Luffy, and Luffy's taking so long because he's riding the beetles.
So funny.
Oh no, my other favorite thing, Robin, if I follow the coastline, it'll take me to town, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's right. So Luffy can't get lost.
Yeah.
Comes back, and then they eventually fly off into Sky Island, which is another 16. You find out about the
how
knock-up.
they get into Skypeia is.
You find out about the
so
knock-up
cool,
stream.
so
I really love. I think Jaya is one of the better, perfect no-flow arcs. A couple little issues here and there. I like the intro with them like retrieving the ship. Robin's first on it, and then she kind of tell you like the time frame.
Yeah.
And she hunts
it's the first time that Robin's there also, and Robin is like so cool at that point,
smart.
like so cool.
She looks at the bones. She's like, this guy died from a brain injury, whatever.
I loved Robin and Jaya.
Cool.
She's so cool. And
So
Skypeia,
cool,
she's so cool at this point in the series.
I love me some Robin. But yeah, that's why I put it in my top 10. But if I was going off mangas, I'd probably put Drum Island above Jaya there.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
My number 10 is Baratie.
Wow. Okay.
Baratie. I love the introduction of Sanji. I think it's an amazing character introduction. The Sanji flashback is amazing. I love Zeph as a character. Throughout the Don Krieg fight, he's giving commentary like, Sanji, watch closely.
Yeah.
Like, this is
a
there's
man.
something stronger than muscles. There's something
like
stronger than weapons.
A spear of will.
It's
whatever,
it's like,
will,
will.
break down any
You'll
weapon.
only see a man like this
Just
once every
telling
two.
you,
Like, it's
Pirate King.
unbelievable.
Also, his flashback.
Sanji flashback is unbelievable. You
How'd
learn
you
so
eat
much
all
about his
the? How'd you
character.
eat all the food? He just eat his own fuck. Even though the anime,
ate his
the
own
anime
leg.
says he cut his leg off.
Yeah, the manga's much more
manga
gruesome. Yeah, he
definitely tells
eats
you
his leg.
He
Yeah,
eats his leg.
yeah.
And then he gets into the whole blue. It also explains Sanji's character.
Completely changes his character.
Why he wastes any food is a waste.
Yep.
And he's feeding people.
Except for the woman thing, but I guess Zeph just taught him that.
Zeph.
Yeah.
He just listens to Zeph. Dude.
Yeah. But I love that. I mean, the introduction when he's talking to Full Body about the wine.
Love it.
I mean,
He
we
just shows
had
them up.
wine in frame a little while
I have
ago, you know, like-
zero taste when it comes to wine. Just red,
I love
dry.
it. It's hilarious.
Red, dry, and cheap.
All right, so you got taste. Gin, I think, is an amazing character.
Is he coming back? Is he showing up to Wano?
Gin is imp. I think
He's also he also has a sick character view because you don't know his stats and you find out he's first commander on that ship.
yeah, sick. I think the whole arc is just amazing.
You forgot the best part though.
Don Krieg?
No, bro, come on. That's why you have it at 10 if you don't realize.
What do you mean? I'm fucking with you, dude.
I don't know.
I am a Zoro fanboy.
I don't know.
You think I don't remember?
I don't. You haven't mentioned it yet.
Well, because I'm getting to other parts and I'm leading up to the grand finale.
Okay.
The Don
Get
Krieg.
there.
I actually really like Don Krieg as a villain. I've heard people have problems with him. I think he's an amazing villain. He's just pompous, confident, overconfident.
Dude, if
he
he didn't-
loses his entire fleet and he comes back still like this Kageyasu, he's a liar. He doesn't care about anything.
If he didn't run into Mihawk, he's wrecking some havoc on the Grand Line.
Yeah, he's known as like the strongest crew in the Grand Line.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean that's not really true because
it's not. It's,
Arlong's an East Blue, and
Well,
I think Arlong fucks up.
But
Don
does
Krieg.
Arlong have the strongest crew when Don Krieg had the biggest fleet? Arlong is the strongest person.
Yeah,
in
but
the
I
East Blue.
think Arlong would take down that fleet in 3 seconds in the water.
Maybe, I don't know.
We're getting into schematics though, but you know.
Maybe, you're right.
Yeah.
He probably would. But regardless,
Great ship too, Baratie.
Diamond
great ship.
Knuckles.
Great ship.
Yeah, great ship. It's so cool. I mean, the Baratie is a great ship.
Yeah,
Baratie's-
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Don
No,
Krieg's.
no, the Baratie.
Baratie's
Yo,
great
but
ship.
get to the best part.
So then
That's
Zoro
the fans
Mihawk.
that's what fans are waiting
Oh
for.
my god. Mihawk Zoro. Oh my god. This is one of the best moments of the entire series.
A frog in
This
a
is
well.
why it's above Sabaody, because
Frog-
of Zoro Mihawk.
frog in
in a well.
Yeah, it's so good.
Frog in the well. You'll learn how small you are in this world.
Doesn't even give him
Oh,
the. Doesn't even
surpass me. I mean, everything Mihawk says in that fight
apologizes
is
to Luffy.
literally the coolest thing of all time.
Nami steals the marriage.
Stabs him in the heart. He's like, there's no way it could be this big of a difference. Stabs him in the heart. Mihawk says, why aren't you withdrawing? And he goes, because I feel that if I let go at all, if I withdraw at all, then he's like, well, that's what losing is. And he's like, that's why I can't
rather
step
die.
back.
I'd
He's
rather
like, you'd
die.
rather die? And he's like, oh, it's so sick. And then he takes the blade out and he goes, state your name.
Yeah.
Roronoa Zoro. He's
That's
like,
how
I'll
the
take you down with my...
That's how the sword breaks, and that's how he goes into Loguetown. Great Zoro has the best sword breaks into new swords out of
Yeah.
anybody.
Yeah, so cool. Love it.
Totally agree.
The whole thing is absolutely amazing. Surpass me, Roronoa. So good. So good.
Also great when Luffy just sits on the sidelines and holds back Johnny.
How it holds back,
'Cause he
yeah.
knows.
And yeah,
he
Yosako.
knows Zoro's treasure. He knows what he wants to become, and he knows this. And then Mihawk comments.
And Mihawk is like, yeah,
He's
I
like,
saw what you
I
did.
saw what you
Yeah.
did. He's like, oh, you want to be king of
You
the pirates?
guys are a good team. That's
He's like,
what
you
he
want to be
said.
king of the pirates? Yo, this dude's
You got
crazy.
a long way to go, yeah.
you're like, he's like, I don't even want that.
Your goal is even harder than Zoro's, he basically says here.
It's great. Great arc. So what is that? Is that your 10? Oh yeah, because I'm
Great
ahead
arc.
of you.
Top 10.
So this is another one. I think you're gonna have it higher on your list.
Mm-hmm.
I have mainly because we're going off anime only is Skypeia.
What?
Now, the reason why I say that is because one of my biggest complaints with the anime
I get it. I feel like this is maybe where most people put it, but yeah, that
and
bothers
the
me.
pacing.
That
I know it
me.
bothers you because that, but I also know if I'm
See
going
those
off-
volumes, guys?
Oh yeah. Skypeia. But this one, but there's also Jaya's in there too.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Oh, can I go find Jaya?
I'll get to that.
Anyways, the reason why I have it there for the anime, if it was manga, it's probably 6 or 7 for manga. But the biggest problem I have with Skypeia and with a lot of One Piece arcs is when they just like put Luffy in a corner somewhere. Like, so the moment we meet Enel, we know his power is lightning, And right away, your mind's like, Luffy's made of rubber. He will clearly be able to know this out. So, like, what do they do to stop? What does Oda do to stop Luffy getting there? He just throws him into a snake's stomach for, like, 10 to 15 episodes.
Yeah, that part,
and
that
it drives me nuts. Like, there are cool things going down, and it's cool they tie
That's
back
like one of my two problems with
It's cool they
the
tie
arc.
the snake back into the whole thing.
Very
It's
important
cool
with
like
the
that.
flashback. That's so
There you
cool.
go, Frank.
The,
like,
the snake coming back in
very
the flashback,
cool.
so
in the
cool.
flashback, I really do like it. But it's just like, in the anime, they harp on it so much. And then once Luffy gets out, he kicks ass. Then he gets locked up in a gold ball again. He goes tumbling down. And it's him just running up this fucking hill. It is such a draw. And it's so much boring. Now, that's my biggest complaint with it.
Yeah, I mean, pacing is a problem with like almost every arc.
But yeah, especially with anime. But this one more so than not. It's just annoying that, like, you know Luffy can kick his ass.
It's annoying because he's not like trying to get out of the snake. He thinks he's in a cave. That's like the annoying part.
Dude. It's such an, and the way he even get there, he's fighting what's his name, and he just falls through a hole, and that's how he gets end up. The whole thing makes no sense. It's a big drawback, and he's with the girl that just has observation hockey at the youngest age. Like, is she a future admiral? Like, how strong is she gonna be?
Yeah, maybe.
Kobe had to be on fucking Marineford for her to do it. I don't care about Connie's. I don't care about the police.
But Kobe heard it at Marineford. I don't know if he unlocked it at Marineford. I don't think so. I think he always had it. I think
he never had it.
I don't think he always had it, but I think
he would have had it when Alvita took him in on his fucking ship.
Well, I don't think he had it back then, but I don't think it necessarily shows that he like unlocked.
No, I think he unlocked it there. I think that's the moment. That's when he starts talking. Anyway, it's a sidetrack.
That's not what I got from Marineford, but it's possible.
That I don't care about Connie's. Never really cared about her.
Who?
She fucking set up the Straw Hats to get killed by Enel, and then she's like, "Oh, I kind of like these people."
Yeah.
I'm just saying
she didn't want to die.
I'm saying all my complaints on why it's a number 9. Like, first of all, I still put top 10, so I still like the arc.
Sure.
Don't really care about the dad. Don't care about the soldiers building the arc.
You don't?
And don't care about the shelter. I mean, the sheriffs that are like crawling on the fucking
What?
ground.
I thought all of that was cool.
No, that, I guess. Now, what I do love.
All that. Okay.
Now, what I do love about Skypeia is I think it's the
It's so
coolest
funny.
fantasy of One Piece.
Oh my
that
god!
Oda
Like
can
the
create
setting, the
this
entrance,
thing
the
into a sky.
exit.
It is so cool. It is so beautiful.
Cool,
It's so
cool.
One Piece that you have like flatfish that they could cook up. Luffy gets one cut up right away. Different sized clouds. You have the dials. Love
The dials.
the
So cool.
Sick. Usopp eventually brings them down. I think Enel's one of the best villains. You disagree? I think he's super strong. He can use mantra.
No, I think he's a great villain.
Overhears. One of my favorite Robin fights
There's no problem with him, which I'll bring up.
is when she's fighting the dude, and she's like protecting the.
Yama, that's probably her best fight.
It's probably her only fight.
It's probably her only fight. I think you're right.
But she's protecting the history, which really reveals a lot about her character.
Yeah.
Very cool. The Zoro fight with the guy with the guns. Very cool fight too. You get his whole speech. Wiper's a sick character. I love the flashback. Probably top 3 favorite flashbacks with
No, it's
Nolan and
unbelievable, yeah.
Calvary.
I agree.
Love the environmental aspect.
I would say-
Love the part you got to get beyond traditions and go into progress. We know what the answer is. Like, don't stop it. And it gets tied in with the poneglyphs, which is huge. We're seeing the importance of Skypiea right now, currently in the arcs, which gives a lot of things. I'm saying the Shandorian's going to play a bigger role in the Void Century. Maybe Luffy's even part Shandorian. So there's a lot of things going to it. If we're going mangas, it's higher because it cuts out a lot of the fluff. But the anime alone, I just remember being so frustrated by some parts that was driving me fucking nuts. But the reject dial with Wiper and Enel and Gan 4, the priests are a little weak. Centauri's kind of cool. I think Ohm is awesome because you meet all these priests like 5% survival, 15%, 50%. And you meet Ohm and it's 0% survival rate. I think that is so cool.
That's good.
And that's basically my big things.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Do you understand? But yeah, if
I get
I'm
it.
going off manga, it'll probably be 7.
I get it. My number 9
You're good. In this
is fine. Is Dress.
Stream's a mess.
Stream's a mess. Dressrosa. Amazing arc. I think Don Quixote Doflamingo is the best villain in the entire series. I love Doflamingo. I think there's so many cool characters introduced, Bartolomeo, Dellinger, all these little side characters that you get in there. I think they're really cool. You put up a lot of the points that I have. I think some of the things you didn't say were like the moment that Luffy comes in and saves Law's life with that Supreme King Haki hit. That's like one of the coolest moments in the entire series.
Yeah, he looks up at him. Yeah, because Doflamingo still doesn't think Luffy's all that.
Like Doflamingo and Law don't fully know. Like after
that,
Law is like, I knew he had it. Yeah. Like that was the moment when Law realized, like, okay, I was right. I teamed up with the right guy.
Kind of surprised I forgot that. It's such a Gear 4 too. It's just so
unbelievable moment. Yeah, you got introduced to Gear 4. That's why he takes out Doflamingo. He's Bounce Man, hilarious. First of all, just a funny transformation.
The line is so great because he says like, "What do you expect that to do?" And Luffy's like, "Don't worry about it.
You won't be able to do a thing." Boom! Oh, so good.
Sent.
You got introduced to Fujitora, amazing character.
Oh, his whole intro too with the casino gambling.
Yeah, I just think the arc is so good in so many ways.
You don't have a problem
my
with
biggest
the pacing
flaw.
and the flaws and
so
all
my
that?
biggest flaw is pacing. But every arc, I don't think there's an arc in here that has perfect pacing. Maybe when we get to the top 5.
Baratie.
When we get to the top 5, Baratie. But the Don Krieg fight, even, it goes long. Like at that point in the series, that is like the longest fight by far. And it's like, oof. Like at points, you're like, come on. But
yeah, eventually, Luffy's clearly stronger than this.
Yeah, like let's do this. Yeah. But I think pacing is the problem. But my biggest problem with Dressrosa are. I didn't say that. You didn't say this either, which is hilarious. The best part of Dressrosa, Senor Pink.
Oh, yeah.
Frankie and Senor Pink.
Hard-boiled.
Amazing flashback. Hard-boiled.
Who I am. Why I am who I am.
Yeah.
Great fight. One of the best fights. Great flashback.
Also, so funny.
Another reveal where the audience is like, why does this asshole dress like this?
Right.
Why is Odin dancing like a clown? You get the answer, everybody.
You
get the answer.
My biggest problem with it, why it's so low, is because I just did not care at all about the Tontadas.
That's high, bro.
I don't want the Tontadas. Like, I hate them.
Yeah, they're bad characters.
Bad characters.
The princess and the dude and the whole thing. It made me
annoying. But that's it. Yeah.
Them running up the hill, the countdown clock, but there's a lot of flaws with that arc.
No, I didn't. I actually liked that. I mean, it took too long. The pacing is a problem, but I like the travel up the hill to Doflamingo. I thought that was really cool, actually.
I like
Zoro stops for Pika. The whole Zoro Pika fight is annoying, but also has some of the coolest moments.
The coolest part is when he gets off to help Luffy out. When Luffy's like, that's on you.
But really, to me, the coolest moment is the very, 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 very end.
Oh, when he gets sent.
When he finally finds Pika. When he gets sent, I mean, that's sick. And he slices, like, literally the entire, all of Dressrosa in half. But when he slices them all up, and he gets off, and then Pika just comes out. He's like, okay, I'm cornered. And Zoro says something, he's like, okay, you still can't defeat me. I can coat my entire body in Haki. And Zoro goes, that's only if your Haki's stronger than mine.
Clearly isn't.
One-shots.
Yeah.
So
one-shots everybody.
One-shots, I think the strongest person in Doflamingo's army.
Pika?
Yeah.
I think Virgo is still stronger.
I'm talking in Dressrosa.
Oh, in Dressrosa? Oh, yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, I think Zoro destroys Virgo.
I think Zoro is one of the few people on the island could defeat Pika. I think Luffy would have problems fighting Pika.
Yes, I agree. So I think that just shows his overall strength. So I love it.
Top 10 Dressrosa. I think there's enough that brings it down a little bit, but I understand where it comes. Doflamingo is just a busted. Such a good character.
Such a good character.
Such a good fighter.
And I love the Kyros flashback, like you said. I love Kyros as a character.
The whole Coliseum setup, Sabo.
The Coliseum setup is really cool. It drags on, though.
That's why I gotta write things down, though. That's why I gotta write things down. There's so many things going on. Like Skypeia.
If we wrote things down, we'd be here for 3 days.
I forgot about Luffy bringing the belt, dude, which is like the best part.
Very cool part.
And it's also like the best part about anime where you get sound. Like bing, you feel the resonance.
Yes, that's true.
Feel the resonance.
That's true.
It's one of the best parts about anime as opposed to manga is you get the music, you get the sound effects, you get the moments. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a little high, like Dressrosa, but top 10, I respect that. I know how much you love Doffy.
I know how much you love Doffy.
And he keeps getting cooler.
He's getting cooler. He's Celestial Dragon. That reveal is so cool.
That's one of the cool, and Virgo warns him.
Virgo warns him. You hear it in Punk Hazard.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, Virgo's such a... It sucks he's dead. He was... Oh, man, I fucked up. I like that.
He'll come back.
You think so?
They'll all come back.
Dude, I totally imagine...
Pelsama.
I'm totally confident that Garp has that full body trip hockey.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Big time. Also, great thing about Punk Hazard going back. People die.
Monet, Virgo. People get murked. Anyways, my number 8 is Baratie.
Ooh, nice.
I love me pre-time skip.
Respect that.
Love me some East
That's
Blue.
not even pre-time skip. That's East Blue. That's like pre-time skip.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it is such a perfect arc. One of my favorite parts about the arc specifically, and it shows a lot about Luffy, is how they get into the whole thing. They see a marine ship, they shoot a rocket at him. Luffy just cluelessly becomes a big bubble, gets sent, hits Baratie. He thinks he knocks Zeph's leg off, which is hilarious.
Yes, that's actually so. I forgot
He's
about
like,
that.
what?
So funny.
And then Zeph's like, actually, you could even argue that's the first time you meet Haki, because I think Luffy says, ow, that hurts, when he hits him with his leg.
Oh, whoa.
Actually. You can go even farther back. But also just, and then Luffy agrees to become a core boy. And like a chore boy. Like, there's no problem about it. He knows the problem.
And then he goes down to the
sit down,
dining
and
room, and
Zoro
Zoro's like,
eating.
Nami are like laughing at him.
Nami's in on the
Yeah,
crew.
yeah, yeah.
Usopp, they're like, oh, look at Luffy.
And
They're
then
like,
and that's actually a really cool moment because Sanji looks over and he's like, "This is his crew."
Yeah, he's like,
and he's like, "What's going on?" They're all young and they're having fun
and
like
everything. And then Luffy puts a booger in his drink.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
Zoro's like,
yeah,
you think I didn't catch that?
Yeah. It's so funny.
He's a terrible core boy.
Forces it down Luffy's
He's breaking
throat. Yeah, it's
plates.
hilarious.
You know, it is such a funny. I love that intro. I love it. It also shows like a Luffy is like he's a man of his word. He's like
Yeah.
he broke this ship, but he'll fix it.
Yeah,
he knows
yeah.
what he did wrong.
Yeah.
And then eventually Zeph, he like asks Zeph, he's like, yo, if I beat this shit out of this
If I
guy.
beat Don Krieg, can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also get the part with Jin when Sanji feeds him. You know, like no fear, and that's when Luffy's like, "This is my cook."
Yeah, that's
like
when
Luffy
knows.
knows
Yeah.
good people. He sees this. He's like, "Oh no, it's settled. This is my cook."
And then Sanji
Nobody
does something
else.
cool later on, and Luffy like looks to Zoro and Nami. He's like, "See, he's cool. I told you." It's so funny.
My other favorite part too is a lot of people say like Alabasta is the first like it's a culmination of arcs. I see Arlong Park as the pre-Alabasta, but like all of East Blue's like you build up this crew for Arlong Park.
Okay, fair
because
enough,
like Nami comes in, she's there, and then she flees with the Merry Go.
She becomes an antagonist.
She flees the Merry Go. It's one of my favorite chapters. One of the few ones I gave 10. The first 10 out of 10 I think I ever gave. Because
really?
it's when you meet Mihawk, and then you see Nami steals his ship. She does what she says. She says, like, I'm a thief, haha. But the chapter ends with her just crying. So you're like, all right, what's Nami's deal?
Yeah,
Like,
what's
she
Nami's
clearly
deal, yeah.
likes Luffy.
Yeah.
And you don't know her deal, so you create this whole, like, future. They go after her. You get Zoro, Mihawk vibes. It is such a perfect arc through and through. You get Jin. He puts the face mask on. Sanji's going to sacrifice. You're like, how'd you get a mask? Jin's like, he just eats it.
Yeah.
It's just really good. And Zeph's lines about like, yo, if you want to see a captain, this is a captain. And then they all like blow him off. They want him to leave the ship. It's such a good moment. He starts crying. Zeph's crying. Dude, Baratie, for me, is such a perfect
great
arc.
arc.
There's
Great
no flaws. You're seeing like the fight goes on a little bit much. I don't really see it that way. Sanji starts getting his ass kicked. He doesn't want Zeph to
By
get hurt.
Pearl.
No, by Jin with the fucking
Oh, he
nunchuck
gets
thing.
he gets
He
negative
gets
by Jin.
Murph, but like that's what you
gets
know
one
from
shot.
Sanji. Sanji doesn't mind getting his ass kicked. He
Yeah.
doesn't mind getting his
He'll
ass
take it
kicked.
if
He'll
it's-
take it if it's for the better of the crew.
Yeah.
And then you get the flashback with such a good arc, like I said, and a great ship. Thing comes out, you know, everyone's fighting.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great arc. You already talked about Baratie. I feel like I just want to throw in those extra points.
Yeah, fair. There you go.
Especially with Luffy
Cool.
and the whole ship thing.
Okay, my number 8. Yeah, it is Jaya. Love Jaya.
Great.
Luffy punching Bellamy is like one of my favorite moments in the
Also
entire series.
love Skypeia.
I love Skypeia. It's right back here. Jaya to me is it builds the world in such an interesting, huge way for kind of the first time in the series.
You meet Doflamingo
The
a little bit,
breadth
too.
that it gets introduces. You meet Doflamingo.
Also, that's when they come.
So
to
this is the
Mary
part that
Joy.
you missed.
Yeah, they come to Mary Joy.
That they go
It's
to,
so-
you see
it's-
Doflamingo, you see Kuma
Yeah.
in Mary Hoy,
I think
and
you also
Mihawk
see
shows
Shanks
up.
and Mihawk. Too.
Shanks isn't there, but
No, I thought that you meet Shanks. Like, doesn't Shanks talk to him at Jaya?
Shanks goes to Whitebeard and Jaya.
I think so. Somewhere
No,
around
100%.
there. That is it.
100%.
When does Mihawk go to Shanks on his island?
That's Loguetown.
That's Loguetown.
That's
okay.
Loguetown.
See, that's what I'm saying. I really got to break these down a little bit more.
Shanks.
So Jaya,
Shanks
if
talks
you
to
give me,
Whitebeard.
If you give me
Oh.
Jaya, Whitebeard,
Oh my
and
God.
Shanks, yeah, I might need to go up a little bit higher.
and you see Doflamingo, Kuma, and
They walk in like
they
that
walk
swag.
they
yeah.
walk into the world's government.
Sengoku,
the Marines,
Lafayette.
Sengoku. You meet Sengoku, and then Lafitte comes in, and he's like, "I've got an option for you, for a warlord."
Dude,
It's like,
you
Lafitte
know
is
Laf-
such a cool character.
You know Lafitte has wings?
Yeah, Lafitte has wings. Lafitte is like one of the biggest
mystery. Who do you think
mysteries
fights
to me.
Because everyone said, "Oh, you think
he also is the one that
I think
gets
it's Robin." I can see Robin fighting.
I don't know. But Lafitte is also the one that like
opens up the doors.
Opens the
with,
doors.
Like,
so it's like, what can they do? Yeah, is it hypnosis?
Also,
like,
from what I've seen with the Blackbeard Pirates, other people are like, I think I'm strong enough to be captain. And Lafitte's like, do you know your fucking place? So Lafitte's like on Blackbeard's side, which is kind of cool. That's a very good point, though, with Jaya. Those parts are sick.
So good. And the Blackbeard eating the cherry pie, Luffy's eating the meat.
So it's complete.
And then one of my favorite parts, another part you didn't say.
The bodies.
When he's like, who
yeah,
is
I didn't
that
say
guy?
it on
like,
purpose.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
I didn't say it on
they're
purpose.
Like, it's not a he, it's a them. So it could be one of two things. It
talking
could
about
be,
the crew.
It could be talking about the crew, or they're talking. He is like more than one person.
Also, fating when you meet that whole Blackbeard crew, it's a lot about fate. Blackbeard's a lot about fate, man.
Blackbeard's a lot about fate.
I just read another thing with Rayleigh about fate, but that gets into my whole Joy Boy fears. And if everyone's saying what they're saying about Oda can't write anymore, I'm starting to get these fate vibes.
So that's my point on Jaya.
I love that. I love that you mentioned in those other points too, because that's
why I have it.
The Shanks Whitebeard, dude, the dude breaks the shit with hockey.
So good.
Are we kidding ourselves right now?
So good.
Ask Marco to join. I think Yonkos do all the time. Gives him some shit.
Yeah, now that we know more about Shanks and Marco's relationship, he really snubs Marco. He's like, who are you, Marco the Phoenix? It's like, you guys been fighting for 30 plus years.
My other point why Marco's just taking L's.
That is the best. That's the best point.
Honestly, if Marco died in Wano, I'd be pumped for that.
That would be a cool death, actually.
Very good point. I might need to bump Jaya up on my list, thinking about the whole Shanks and Whitebeard thing. These very cool moments.
Switch it now. Put them up to 8th, like me.
Maybe. No, but you still have the monkeys. I don't like the monkeys that much, dude, from Jaya. They do kind of annoy me.
I don't love them, but they're fine.
They do annoy me. That's the only drawback from that one.
They're fine.
So what am I? I'm on 7. This one was tough for me. I put Water 7 here.
Wow.
Because I'm going off the anime. And when I'm going off the anime, I haven't watched it in a while. But I just go off of general feelings I've had in the moment. Now,
that is so low, dude.
If I go off the manga, I have it at number 2. I just have it at number 2. But
Water 7 is a perfect.
Yeah, I know that, but not in the anime. It's not perfect in the anime. In the anime, it drags like most other things do. In the manga, it is the perfect arc, and I have it above Enies Lobby, which I have very high. So I'm talking about right now just the anime and just the mystery aspect of it, and I do love that part of it. But from what I love so much in the anime, it didn't give me that much. I love the mystery aspects.
What do you want? Just want to fight?
I don't just want to fight. No, it kind of drags. We went from like here to there. See, the reason why it's so perfect in the manga itself, because everything transitions into each other perfectly. Like when you see Kaku running over the mountains, it goes right into Sanji and Chopper looking for Robin. Like everything is a seamless, perfectly into place roll. In the anime, I didn't get that so much. I didn't get it as much. Things dragged here,
exactly
dragged there. It's not exactly the same.
Okay, Water 7 to me, story-wise, is the best written arc in One Piece.
Did I not say, we're going off, sorry, I had this thing at number 2. I'm talking about the anime and anime alone. And going off anime alone, there are other arcs that I think benefit more from the anime. But I mean, dude, you just want to go into this thing. The whole thing, we go into shipbuilding. We need a shipbuilder. We're surrounded by shipbuilders. The whole time you're going in, like, who's the shipbuilder? You see the rope dude, you're like, I really hope it's not him. Okay, you see Rob Lucci, you see the parrot, Iceberg's sick. You come in, you have the great scene with Usopp. But my favorite part about Water 7, and even Enies Lobby, actually I'll get to this point more when I get to Enies Lobby, is Water 7 and Enies Lobby is when Luffy becomes a captain. This is when Luffy takes a step from like,
big
this is a game, this is Luffy being a captain, and
Zoro
it starts off
putting him in his place.
It starts off when he says Mary's not a person, because
I love that line so much.
Iceberg checks him
says,
so fast.
Sanji, I get it. I'm as upset as you are, but ships aren't people.
Yeah, but he gets that first from
so
Iceberg. Because Iceberg is like, it won't make it to the next island, and Luffy's like, I'll take that risk, and Iceberg goes, I thought I saw you as a captain. Like, Iceberg knows a captain's job is to protect the crew and to protect his people on the ship. And if you're going to take a ship across islands that you're not safe with, you're not being a good captain. So when Iceberg says that to him, you see a tonal shift in Luffy. You see when he fights Usopp, which is a great fight. Even Nami, he's like, dude, I love the hammock scene. He's just hanging on the hammock. Nami's like, yo, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And then he's just like, you don't understand. It's a challenge. I don't have a choice. He chose this route. And then, of course, I was like, this is the burden you need to share. And then he starts losing Robin. So now everything's fixated. Like, I need to find Robin now. It really is where Luffy takes steps. They get broken up. You're wondering who the people are. I just think it's executed better in the manga. And if I'm going off anime, which I am, this is where I rank it. This is where I rank it.
Whack.
I'll let you go into your whole thing when you probably put out like 3 or 4, but that's my reason for now. But I will want to be on record if we're going off manga only, which I will come out with another top 15 when that time comes.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Water 7's probably coming in at number 2.
All right.
I will say that.
Don't think it's that big of a difference in manga.
I think it's a big difference. I think it's a big time difference.
Okay. My number 7, this might be a shock to some people in this room. Skypiea.
Yeah, I thought that's your favorite arc.
Okay.
You're going
Skypiea.
back because you're hearing different views?
Well, just on the rewatch. No. It's on the rewatch because I've seen them twice now. Skypiea to me is amazing. I love the fantasy aspect of it. I love how they get to the island to Jaya. Okay, so to me, Skypiea and Jaya are the best back-to-back arc in the entire series. Right there. There it is. Right there. The volumes. Jaya to Skypiea, best. Well, I guess I can't
down
really
to
say that.
Marineford.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
Water 7, Enies Lobby.
I know. It's like I got a couple on my mind already.
I can't say that. But it's an amazing back-to-back arc, and then G5 afterwards. Amazing.
Well,
like the whole thing.
I was going to ask you if I can include that in here. I probably would have put that at 15.
So. I don't think so.
It's filler and it's anime only.
But it's not even that good.
But what?
It's not top 15 worthy. Because
Isn't
the Colonel guy is kind of dumb, but
What?
the rest of it is like really good.
The whole point is to bring his whole crew together. He knew he couldn't capture these people. That shit was sick. The only thing that's whack is they go back in.
So I love Skypiea. I think it's pretty much like a perfect arc, except for the pacing is the only thing that I don't like. And the reason that it dropped in my list, because originally Skypiea has always like kind of been like a top 5 arc for me.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And I still think that it's like an amazing arc. The reason it dropped for me is because in the grand scheme of the entire series, Skypiea doesn't relate to the world building the way that the villains of every arc relate to the world building.
So false though.
But let me finish. The way that the villains relate back to the world building of the series, the way it relates to the world building is through the poneglyph stuff. And that's very cool, but when we're at Skypiea, the poneglyphs don't tell us anything. It's just a note from Roger.
Pretty big.
So when you're watching the arc, it's kind of a letdown. It doesn't build the world at all.
Adventure though.
No, it's not true at all. And
follow this path, and it'll tell you the truth of the world. It's the whole beginning.
Yeah,
that's
but I don't.
know
But they already knew that. We already knew that.
No, we didn't. When you're at Alabasta, that's not a road poneglyph. So when Robin goes there, she knows there's other things.
We already knew that the poneglyphs we had to find, and it was going to lead to a bigger answer. I wasn't like, when I saw that Roger poneglyph, I wasn't like, oh, that's what the poneglyphs are? I already knew that. It was just like...
You knew the poneglyphs led to One Piece.
I knew that they were leading to... Yeah, I knew that they were leading to the end of the world. Yeah, it was kind of obvious.
I don't know, it was kind of... The only thing you knew from the poneglyphs was that it told you about
the
Pluton.
Void Century, and I felt like it was going to give you a history...
It was about Pluton.
No, I thought it was more than that. It was
when
obvious
Roger,
that the poneglyphs were going to play a huge part.
Yeah, but when Roger says it, that's when you read it like, oh, this is going to lead you to the One Piece.
I don't know. I wasn't like shocked by that revelation, and that's really the world building aspect of it. That's like why it dropped in my list. To be honest, it didn't like connect back to the world.
It opens up the moons.
It didn't connect back to the world in the same way that other arcs did.
Like Little Garden.
Yeah, well, Little Garden like builds the Alabasta arc, but Little Garden's 15. I'm top 7 now. It's different.
Okay.
I love
Romance Dawn.
Parts of the Skypiea that I love are like, I love the Shandorian plotline. I love the setting that it's in.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I like the side plots. A lot of times are like kind of annoying, but I really enjoyed the Shandorians actually. Zoro, 36 worlds, unleashes that attack. So cool. I love when they're around the campfire and Zoro's like, oh, so we're all seeing like how long we can stay up for. That's fun. It's a competition, and then it cuts to a Nell.
I do like the countdown.
And then
thing,
Nell is like, "Oh, a survival game, okay." And because Nell can hear, he's crazy
I do love the
observation
survival
ID,
game option.
and so he goes with the survival game. I love that aspect of it. I love just like the crazy, like. It's kind of like a crazy like pacing. It's very fast. Besides like Luffy getting stuck in a snake, everyone's kind of like out there fighting.
Not really.
They're like running through the forest.
Kind of crazy.
The end is when it gets like
the
bad.
other thing I didn't mention about Skypeia is the chopper fight against Ohm. And he gets murked, and then Zoro shows up, and he's like, "Who's fucking with Chopper?"
Yeah, he's pissed.
Furious.
Yeah.
Also, Ohm has a sick fruit with the dial. I mean, not fruit, but with the whole dial thing.
You get the Anel face,
Also,
which is hilarious.
Luffy and
you get Luffy singing in the forest, hilarious.
Oh, I love that. Also, the Zoro Southbird's funny. He's looking at his
Zoro
food and they want to
Southbird.
drop
And,
him.
hey, I'm Southbird.
And you get the Southbird part.
Listen, I'm Southbird. Yeah, I love it.
I like Skypeia. I just think there's more flaws than there are compliments to it.
I don't agree with that, but I put it slid on my ranking a little bit.
Dude, it has. People say it doesn't have a world building. It has connections to the world.
It does, but not in the same way as other arcs do.
But like, what happens if Nell comes down from the moon? Does that put that up to top 5 then?
Maybe, but the thing is, it hasn't really connected in the way that other arcs have, like in this point in the series.
Though, is like it has flaws, and when you break it down, it's a flaw.
On the rewatch, it was the pacing was worse than in some of the other arcs.
I think you kind of like lost, which is beautiful. It's just like this is cool island. Sick dials.
I love the fantasy aspect of it.
So
yeah, like
They're
so
sailing on
beautiful.
It really is.
Klabauter man, like it's really cool.
There are. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we saw when he first season. Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Number 6 for me. Oh, great arc. Impel Down.
Wow.
Thought it was gonna be higher.
Mm-hmm.
You know my love for Impel Down.
Yeah, I thought it was
But
gonna be
when
higher
I compared it to other arcs and just perfection, and I do like arcs when the Straw Hats are in them.
There's one I'm really surprised isn't on your list yet. Higher than I thought it was gonna be.
I think you already know it. You probably even see my list now.
I haven't. I have no idea.
But
Your
Impel
handwriting is
Down.
way too small.
Yeah, it's so bad too. Even I can't read it sometimes. But Impel Down, I love Impel Down because it goes on to Luffy's greatest strength that is emphasized by Mihawk. And it tells Luffy's ability to have other people fight by his side. So Luffy's whole thing getting into Impel Down is sick because he sneaks in with Boa by like literally sneaking underneath her cape, which isn't. He's just grabbing her tits.
So funny.
So funny. Boa's unbelievable.
Most beautiful woman in the world.
Also, Domino
Banging.
in that.
Oh, the woman, the female
stuff
guard.
that Boa kind of freezes.
Yeah.
Other thing that's so
And then
great.
Ivankov gets in on that action. She's like, "Oh, whip."
Is Domino? I think there's 2. Koala may be the whip person. I didn't like her that much. Domino was just kind of just like in there
Oh,
to
you're right.
introduce
You're right.
people.
They're different.
But I mean, for obviously, it reminds me of Dante Inferno, which is so cool.
Yeah.
The whole aspect of the
That's
prison.
obviously like what it's going for. Yeah. It's
Crimson.
Really cool.
I still think the first floor is fucked up, dude. It's just razor sharp trees.
No, that's
called
like the worst one.
Called
I
the
think.
Crimson Forest. Like
Yeah.
what? But then we meet Buggy. He's trying to escape, and then we're flying with Buggy. He
Yeah,
goes on
Buggy
with
kind of annoys me.
goes on with the Captain John. Then we meet like
Captain John's
we're
interesting
meeting
connection.
Luffy's old villains.
Captain John on the Rocks Pirates. There's something there.
That he's befriending, and it's such a cool thing. And then eventually, you get to level 6, and you get up with Jinbei and Crocodile. When Crocodile's always been one of my favorite characters, and when he joins Luffy, it just shows the power of Luffy.
Crocodile's an amazing character.
You have Magellan, which is so cool. The whole time you're trying to reach Ace. And
John's
you get like
kind
Flash.
of annoying, but he's like super strong,
Annoying,
which
but
is
he's
cool.
super strong. You understand?
So
The
does he really
guy
have to
that's
have diarrhea all the
annoying is Hannibal. Hannibal's the most
Hannibal
annoying.
is annoying, yeah.
But the all-star MVP of Impel Down has to be Mr. 2, Bon Clay.
Bon Clay, unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
MVP of the arc by
He's
far.
literally in the desert. Everyone's dying, and he's dancing, having a jolly old time.
Amazing.
Meets Luffy, teams up, bugging them, peace out. And then eventually Luffy obviously gets poisoned. He comes back, saves Luffy. Fighting
He
through,
literally breaks his like vocal cords.
breaks through the
It's crazy.
snow. No, through the snow, fighting wolves, right? Luffy unlocks Conquerors the
Haki.
second
Yeah,
time,
second time, yeah.
to take away the wolves. Meets Ivankov, goes right back to Drum Island, where he says, "Save my friend."
Yeah.
Bon Clay's like, "Why'd you save me?" She's like, "It's only for your buddy."
Because yeah.
And then she's like, "It's gonna take 3 days." Luffy comes through, knocks out. Bon Clay's
Like
screaming
10 hours.
outside
Yeah.
of his place. Luffy's first reaction is just there's blood coming out of like the grave. Like he's just dude, it's so cool. Ivankov's a great character,
And then
Funko's an amazing
Luffy wants
character.
it, and then you're with Magellan, and then Luffy.
On my top 30.
And then when Luffy fights Magellan that first time too, when he's like, I don't care about my arms.
Yeah, I don't care.
You're
He's
standing
just-
between me and Ace.
And Ace, yeah.
And I'll hit you. And the other great thing about Impel Down is Blackbeard comes in,
So
which
good.
is sick. With Shearer the Rain, there's a lot of hype moments. I always loved Impel Down. It's Luffy by himself, and it's him and his ability to make allies out of foes. And I think that's very redeemable about his character, and is what I love him so much. And that's why I just couldn't put him in my top. I wanted to put it, I just couldn't do it. But yeah, that's why I have it there. And Ace, yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Do you have him at the same spot? I know you like Impel Down.
Number 6, Alabasta.
Oh, okay.
Alabasta, love Alabasta, and I honestly for me it was really hard to place Alabasta and Skypeia. I see them very similarly, and like I said about Skypeia, what really did it for me, Alabasta, is just how immediately, immediately after the arc, you see a connection to the world through what Luffy did at Alabasta.
Oh,
you see that he
completely.
shakes up the
Warlords
immediately after, and I just think that is such a cool aspect, and that's what made me put it over Skypeia. Obviously, Alabasta is amazing. You get so many cool parts. Nico Robin, Miss All Day Sunday. Crocodile is the second best villain in the entire series behind Doflamingo. Crocodile literally kills Luffy 3 times in the arc. It's amazing. Kills him in the desert. Then he kills him.
One of my favorite scenes of all One Piece.
Then he kills him
do you
after
think
he
you
goes
are,
water
the Grand
Luffy.
Line?
So cool.
Sucks
And then
him
I'd
out with
argue
the
that he
right
killed him with the poison again, but it's okay. But so cool, so cool. I love.
Yeah, Robin does know the antidote. Yeah, she kind of just throws it his way.
Yeah, I love the whole Poneglyph plot line that you don't find out until the very end. Really interesting. Nefertari Cobra. What he's trying to do, the Civil War aspect. I love Koza. I love that Koza side plot. You don't love it, but
I love Crocodile's gameplay. No, I like Koza. I just think he has a couple flaws.
you get Mr. Prince. They're locked in prison with Smoker. Smoker comes back.
It's like, bro, like how do you know that Cobra's not in the top spot right now? Like, you know he's a good person.
Yeah.
I don't understand him from all that point of view. But
Who?
the dude, the Kova, whatever his fucking name is.
Oh, Koza.
Koza.
Well, he believed the trick that Crocodile played on the village, that Cobra was pulling in the dance
Right,
bladder.
but you've known Cobra forever, dude. It's
Well,
like
he's an angsty teen. That's the problem. He's an angsty teen. He's not a
I
fully grown adult.
I mean, I don't know why I'm complaining.
His dad.
I've Alabasta high, but I'm
yeah,
just saying.
clearly.
But you're
His
saying
dad- that was what I was saying, that I'm surprised you
like,
have it so high, because I know you have a problem with Koza.
Well, yeah, but dude, you know how much I love Alabasta.
But I love Koza. I think Koza's great. The only problem with Alabasta, again, like every other arc, is the pacing. They're in the desert, walking through the desert. Like, let's figure this out, guys.
Beautifully
but there are some amazing.
drawn,
There's some
man.
amazing. I thought you were doing anime. There's some
We
amazing
are
moments.
drawn like in animation.
Sure.
Like when you have the sun going down.
Some
in the
amazing moments
desert.
when Luffy punches Vivi. Love that moment.
Oh yeah, wake up! I just gotta beat the shit out of this guy. We're
I-
getting there. We're almost done. We're almost in the top 5.
Top 5.
We got
Amazing.
42 minutes there before we run out of media time.
Okay, perfect. We're gonna be done before that. Definitely.
Killing it.
I'm done.
Alabasta, sick.
You'll say more, I think.
It's actually a great.
Oh, Water
transition
Luffy, one of the best Luffys.
because it goes right into Alabasta.
Yeah,
for
makes
me
sense,
Too.
yeah.
I have Alabasta at number 5. Alabasta is the reason why I got back into One Piece. Matt started rewatching it. And I remember watching it when I was younger. I was like, yo, what's happening with Crocodile? I always loved the Mr. 2s, Mr. 3, leading up to Mr. 0.
Oh yeah, I didn't even say.
And he's a warlord.
Yeah, the best part
He
of
has-
Alabasta, Zoro, Mr. 1.
Yeah. So, like, you meeting, yeah.
Unbelievable. Zoro's the
Best
fight.
part. Also is one of my favorite Nami fight with Miss Doublefinger.
It's her best fight, I think.
I think so. It also is one of my favorite Usopp fights with Chopper. The first time we see a devil
It's a good
fruit, we see a weapon eat a devil fruit.
That's true.
Unbelievable fight. I mean, Usopp's like a dumbass. Chopper's like, yo, bro, you gotta relax, bro. We're in a
Let's figure this
minefield
out.
right
First
now.
time you see Chopper, part of
Yeah.
the crew.
First time, you have a great reveal of Mr. 2 when he pretends to be Usopp. One of my favorite cliffhangers.
Oh, and the
You have
end
the
of
arm-
Alabasta.
You have the arm parts, exactly.
It's the background to my phone, actually.
Yeah, it's so beautifully drawn. I love Pell when you first get introduced, and then Robin.
Pell is
fucks
so
him.
cool. Robin
fucks
fodderizes
him up
him.
in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Crocodile, like you said, one of the best villains we've ever had.
Yeah.
So many good Luffy fights versus. Also, there's just the scene when Luffy fights him the first time, and he's outmatched. He's punched him.
Oh, he
throws
goes.
down
Oh
the-
my God! One of the best lines in the entire series.
Yeah.
He's like, there are like millions, he says, whatever, like hundreds of people that have like followed me on pride and loyalty that I've buried in the dust because they couldn't let go of their feelings. And then Luffy just goes, well, that makes you pretty stupid, huh?
And then Robin
Robin laughs, and Crocodile's pissed, and Crocodile looks at Robin like, what are you laughing at?
And then the reason why
So
Luffy
funny.
knows how to defeat
good.
Crocodile is because the water Koya's father gives him, so it makes his hand hard. So he shows back in with Pell, screams, I need meat. Shows down, and Cobra's like,
sick.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Water Luffy comes out, which is one of my favorite Luffy
Such
form.
a cool moment.
Such a cool moment. And then he gets murked, and then Fate saves him with the water.
Yeah.
And then he falls asleep outside, which is funny.
Hysterical, yeah.
Robin fucks up Tashigi. Oh, and my favorite part about Alabasta is Smoker's roll,
yeah.
which I'm glad you didn't bring up because I really want to get into it because it's also one of Zoro's best moments when they get out of the water with Mr. Prince because Mr. Prince saves them with Chopper. There's so many great moments
with Smoker, and Smoker's like, why did you save me?
Okay, so exactly what I'm talking about. So he's like, why did you save me? And Zoro just goes, Captain's orders.
He goes, don't thank me or anything.
He says, Captain's orders. I wouldn't have saved you. You're a threat. And then Smoker's like, what? And you go to the Flash. He's like, save Smoker. And then Luffy looks at him, gets in a fight. Like, just saves this guy's life, right? Gets into a fight, and Smoker's like, I'll give you a chance to leave. And Luffy's like, I like you. And Smoker's like, you asshole. You can't like me. You're a fucking pirate.
So good.
It's such a good moment.
It's really good.
I just get so excited. I get really hyped when I think about Alabasta. It's like one of my favorites.
Smoker says to Shigi, watch what happens here. It's going to shake up. It's going to define the next generation.
Also, when like it's all about water. Also, it's before hockey, so Luffy needs to like activate other things.
Right, yeah, which is cool. Which is really cool.
And then eventually just blood is how he's hitting this motherfucker.
Yeah, it's awesome.
He comes out with the poison.
And when Luffy, he finally beats Crocodile,
scenes too,
like punches him through
when
the
Crocodile
ground.
comes through with the hook and Luffy hits the hand. So he goes down and breaks it.
Oh, sick. Breaks his hook,
One of my favorite things. And then he goes, like, always has Gatling. How I think he's going to defeat Kaido, too, is with Gatling gun. Because he always uses the Gatling gun.
He always uses a Gatling, yeah, okay.
It's just such a good moment. And the Mr. Prince is awesome. You have, like, the things. Crocodile's one of the greatest fucking... dude. And then Chopper's out there. It's such a good fucking arc. Through and through. And then the Mr. 1 Zoro is the best. Yeah. Sanji Mr. 2 didn't love the fight that much.
I love that fight because they're both kicking... And they both have like really cool dancing fight styles.
And then I get it. I'm like, alright, cool. Okay, it's Nami. And then like
the Nami gag was it was a little hard to watch.
A little bit shorter in the manga, but
a little annoying.
Great fucking arc. And another thing, you gotta hold back Luffy because he doesn't ruin the story. He's dead. Usopp thinks he's dead. Everyone thinks he's dead. My boy ain't dead, bro. Luffy's never dead. Alright, so that's why I got Alabasta top 5.
Alright, fair enough. There you go. Alright, my number 5, Impel Down. So we got these switched.
Yeah, it's whatever. I understand it. I love
Impel Down. I think it's amazing. I think it shows so much. The only thing you missed, I was just going to say, the only thing you missed is Jinbei's introduction to the story, which is so cool. He gets alluded to all the way back in East Blue.
All the way back to Arlong Park.
To Arlong Park. And Impel Down, I think, is just, one of the perfect arcs of One Piece. One of the perfect arcs.
The only problem I have with Impel Down...
Buggy.
No, it's buggy. It's also the Straw Hats aren't a part of it.
Yeah, that's my other problem with it.
But it's cool how Luffy can create.
But I love that Oda's able to create such an amazing arc. Like everyone loves this arc, and not one of the Straw Hats are in it except for Luffy. That's so impressive.
The tease with
Zoro makes an appearance.
The tease with Zoro when Oda just fucked with their head. You're like, you piece of shit.
I thought for sure it was him.
I know. And then Bon Clay sacrifices himself.
But then I was like, oh, it's Bon Clay. But it's like, so I love Bon Clay.
Also, the scene when he does it when Jinbei knows about it and he just gives Luffy the thing.
Yeah.
Because he knows he needs to talk to him.
Yeah.
Dude, Bon Clay.
Amazing.
Bon Clay.
I don't need to say anything more.
Yeah, no, it's great. I absolutely love it. It's not really, there's a villain, there's an arc, you got Aang Von Cobb. I just think there's greater, like, scaled arcs. And it's a perfect setup into Impel Down. And, like, that's what, like, they bring people in. So, you know how much I love Impel Down. I have no problem with Impel Down. Number 4, Arlong Park. Now. Wow. My biggest problems with Alabasta, Arlong Park does not struggle with. There's no pacing, there's no long journey, there's nothing I'm waiting for. The one time they use it, like I've been saying a lot, fuck it, whatever, I don't give a shit. They're not even going to see this thing.
Nope.
The one thing that I really like, which I've been talking about a lot with the anime, is how do you stall Luffy? And I thought Arlong Park does it in one of the best ways.
Drown him?
No, yeah, they drown him, but Luffy punches down so he gets stuck because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
You know, that's funny. And then Arlong just picks him up and throws him into water, which is a devil fruit problem.
Right.
And then using Luffy's fruit, they like pull his
his
head,
yeah,
so he can
that's
breathe.
Cool. Yeah.
And so it's a very clever way. And then like Arlong wants him to go in the water.
Sanji fights into the
Sanji
water.
still doesn't give a shit.
That's Sanji's best fight in the series.
But there's also
that or Jabra, I guess.
Or Jabra. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's shorter, though. But also you have Zoro cut in half. That scene when, like, Arlong's just talking about how everybody's superior, fishmen are superior, and he looks at him, he's like, bro, what is wrong?
Oh, my God, and the manga's brutal. Yeah, it's so cool. He pulls him in and he
like,
goes, how
like,
are you still alive?
Bro.
Oh, my God, he tears his shirt off.
Cool.
Yeah.
Some other people get head starts. Luffy's a little bit farther behind because he needs to fight. You know, Usopp and Johnny just leave Zoro behind. That's why he gets caught. But all in all, the best part is Nami. The whole time you're wondering, why is Nami
big mystery? What's going on with Nami?
Down to him? What's going on with Nami?
She clearly liked the Straw Hats. What's going on?
Clearly liked the Straw Hats. Zoro comments on like, why aren't you killing me then?
Zoro jumps into the water.
She goes and kills Usopp, but it's blood. It's fake blood. No, she cuts herself. That's how much she loves the Straw. She cuts herself. She wants to protect them. She thinks the whole village hates them. And then we get into her backstory with her mom, which is one of my favorite scenes in One Piece.
Unbelievable.
Because the way it breaks down is when Arlong shows up, it says $100,000 per adult, $50,000 per child. Okay? And then eventually she's making food because Nami's mad about how poor they are.
Yeah.
So she's making food, and it's a perfect arc. So that smoke leads Arlong to go up there. Yeah. Arlong sees it. The sheriff gets cut up because he knows what's going down. And then they hide the kids. Arlong shows up, and she's like, I got the $100,000 for you. And it's for my kids. Because I'll never in my life say these aren't my kids. Yeah. And even before that, she like keeps him at the door, but he bites the gun in half. She has the gun in his mouth, and he bites it. Arlong's a dope villain.
Yeah, great, amazing villain.
Great villain.
Amazing villain.
Great villain. And then that's just, oh my God, such a good scene. The $100,000, then she dies for them. Then Nami takes the town on her shoulders.
On her shoulders.
To break them free. And they all know about it. But they let her do it because they let her take the shoulder just like Odin and fucking Wano. It's going to be very similar parallels. And then eventually the walk. Nami's holding it the whole time. You guys can't defeat him. Everything's broken. The Marines break the promise. Arlong breaks the promise. How do you trust Arlong? She just killed your mother. All these things. Luffy, the whole time during the flashback, he doesn't need to hear the flashback story.
No.
He's gonna say he needs Nami to say.
The same thing regardless.
He needs Nami to say, "I need help," and then Nami. Luffy catches
one of the best
arm,
moments in the series.
Catches the arm.
Stabbing herself.
Puts the hat on her hair, on her head, and says, "Ask me for help." She says, "Please help me, Luffy."
Screams it.
Okay. Then walks down, and you got Usopp. This is finally the crew's together. Yeah. This is the original crew. This is all of East Blue accumulated into one. Yep. You have Luffy, you have Zoro, you have Usopp, and you have Sanji walking in to save East Blue. And the hype's real. And then eventually Luffy gets into the map room. And Luffy's like, oh, I know exactly what this room is.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That part is so good.
This is a prison
cell. He looks
cell.
around and he's like, this is a prison cell.
He's like, I know exactly what this room is.
Oh, that part is so good.
Murks that room. And it's
symbolically. He knows what he's doing. He's doing it for a
Arlong Park, like through and through, is one of the most perfect, no errors. And another thing I forgot is Usopp's fight against the Fishman. But
Great fight.
You still don't think Usopp's that strong.
Usopp's the best fight Usopp's had.
Ever had. Because he wins him with like tomfoolery, and the guy is strong. And it's Usopp, and then, like that's when he realizes like I can fight on these seas. And that's what Zoro says also. Like later things like, yo, he survived on these seas.
Yeah.
Like you gotta trust him a little bit. I also see you don't have Arlong Park, so I imagine you have other things to say about it. But
oh wow, you noticed. Well, maybe it's not on my list.
Come on, bro. I know you have it on your list.
What if I didn't?
But it's just a great. I don't think there's not really any pacing problems, and there's really not any flaws, and it has one of the best flashbacks in the series.
Okay.
And it also has a great farewell when the guy's like, if you hurt Nami, no, if Nami loses her smile, I'll kill you.
That's sick. Windmill Captain is a great character.
Such a good character.
Windmill Mayor,
the scars
whatever,
on his face and
from
everything
like the
like
flashback.
That. The only thing I didn't like the little kid too much. That'd probably be my only flaw.
Oh, I loved that because Nojiko's an amazing character, and her interactions with him are like show the true horror of what they're going through.
Yeah, yeah.
Like your dad died. shut the fuck up. Like, take it in. Like, there's more, like, you don't realize,
you know,
like,
we're
your
all
life
going
is
through
on
the
the line.
same
We're all
thing.
going through the same
Also,
thing. Like, that, like, it's,
shows the Marines are evil again. An evil Marine, shit like that.
all right. So I'll say my number 4 is an absolutely perfect arc, front to back.
Okay.
Perfect in every regard, I think, honestly.
Okay.
In
how's
every
it,
regard.
How's it number 4 then?
Arlong Park.
Oh yeah.
Arlong Park.
Sometimes we agree. You're just like
Because I was
wondering why you're so quiet. I feel like he has him right here, maybe a little involved because you're like everything I was saying. You're like. Wow.
I agree with everything you have to say, and I literally have nothing to add. I mean, you hit all the points I think that I was thinking of.
Such a good arc.
And I say it's an absolutely perfect arc because I think every one of my top 5 arcs are absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
just some I like better.
I'm kind of in there too. I mean, I would bounce Alabasta and Water 7 move in. So yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
All right, for the top 3, before we get there, I'm taking a bathroom break.
I do it.
Every top list, I have to take a bathroom break.
We got
at some
30.
point.
I'll pause it right now. Pause it. We got like 30 minutes.
Oh, we got it. If we can't get through.
No, we got 57 minutes.
Okay, if we can't get through these top 3 in 30 minutes, 10 minutes even.
I was way off.
We have all the same things. So.
Alright, we're live. So what are we on? Top 3 now?
Top 3.
Top 3. Both put in Arlong Park at 4. I like that.
I know it's funny because, let me get my thing on. It's funny because I thought when I made my list, I was like, oh, Arlong Park at 4. That's spicy. I love that. I was like, that's nice. That's cool. But no, it's the same thing.
It's so good. I just saw it recently again too, and I'm like, there's really not a single flaw in this fucking thing. It really is perfect.
So good.
Number 3, which I think you're sleeping on, Sabaody. I mean,
Oh yeah, I forgot you didn't have it on there. I mean, I get it. You can put it wherever you want. But
I mean, when you're
to
talking
me, it's
about
not the same way you think. Like what you said, some of these other arcs like aren't fully fleshed out. Like I don't see Sabaody fully fleshed out.
I mean, I don't know how you're saying it's not fully fleshed out. You have the biggest villain there's ever been.
They introduced the biggest villain in One Piece. And that's the Celestial Dragon. You have no.
It's a short
You have no
arc.
idea who they are.
Yeah.
And you know how to figure it out. You meet all the warlords, which is so cool.
You mean the worst generation?
Yeah, the war. Yeah, not their fault. Yeah, you meet the worst generation, which
Supernova.
is sick. You meet Law, Kid, Drake, Apu, everybody. Hawkins. You get to introduce him to Kizaru.
Dude, there's a
who's
moment.
sick.
I gotta say, there's a moment that it's red. Does that mean something?
I think it means it's recording. Or does that mean power? Oh, it means we're dying soon. Hang on, let me do this.
It better not mean recording because it hasn't been read the entire